or 20-something minutes.
Yeah, they cut it off at 12 hours, both in PTA room and also on YouTube. And it pretty much got cut off when right after Jerome, just before Angie came on. Actually, I think I was reading Angie's bio when is where they cut it off. But what they did do is they did stream the entire session because it was playing after we'd ended our live stream. And then I guess after it was over, this reset it to 12 hours.
We're good to go on
yeah.
PTA.
Yeah, that's fine. Tomorrow, when after today, when this is over, tomorrow, I'm going to cut. Okay, there we go. We're live on Portal to Ascension. So okay, that's cool. I'm going to cut the session that we did. Well, actually, all of them. I'm going to cut all the sessions up tomorrow. But the first one that I'm going to be uploading is Angie Briers, and then right after that, I'll be doing Renata Zach, and then after that, we're going to go right to the top of the list, and I'm going to work my way down. And every single day, we will upload a video on Portal to Ascension, Full Spectrum Universe, and also on Watchers Talk. So keep an eye out for that for replays. Thank you very much, Angie, for joining us this morning. Good night, and have a fantastic evening. And we'll see you when you wake up, because we'll still be here going live.
That's right. That's right. You'll be catching, if you sleep 8 hours, you'll catch the last quarter of the event, because I'm sure we'll be here until probably about 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I want to say, what is it? It'll probably be about 8 o'clock, 8:30 Pacific Time.
Yeah, so what time is it now? We are at 8:03, so but Neil should be coming in here right away, guys.
Hugs to you too, Angie. I really liked what we did last night. It was awesome.
Good morning to everyone on Portal to Ascension YouTube channel. And of course, good morning to our Watchers Talk channel, and good morning to everyone that is joining us in our PTA room. I really like that room. It's has a nice private chat room in there, and people can privately chat and share their ideas. So that is very good. And I'll bring our good buddy on, Neil Gore. Just needs to turn his camera on as soon as he's ready. I think he's just doing a lecture this morning on plant medicine. I'm not sure if he has any images or anything to share. If so, we'll just put them on. But I think this is just simply a lecture. It's Neil's personal experience with plant medicine from when he was a young man to now when he is a middle-aged man.
I didn't say that, Neil. He did. I didn't say that.
We're all middle-aged men here.
That is also true. That is also true.
There's my beautiful brother from another mother.
I am now ageless.
He's ageless. That's right. We all are. Time is an illusion that does not exist, and we're just kind of interacting with it for the time being. Wonderful to have you with us, Neil. We are live in our PTA room. I love that. Nice private platform in there for us to, just share our thoughts privately if people don't want to share their thoughts, publicly on YouTube. So if you guys want, you can always jump into our PTA room as the day progresses. I will be sharing the link to our PTA room. Here, let me toss that in here for you guys on.
While you do that, I just want to say again to Neil, thank you so much for letting us do that and being a part of this too. Man, it means the world to me, and I'm sure to Omar too. And I respect so much of what you do, bro. And I hope to follow in the same footsteps of what you're doing and learn from you the way that Omar has. And I appreciate you, and I wanted you to know that. And I have mad love for you.
Thank you, man. I feel mutual respect for both of you. I'm extremely excited to be a part of your conference, Rob. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh yeah, no, it's going to be awesome, bro. I can't wait. It's an honor to have you, man. It really is. It's a celebration of 1 year, because I know a lot of people, when they start these things, they get into it, they kind of fizzle. It goes, a little wishy-washy. The first year is the hardest. So we're achieving that, and it's been a dream of mine to do this, you know. And
I
it
don't
was
know.
later in life that I actually had that too. So
I think the first year is the easiest, and the sixth and the seventh year are far more difficult because in the first year there are no expectations put on you, but by the time you hit like 6 7 years, and when you're like Neil hitting like 12 13 years, then there's like that added pressure on you, right? There's that expectation that you've put out this type of content and we are expecting this from you. And then if it's, if you put on something that they're not expecting, and then suddenly you get that backlash, right? And not only from the audience, but from yourself as well, because then you disappoint yourself, say, oh, I didn't really do all that well for this one, and blah blah blah, right? So there's a lot of pressure once you begin to progress into second, third, fourth, fifth season, because then, like I said, expectations just mount on top of that, because not only that, because during your years you've met so many people, right? And then the challenge that really becomes from that I'm finding for myself is to find new speakers, right? It's nice to bring on the old speakers because they still have a lot to share, and they pick up a lot of information and new information that we can toss out there and share. But really my goal is to find new speakers, right? Bring in that new blood, new information, new ideas, new thoughts, new conversations, and then it just kind of adds to the pool. So that's my biggest challenge right now. Like
reinventing yourself in a way, just trying to keep it fresh, and I understand exactly what you're saying, and I commend you for all that time, and I get that. The first year is easy like that. I do feel that because I had guests appeared on your show and Clarence's show, I had some serious shoes to fill, and the expectation was a little high in the first year for me, because I had to relegate myself to really be a part of that group now, and project myself into that space. I was always the guest host for a while, and then now it's all on me. But I enjoyed that. I love that kind of challenge. It was really a great thing. Really a great
Awesome,
thing.
brother. I'm going to toss this over to Neil, and Neil's going to give us a lecture on plant medicine, and then once I'll give you a heads up. When how long do you have, Neil? You said you had
an
to
hour.
take off. Okay, so I'll give it to you. Stop wasting time, and we'll toss it over to you.
Okay. Let me take a big sigh here. So, everybody, I woke up 20 minutes ago. I am still in a lucid state of being. Not quite fully awake yet, which is awesome, because I've never presented like that before, and I feel like it's a challenge to present. And I'm probably like somewhere in between different realms anyway, and that's probably great for what we're about to discuss right now. But we're gonna go on a journey of my life and the plant medicines that I found along the way. But before we start, it's going to be multimedia here. I'm going to do some poetry, my freestyle, a little psychedelic poetry, and we're going to do some chanting to start off, just to wake me up, really. But this will help everybody. This is for all of us. So if we could just right now, and actually, Omar and Rob, if you guys want to come on microphone, so I'm not the only one chanting, that's fine too.
I got you.
Okay, so let's all just get comfortable. Just take a few small breaths, not too deep, just shallow, normal breaths. Just centering yourself. No, won't make your heart race. We just want you to feel the normality of just being and breathing. What we're going to do is continue breathing. And as you breathe, maybe take just a little heavier breath, little stronger breath than the one before, until you feel some sort of relaxation occurring and washing over you. Make sure you're in a comfortable position. And just keep breathing as you listen to the instructions I'm about to give us. What we're going to do here is we're going to chant the vowel sounds 3 times per vowel. Okay, so we have A, E, I, O, U. This goes into the origin of language and how vowels were never even used when when written language first came about. In ancient Egypt, for example, the word Ankh was actually the word Unk. The A was silent because vowels were not used. Amen Ra was Emin Ra, Emin R, with no even A at the end of it. All of these vowel sounds came at a later point in time. So these vowel sounds are very sacred sounds that were implemented into humanity to keep us aligned and activated and give us the opportunity to connect to the divine. So as you're breathing, continue breathing. I'm going to give you an example of how we're going to chant this, just so that you have some context. So we're going to take a deep breath in when I say, and it's going to go like this, for example, for the first one, for A. E will be like this. E, I, O, O, U, you. And I'm doing it very short, right? So we're going to take full breaths and express it to its full potential. So now on your next inhale, I want you to take a deep breath in and then exhale it out. And then again, another deep breath in and exhale it out. And on the third breath in, take a deep inhale. We're going to go with the first A 3 times per vowel. Inhale. A. Inhale. A. Again. E. Inhale. Again. E. Again. Now I. Inhale. O. Now you 3 times. As your eyes remain closed, just keep breathing normally. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. And now we're going to do 3 ohms to close out this chanting session. So on your next inhale, deep breath in. Let's start with the first ohm. All right, everybody. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and open your eyes if you are doing some chanting right now with us. Good day, everybody. Let's do this. Omar, if you could bring up my screen. My screen share. There we go. Okay. So just to let everybody know, welcome back. If you did chant with us, that my wife and I are facilitating. We facilitate many events, but we're facilitating a second 4-week course on sound and vibrational awareness, where chanting is a key component of it, in which we're going to be showing tools and techniques and the ancient history and the science behind chanting, as well as sound instruments, learning of the sound tools, what Pythagoras knew, what the advanced knowledge was of sound and frequency, medical breakthroughs using sound and frequency. So if anybody's interested, you can go to online events on PortalToAscension and take a look there. Okay. All right. So how shall I begin this today, everybody? Because I could have put together a presentation on plant medicine, which is probably what I would have usually done. But I felt that I wanted to kind of be a little raw with it and just speak about, my childhood and what happened and things that I really haven't actually, I've mentioned in passing in interviews, but I've never really gone into depth in because, it's a pretty traumatic experience. And then how it affected my life and what led me to not only creating PortalToAscension, but what created me to moved me to do plant medicine in the first place, right? So I was born in London, right? As some of you may already know. I was born in London, and as a child, and I'll just get right into it because I really have a little bit of anxiety even talking about it, because how do you jump into just speaking about your traumas as a child? But since we're talking about plants and how they can heal you here, I'll just go right into it. As a child, I was sexually molested by my dad's sister. I don't even know when it started. It might have started when I was 3 years old, gone till like when I was 6. And for most of my life, I had some memories of something happened, but no real distinct memories until like when I was like 16, when I started just remembering flashes of what had occurred. I never told my parents until my aunt came over from England. She came over from England. I was like 21, 22. And I guess we had like some sort of tiff, some sort of argument. And I just kind of blurted it out in a very upset, angry way, like, because no one knew about it. And it had affected me in a very negative way throughout my life. It created a lot of insecurities for me. Let me see how I can explain my insecurities. Like, it created such a disconnection from like my own body, and I guess because I had to escape and that I wasn't aware of many things, and it also just affected my relationships for sure. It affected the fact that I didn't have that many girlfriends because I had like this huge insecurity of like even talking to girls, and then it also created insecurities in public situations, like I wouldn't be able to on and off, right? Not throughout my entire life. Sometimes it would affect me more than other times. When I was in my 20s, even it hit me back even more. When I became more aware of things and things came to the surface and even was into spirituality, a lot of these traumas actually surfaced and affected me even more than they had when I didn't remember it. I don't remember. I have a very poor long-term memory. I do not really have any distinct memories from before age 18. I would even say even further than that. And I have feelings. I remember feelings. I remember distinct situations. I remember traumatic situations, but not all of them. But I don't have any distinct memories of like my life. And part of that is what happened when I was a child. I created some sort of mechanism within my own brain to not remember, right? So my insecurities came from the fact that I literally couldn't remember friendships from like 5 years ago. Like I could not even remember. I would meet people 5 years later and it would be like I just met him for the first time, because I really wouldn't remember things unless they were like long-term friends. And even then I would forget situations and experiences we had together, right? Nothing in a way that affected me it affected me negatively because I didn't like the fact that happened, but it didn't affect my ability to produce in this system of production. You know what I'm saying? So still worked, went to school, went to college, had friends, everything was, okay. But as these traumas started coming to the surface, there were some points that I could not even order a drink at Starbucks without coming up with the whole entire conversation in my head before I even spoke to anybody. Right. I would come up, and I know other people have done this too. I've heard this. Like when I would call people, I would like map out like the first 5 interactions because I was so insecure with myself, as such like hate for myself and like inability to heal it, that it just came out in many insecurities. So Portal to Ascension was created when I was 25, 26, right? So I had been into this information. I've been mostly into extraterrestrials and ancient history and, consciousness for sure, but not really so much on the tools and techniques, even though I hung around with like, some oneness blessers, Reiki healers, but I wasn't really into that so much so. And then when PortalToAscension got created, it was really a search for information in regards to me trying to figure out how I could heal myself. But at that point, I wasn't conscious of why I was doing it. I was just like, wow, this is so interesting. Oh my God, mind blowing. What is the root of everything? What is the root of religion? Where did we all come from? Those are my questions. But as I had those questions, the next step really was the layers started getting peeled back. And I started realizing even more and more that all of this information that I just outlined is all related to spirituality, vibration, consciousness, self-healing, empowerment, and so on. So as I started moving forward in life and started doing Portal to Ascension events, the first events was sound healing events. And, I was getting a lot of healing from it. But fast forward, the next 6-7 years, I did hundreds of modalities, attempting to empower myself so I didn't feel the way I did most of my life. And I can't even count and tell you how many. Before I even started dating my wife, Soul, in 2011/12, before we even started, we got together, I'd already tried like 100 modalities. When I got with my wife, I tried another 100 modalities. And I'm not even being figurative there. It's probably like close to that many different things because, as Omar has mentioned, I know a lot of people and worked with a lot of people. So I have been to a lot of conferences, summits. I've vended Tibetan bowls at huge conferences with 20,000 people where there's healers everywhere. So I've always been trying things, but nothing really worked. And what really I needed was an ounce of self-love, so that I could realize that that I'm not that bad. And part of what I was learning as a child I mean, not as a child, as an adult, when I was started Portal to Ascension, was things like this. These are some of the tools that people would say, like, see yourself as a child and talk to yourself as a child. Love your child self. Love your inner child. Feel sorry for what had happened to you as a child, and have compassion and sympathy for your child self. Even though I tried it, I could never really do it. And, I'm only talking about one trauma here. I have my trauma with my dad, because my dad wouldn't talk to me properly as a kid. I was like a failure in his eyes. I wasn't the model Indian kid that should have been like some doctor or some scientist or something, making a lot of money. I was, in their books, I was a screw up, even though when I look back at it in retrospect, I'm like, that's just normal kid stuff. And they actually had it good compared to a lot of other situations. So a lot of these traumas were with me. And all I needed to know is how to work on this and how to do it. So all these people would tell me, work on yourself this way, that way, see yourself as a child, give yourself love and sympathy. But I couldn't do it. I could not, in the meditative state, go and like imagine myself as a child and be separate enough as myself as a child that I could look at that child and be like, "Aw, poor kid, you went through all this stuff. I love you." I couldn't do it, because guess what? I am that child. When I'm looking at that child, I'm looking at myself. When I'm looking at myself, I hated myself. I couldn't look at that child and see it as separate. I was just like, damn, I felt sorry for myself and the child, but not in a way where I want to ask for forgiveness and all this stuff. And then another component here. So now we're getting into almost like the presentation part of this whole thing. The inner child.
Just want to say, Neil, everything that you're saying, I never realized that you and I have so much commonalities, because everything that you're saying, I've gone through the very, very same thing with my cousin when I was, like 9 years old, 8 years old. I hated myself for a long, long time. I was a failure in my parents' eye. My dad is Pakistani, so you totally understand. That I wasn't a lawyer or a doctor, and I wasn't pulling in $250,000 a year. So because I wasn't doing that, I was a loser, and that's it. And then he wouldn't talk to me, and and I haven't spoken to my dad in like 10, 11, 12 years now. And I'm just now coming around to fully rectifying that situation within myself, to say to myself that, okay, well, that was an experience that happened to you, and I just have to give that self-healing. I didn't have that self-worth. You know what I'm saying? So,
exactly.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to just hop in here really quick and say to you that, we seem to have that same commonality happening here.
Thank you for sharing, brother. So there's the inner child healing, right? One component of it. And then the other one was the forgiveness. Forgive that has been done to you. So these are the two things that I've really quickly found within spirituality that was being reiterated to me over and over again, but I really couldn't figure out how. And because I didn't remember exactly what happened to me, and I've interacted with my aunt since then, then what was there to forgive, right? I don't remember. And then when I got to the point where I realized that my trauma is probably the reason why I created Portal to Ascension, why would I forgive anyone if they were the catalyst for me to become the thing that I wanted to be and that I am now, that I love so much? So these are the challenges that are in my head that made it difficult for me to move forward and to really actually come to terms with it. So now let's go to around 2013 or so, 2013, 2014. I heard about ayahuasca for some time. My friend at the time, his name's Nate, he actually had told me about ayahuasca like 6 years prior to that. And he had gone down to the Amazon jungle, and he was a hardcore punker. He's tatted from his neck to like his toes. He's like a tattoo artist. And he was called, his nickname before he went to ayahuasca was Death Nate. He would be the type of person that would, even though he never did this exactly, he did it to another Buddhist monk, like go to the back of like the Dalai Lama's meeting and just stare him down, and make the guy feel uncomfortable just because he can and he wanted to, and he loves to F with people, right? So he was called Death Nate. He went down to Brazil, did ayahuasca, came back, lost all his friends, completely shift the personality, healed some inner wounds that just detonate, just dissipated from, right? So I'd heard this story. I'd heard other stories about people like my friend Dr. Dream, one of my best friends, Mark Peebler, that would see a bunch of screens when he would do ayahuasca, TV screens. And basically, like, imagine you're in a futuristic courtroom with these alien beings behind the desk, but they were all TV screens with the different faces of the aliens on there, changing into hundreds of different other alien faces. And they were speaking to him, communicating with him, telling him what you've done right in life, what you need to shift, those kind of things. So these are the type of experiences that I heard. So 2013, my wife and I were about to go do our first ayahuasca journey. And let me see, I think I want to take a step back really quick, because when it comes to, let me just say this, I'll just add this little context, is that my dad like had not even said to me that I love you until like 5 years ago. And I'm still working on my issues with my dad. And my dad being an older Indian man has affected my ability to speak to other older Indian men. I fall into the same exact dynamic as my father when it comes to other people that have the same template design as him. An older Indian man, father-like figure. It's so incredibly weird, right? And I'm so hypersensitive and aware of myself. I'm like seeing it manifest, and it frustrated me, right? So we're going to go do our first ayahuasca journey. Now I'm going to tell you about journeys, where they're at, what we did, and all that stuff. So the first one was in a place called Temecula in the desert here in California, about an hour away from where I am right now. I go to this journey. My friend Adriana invites us. And when we're there, there's like 200 people, 250 people in this land in the backyard of somebody has like pretty good amount of land. And, there's a shaman from Mexico there. And now I understand that maybe 200 to 300 people was overkill, and they shouldn't have really done that at that point. It wasn't really phasing me. There were even people at this journey that did not know where they were going, but their partners, like multiple people, were like, hey, we're going somewhere for spiritual healing. And then they just showed up an ayahuasca journey, which I do not recommend. I think you should definitely tell people and let them be prepared. It just so happens that these people loved it anyway. And the next day they were like, oh my God, how great. But yes, definitely inform people if you don't just surprise them by showing them up to a journey, because you never know how that's going to go. Mentally preparing yourself and physically and emotionally, but mostly physically with the food that you're ingesting, is extremely important before these journeys. So we did a little cleanse just 2 days before, up until the time we went. And when we went there, it was kind of uncomfortable, because at nighttime in the desert, it gets really cold, and we're on the ground. We had sleeping bags. So it's not the most comfortable experience. Interestingly enough, the most comfortable experiences were in the Amazon jungle, and I'll tell you why in a second. So as we're there and we do the plant medicine, the lady talks to us at the beginning and says all these different things that you can experience and what might happen, right? Just to give people some context. And one of the things she said was, if you see a serpent, if you see a snake, a serpent, do not be scared. And if it opens its mouth, go through it, because it's just going to take you to another reality. It's basically a wormhole. It's actually a wormhole in the metaphorical vision of a snake. So I remembered that, right? Take the ayahuasca, sitting there. They separate you and your partner. If they do not separate you and your partner, I'm going to give you a lot of gold nuggets here. And not only the golden nuggets that I'm going to give you will assist you with your journey. I'm never going to tell you how to do your journey, what to think, what to imagine. I'll say things like this, for example. If you're going to do a journey with a lover or a partner or a friend, try not to sit next to each other. Try to sit on opposite sides. The reason why is if and when that person is going through some agonizing pain, crying, on things like that, sometimes it's difficult when you're in such an open state yourself to not want to caress or to affect that person's journey. So being separate enough from that person, so when we went to Peru, for example, we were literally diagonal in the ceremony space, so that we wouldn't even be able to interact with each other. So my wife was somewhere else. And side note, they accidentally put her on top of an anthill, and she was getting bit by ants all night while she was on ayahuasca. And then I was on the other side. Take the ayahuasca. 30 minutes later, I see an apparition of a snake. A little light snake. And I semi freak out and I go, I don't want it. I don't want it. Because the shaman lady said, she said, if you do not want to experience it, just say no. So I remembered that. And I was a little scared, and I was definitely scared to confront myself. Every time, another golden nugget here. Almost every single person that I meet and have done plant medicine or done plant medicine with is nervous to extremely freaked out before it, even if they've done it 30 times. It's okay. The reason why is, you know, as my wife says, it's respect for the plant. But as I say, it's the fear of the unknown, right? When you do these plants, it's completely different every time. You know, even mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms is, you know, has a similarity to it in the fact that everything breathes and you can kind of explain similar experiences. But even there, you don't know where your mind's going to take you, right? So I had that fear hardcore. Almost every time I do plant medicine, I'm always afraid of what I'm going to see about myself. And I'm always afraid that I'm going to see how terrible of a person I am. But what I see instead is that I'm not bad. And I'm not that bad at all, is what I actually see. Even though I still have that fear because it's ingrained in me since I was a childhood, because I was never enough, right? So I have this apparition show up. Apparition shows, and then I go, no, because I remembered she said, if you don't want to experience it, say no. So I said that, and then I started just sat back, and nothing happened. Didn't see anything, nothing. And I was okay with it because I was kind of afraid anyway, but at the same time, I was like, nothing really happened. And so what I chalked that experience up to is I completely closed it off right when it was about to occur. We go home. Next morning, I wake up, time has slowed down. Everything was slowing down. I was like walking out the door, taking my time. Nothing was rushed. I opened the door. The leaves were shining like beautiful. I could see this, like the matrix and the cells vibrating so beautifully on the plants. And I was like, whoa, this is extremely interesting. I literally did not even have a visual experience, but I'm having a tangible experience that it actually affected my consciousness. At which point I realized the visuals do not always translate to an actual experience. You will have an experience anyway, because this plant is going in your body, detoxifying your body, and rearranging the chemical makeup and which we'll get into in a few moments here, and rearranging the neurosynaptic connectors in your brain, scientifically proven. So that was my first experience. A few years later, didn't have any, didn't do any psychedelics or anything like that. And then the next time we did it was when we went to Peru. But I'm going to take a step back and talk about mushrooms, just to give you kind of a context of my life journey, because I started taking psilocybin mushrooms when I was 18 and I went to Cal State Fullerton. When I was doing mushrooms there, like I guess many, younger adults to kids did do it recreationally. For the first, most of my poetry in the beginning stages was written inspired from mushroom experiences. And I wasn't really into consciousness on a hardcore level at that point, even though I had questions about reality. And so I would be taking mushrooms. I did mushrooms in Vegas at like clubs and on the strip like 10 times. We would go to Del Taco. We would get a bean burrito. We'd throw the mushrooms in the bean burrito and we would eat them on the way to Vegas. And by the time we hit Vegas, it hit us. That was like my early stages of mushrooms. I would do it around Cal State Fullerton campus. I would go to the different areas and hang out. Like I did it quite a lot in the first few years. And I was having spiritual experiences, but I was completely unaware of it, And now mushrooms is classified as an adaptogen, but it's in many different ways. Not only can mushrooms take on like the flavor of almost everything, adaptogen, but it also adapts to your consciousness and where you're at in that moment. The reason why people can have recreational, fun-like experiences from it and not even realize it's a spiritual substance is because it's literally matching your consciousness and your intention. Later in life, when I started doing mushrooms with my wife, we had the intention of healing our trauma between each other, healing our communication differences, healing anything that needed to come up between us. So now psilocybin has become something completely different than it was when I was younger. Now it's almost always a therapy session, right? So I love to do it just my wife and myself, or by myself. I'm not really into partying with it or going out and talking to people, even though, collective mushroom experiences are great as well. And it's because it's adapted to the level of where I'm at in my life, and it's become a place of being able to be heart-centered enough, open enough, vulnerable enough with my partner that we can have these conversations. And if you look back in ancient civilizations, you'll see that psilocybin was used for that for quite some time. Even other plants like kava that you might have heard of, that's legal in the US. There's not too many kava bars, but there's good amount of them that's from Hawaii. That was actually utilized by the indigenous people of Hawaii for 1,000+ years in order to be able to communicate with their family. So they would have drink kava, and all of a sudden the first layer of BS is just dissipated, and you're still there, you're still present. Don't take too much because you could act drunk, and you just, the edge and anxiety gone, right? Just imagine being normal and your edge and anxiety of life just completely gone, and you're with your family. They used to have conversations, and they would work out all types of family issues and societal issues using kava, right? So that's what mushrooms had become for me. And as soon as my wife and I got together, within the first year, we did mushrooms. I haven't done it so much as of late, but I did move into microdosing, which maybe I'll get to as well. And as I'm moving forward here, all the things I'm saying I'm getting to, I'm putting notes down so I remember to come back to it. So microdosing for sure. So now I'm giving you step by step, year by year, right? So now we're in 2014, 2015. And I think it was 2015 or 2016 that we decided to go to Peru. At that time in our life, my wife and I were not having good communication with each other. We still loved each other fiercely. We love each other so much. But we had our own traumas as children. And, a lot of the things that I said about myself in my early childhood, my wife had also experienced even more traumatically. So we had a lot of things that weren't being dealt with. And Dana is saying, I'm just going to read this comment here. I'm addressing the exact situation that you got your hands on at this exact moment. Dana said, I just received my powdered mushroom for nootropics. I was needing to hear this. I have the same resistance. Thank you for sharing, Dana. So we decided that let's go to Peru. And where did we go is somewhere I'm going to screen share. And if you could allow me to do that, that would be awesome. Multimedia, guys. This is how I like to do it. Let's see. We decided to go to Temple of the Way of Light in Peru. Here's some more great information for you. There are a lot of centers that are not in high integrity. If you go to Peru, if you go to Iquitos, where this place is, the capital of ayahuasca in the entire world because of the amount of concentration, it's literally an ayahuasca city. You cannot get there by car. You fly into Lima, Peru, and then you fly from Lima to Iquitos because it's surrounded by Amazon and Amazon River. So you need to go and fly into there. If you go there, you will see some people that seem like, people that have mental issues that are walking around, and a lot of them are white. And the actual reason, I'll just get to the bottom line of it rather than giving the background, is that some people go to these ayahuasca centers that aren't legitimate, and the shamans there put in things that aren't ayahuasca in order to induce more visuals. And by doing that, a lot of people actually get sick or get some mental issues and never come back. And there's a few people walking around the town that are that. And there's stories of it too, that they give you basically tourists come there. It's such a tourist place for ayahuasca. Tourists come from all over. Some people are just in town drinking and they're like, hey, let's go do ayahuasca, right? And there's some really terrible stories about that as well. And then they find some shaman on the side of the street that's like, yeah, I can do it. And they take to their to the center or to their even house, right? And they'll do the ceremonies and everything for them, but maybe they've never sat with the plant before. Maybe they never did a dieta, which I'm going to make a note right here about and tell you what a dieta is in a bit. So maybe all of these issues, right? So then they also add different chemicals or different plants that might not actually should go with the ayahuasca that is designed to give you more visual experience so that people think that they had more of a tripped out experience, and then they'll go back and maybe tell people about it. So unfortunately, not doing it in a correct way with the ceremonial aspect, the right people facilitating it, and having those chemicals could lead to something that is detrimental to you. So my friend went down to, his name's Jonah Bolt from Starseed Radio. I could say his name because he's put his testimony out on his own radio show, and he's such an amazing person. He actually went down to Peru and did ayahuasca, and at a place where they gave him water that had parasites in it because the water wasn't purified. He went through a couple of years, I think it was, of some hardcore hardships because he had to go get surgery, all types of things. It was eating his gut inside. It was all because of the parasite in the water, right? So he recommended this place. And some places, you know, there's also cases of people that have been molested by shamans, right? So going to the right place is really key. So this place right here is a place based on the grandmother energy. So that's great. No mask. It's, you know, of course, there's male shamans there and men running it as well. But the energy is a really feminine grandmother energy, very nurturing place. It's actually known as one of the best. Some of the best centers in the world. When we spoke to them or gone there and we told them about this, they're like, "Oh, nice." They like literally have praises for it. It's called Temple of the Way of Light. And I'll just mention this: the Shipobo people that were relying on ayahuasca tourism or over the last year have been suffering greatly because of the lack of it. So if you're interested in going to Peru, do check this one out. And over here, they have all types of. Let's see if I can get to their calendar here. They have all types of retreats, right? And I'll get into the attitude. You can see the dates right here. They have like 7-day retreats, 14-day retreats, 28-day retreats. So my wife and I, we went on a 14-day retreat to Temple of the Way of Light in the Amazon jungle. We flew into Iquitos. We went to our hotel. We were picked up the next morning because all the hotels are completely in alignment with the ayahuasca centers. They know people come there for that. So they arrange pickups with buses and all that stuff. So we got picked up. We drive to the foot of the Amazon River. We get into a canoe. We go over the Amazon River. We get into the jungle. We trek for like an hour and a half through the jungle, and we get to this is the river that we went through, and then we get to the center. Let's see if there's images here. All right, and so anyways, at the center, we did a 14-day retreat, right? And on the 14 days. On the 14 days, we did 4 ayahuasca ceremonies. And I'll just tell you about my experiences. The first experience I had with ayahuasca, as I told you before, I didn't really see anything. So was I going to see anything now? I didn't know. When I did it for the first 3 out of the first 4 experiences at the temple, I didn't have any visuals. I had some weird body movements. I was embodying some Tai Chi movements, some yoga movements, and I was doing something extremely strange. I was literally humping the ground like this. Like I was laying like this, right? And then I would just like, my body would just be convulsing and boom, 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 just banging on the ground. And I was wondering what was happening, and I had the message come to me that I was releasing sexual trauma into the earth, right? And now in regards to the comfort level over there compared to just doing it somewhere in California, because a lot of people are like, I want to go to the Amazon, I want to go down south because I want to do the raw, real way that they do it. Well, if you think the raw, real way is being like in the jungle uncomfortable, you're in for some, there are some places like that, but most of the places, they have like nice, beautiful huts for you in the Amazon jungle. I forget the name of what they call the center in the middle, but they have like cots for you to lay on, your own pillows. It was more comfortable than anything I'd ever experienced in the States. So I'm having these experiences for 3 times. And then on the 3rd journey, I was literally like, I had this thought because I was completely self-aware while this was happening to me. I wasn't lost in this realm. And especially because I wasn't seeing visuals and getting lost in my head. So I had this thought. I was like, hey, this is going to hurt tomorrow, right? And just to give you another side note, between the Temecula and this one, I'd done ayahuasca like 2 other times in Tecate, Mexico, at another shamanic place over there. And those I didn't really see anything either. And I was also having the same body movements. So I was like, wow, this is going to hurt tomorrow. That's the thought that I had. And as soon as I thought that, boom, it stopped. Right. And then I realized, whoa, she's listening to me. She's doing whatever I said. So then I just sat back, grabbed my water, took a few sips, went back down to the ground, said, okay, I'm ready, started all over again. Just pumping it out. And then I was really curious, I'd done 5 or 6 ayahuasca ceremonies, and I still hadn't seen anything except for the apparition in the beginning. So I was kind of curious, and the message I got is deal with your mind and you will see. So I didn't judge it. I wasn't like, some people go, and another golden nugget here, some people go and they do not have an experience and get very down because they don't see stuff. I've seen it so many times. Every time we go somewhere, there's at least 1 to multiple people that are pretty sad because they don't feel anything. When you ingest that brew and it's created correctly, believe me, it is doing something to you. It's scientifically proven. It's doing something to you. You might not see because your brain might be so calcified, or you might be so grounded in this reality. There was a guy that was there that was really had a rough life himself, from South Africa, and he did like 2 to 3 cups of ayahuasca. I only did 1 every time. 2 to 3 cups like per session, and he still wouldn't see until and he stayed there for 28 days. He didn't see anything until like his 6th or 7th journey, right? So, but it was still doing something. It was opening your heart, cracking you open, changing the synaptic connections in your brain. All of this happens without your need to see. So don't ever, and you going into a journey and then having the awareness like, oh, nothing happened to me, creates a downward fractal step where you will stop the healing. That's how powerful you are. That's how much, even though ayahuasca is a very rough, like, I'm going to take you there kind of experience, like it's like tough love almost, even though it's like that, it will listen and stop giving you what it's giving you if you deny it, right? So being very open to it. Looking up the dieta before you go, try not to eat meat for a couple of weeks before. Try not to drink alcohol or coffee a week to longer before. All of these elements allow for you to have a deeper experience when you're there. Because if you don't, what's the ayahuasca doing? It's working on cleansing you from all those things that you are polluting your body with. Therefore, you're not even going to get to that other experience yet because it's still working on all the other stuff in your body. So the more clean you can be, the better. And then afterwards, keeping that for at least 2 weeks, that's like the probably the most strict diets that have been put out there. That's what the Temple of the Way of Light asks for the people to go there. They give you a whole packet like that big that you read before you go there, giving you all this information, what you can eat, so much great information there. So where was I? So doing these journeys, on my 3rd journey, I had that experience. And then I was basically told that, my mind wasn't ready to see. On the 4th journey in the Temple of the Way of Light in Peru, after my, it was like my 8th, I don't know, I think like my 7th ayahuasca journey ever, all of a sudden I started seeing things. And I went on an amazing journey that I can't even completely remember. But there was fractals everywhere, there were butterflies, and then all of a sudden, in one moment, I felt a spider on my body. Like a spider just crawling on my body. And I was like, I thought it was a real spider because I'm in the jungle and this spider's coming in there, not too many because it's pretty beautiful and cleaned and closed off and they have nets and all that stuff. But then all of a sudden I felt 2 spiders on my body. And then I felt like 1,000 spiders all over my body, right? And at that point, I stopped freaking out. Because why? There is no way there's really 1,000 spiders on my body. This is the ayahuasca. I was completely I freaked out when there was 2. I was like, oh, let me get these off. And then when I felt 1,000 of them, I was like, okay, there's definitely not any spiders on me right now. This is a part of the experience. So I'll get towards the end of that journey because I don't remember all the stuff. I went through crazy ass journey, wormholes, all that stuff. Butterfly opened its mouth. I went through the butterfly's mouth. And then right at the end, because people tell me often that, did you hear the voice? Did someone talk to you? Did ayahuasca talk to you? Some people think it's Jesus. Some people think it's their parents. Some people think it's ayahuasca. I don't know, Clay. It might be the same entity taking on different forms. Who knows? And all of a sudden, at the end of my 4th journey in the Temple of Way of Light, after I went into the butterfly's mouth, I heard the words, Neil. And I was like, what? I was like, yes. I finally got to a communication with some sort of consciousness that might be part of me, or some separate consciousness that is inside of me that is communicating with me. And to me, it was like, whoa. So even though I went there to Peru for 14 days, 3 experiences of just body movements, 1 experience of these visuals, and the last thing saying the word Neil, I was extremely ecstatic from it. Some people had some far out there experiences. That was just mine. Everybody sees something different. A friend of mine saw his dad, his deceased dad. He sat down with his deceased dad that he had all these issues with and had a 4-hour conversation. I guess he said it seemed like a 4-hour conversation, but he had a long conversation with his dad where they worked out all their issues with each other. Someone else at the ayahuasca center over there, she saw a bunch of little, I guess, Smurf-like beings that were going around dancing around her, just making her laugh hysterically for hours. And the next morning, she had this huge smile on her face and was like telling everybody about these like cherub type of beings that were just there talking to her. Another experiences that a lot of people have, is spiritual surgery. When another center, Rhythmia, that I'm going to get to right now, Costa Rica, the only medically licensed ayahuasca center in the world, in Costa Rica, like such a great, amazing place. They people were having spiritual surgery all over the place there, right? So much so that one person, there were these little cherub-like beings. They had this tool, this like the jackhammer tool, right, to drill into the stomach and to get things out. And the whole journey was like almost comical to him, because they had an outlet of the jackhammer, and they were trying to plug it into the actual outlet in the ayahuasca ceremony room, but the outlet wasn't big enough. So they went through this whole experience of trying to figure out how to plug in the jackhammer before they even got to him to do the spiritual surgery, right? And then they took things out. Another thing is octopus people. People see octopus a lot, especially for the spiritual surgery. But the gnome-like people, the octopus people, are 2 things that are across multiple experiences. Not everybody's going to see that, but there's always a good chunk of people. And if you do ayahuasca, quite a few times, chances are you're going to interact with them at some point. But it seems that there's some sort of spiritual surgery going on, something happening. A great example is in Arrhythmia. The people that came before we got there, way before that, excuse me. It was a story of the past about somebody who came in with a cancer, had spiritual surgery, left. She imagined and saw it being taken out of her. Left, and it's gone. So your intention, I'm going to say this disclaimer, it does not claim to heal everyone and anyone, right? There's so many different layers to what's going on with you. But some of them are... some people have had some really amazing, miraculous experiences where they've completely put cancer, diabetes, and many other things into remission. And there's so many documentaries now, but there's a documentary on like 10 people that went down to Peru and they all did ayahuasca, and all of them had chronic illnesses, and 9 out of the 10 people were healed. The person who wasn't healed was the person saying, this is never going to work for me. It's like textbook at that point. So Temple of the Way of Light was a great experience. And it peeled back some layers, but I still wasn't healed. I still didn't love myself. I thought I'd worked through a lot of things because it had peeled back a layer and I felt more empowered than I ever did before, but I definitely was not healed. So I moved forward in life. I did mushrooms a couple of times. I went back into modalities here. Now I'm going to go off into different modalities to show you kind of what other things assisted me too. I do rolfing, right, which is a body integrated skeletal structural modality called rolfing, ROLF, and you should look into it. it really uses the body and helps rearrange the fascia in the body in order to basically create your body in the way it's supposed to be, helps everything heal. That has really helped me for empowerment. Vipassana meditation. I've done around 6 10-day silent meditation retreats. And, if you want to learn about that, I can tell you about that another time, because it goes deep into how it's all donation based. They're all over the world. 9 hours of meditation a day, the meditation technique of Buddha called Vipassana. So Buddhist that it's not Buddhist. That's how Buddhist it is, because Buddha did not want them to create a religion. They follow everything Buddha, but 100% are not Buddhist. That's how awesome it is. So those journeys were as powerful, if not more powerful, than my plant medicine journeys. So that, coupled with ayahuasca, was really assisting me. Then I get into something called Kambo, which is a frog medicine, also from the Amazon. And I'm going to share my screen here and give you a little show of Kambo. How much time do I have, Omar?
It's 9:02, brother.
All right, I got to leave in like 15. Okay, so I'm just going to go into this real quick. So here is Kambo. Here's the frog. Okay, I'm going to go faster. Here is what it looks like after you take it. Here's another guy. Here's the frog again. That's them extracting the Kambo. What is Kambo? Kambo is a cleansing, also known as Kambo circle or Kambo ceremony. Kambo vaccina da sopa or sapo is purged using skin secretions of the Kambo, a species of frog that affects human, usually like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. It's not a psychedelic, but it will give you an experience of purging and detoxing. It's like a 20-minute detox, throwing up, sweating. It's like flu-like symptoms for 20 minutes. It's like nature's vaccine. You get all these vaccine-like things that happen to you that, will happen after you take an actual vaccine, where you might get flu symptoms, but it completely detoxes your body of these things. My wife and I have done it 3 times. People that have gone there that have had menstrual issues, or maybe aren't able to have a baby, have gone there and been able to do so afterwards. The way I like to explain it is, if you are a towel that's full of water, a wet towel, Kambo is the rinsing effect of that wet towel. And if every organ in your body was that towel, that's what happens. It cleanses you out, takes the heavy metals from your brain, all of that stuff. And it's only 15-20-minute ceremony, and you don't have to be as nervous about it, because it's not a psychedelic experience. So that was also assisting us too. But now I'm going to get to this place that really helped change my life, Rhythmia. And I'm going to leave it at this. So Rhythmia is a place in Costa Rica. 8-9 years ago, Brandy, who was one of the founders of Rhythmia, contacted me and said that they have a documentary called The Reality of Truth that is on our YouTube channel and many other YouTube channels. Here it is, Reality of Truth. Michelle Rodriguez is in it, Deepak Chopra, the Fast and Furious girl. And so anyways, we went to Rhythmia, and they decided to send, they wanted people to help release the documentary. So I helped them about 8 years ago on PortalToAscension. And by doing so, we became good friends with them. We ended up going there in January of 2020, 2 years before COVID, right? 2 months, sorry. So when we went there, it was amazing. It's like an 11-star resort. Okay, so now I'm giving you different types of techniques, because there's different prices, right? Let's talk about price ranges. If you do something in California, chances are you're going to probably pay around $150 for a ceremony. If you go to if you go to Peru, you could probably get like a 14-day retreat for about $1,500, maybe less than $2,000. And you can get a smaller one for like $1,900. If you go to this place, it's for different type of people, and actually for everybody, but some people don't want to be uncomfortable. If I went to my mother right now and I finally convinced her that she's got some issues and she needs to work on through it, and she can do ayahuasca, she's not going to want to go to Peru and be around all these consciousness people that are living in the jungle. She's not going to want to go be uncomfortable in Temple of Way of Light, she's going to want to go to something like this, which even though there is no such thing as an 11-star resort, to me, it's like an 11-star resort. They give you massages, colonics, they have therapy integration rooms, speakers come out there, Greg Braden's come out there to talk, Graham Hancock's come out there to talk. It's like everything in one place. There's a beach. They give you bikes. You can drive your bike for 5 minutes to go to the beach. They have all these excursions. It's so beautiful. So we went there in January of 2020. Yep. And we did 4 journeys there. And now I'd already pierced through the veil and I had started seeing on my journeys. So all of my journeys there were visual, except for the third one, which was a specific ayahuasca brew from Colombia that was completely a purging one. Everybody was purging. I went to the restroom like 60 times. I was throwing up like so much that my stomach was hurting. Like, so, but the rewards from it was incredible. Like, so that one was the most hardcore experience out of all of them. The rest of them, all visual, you know, I threw up. Some people are scared about throwing up. They don't want to do it because it's throwing up. I got to tell you, when you throw up on ayahuasca, it's like the most like transcendent experience for me. Not for everybody, but like it's almost like some complete gratitude. One time I saw like a demon's face inside of my own bucket, looking back at me, thanking me for like expelling it. Right. So Rhythmia, if you guys ever want to go here, we get brownie points if we send people here. So if you ever do, let me know. PortalToAscension.org, info@PortalToAscension.org. Let me know before you do, and tell them PortalToAscension sent you, right? So it's about $5,000 for a whole week, but it's like they cover everything. Even your room is amazing. Food is like, they have their own chefs there making gourmet vegan meals. They have like the food there is better than any gourmet restaurant I've probably gone to in regards to vegan food, anyways, at least. And so at this center, we did the 4 ceremonies. When I had left, there had been a shift within me. Not only had I done 2 Vipassana meditations that year before in 2019, but I had also now gone and basically brought everything full circle and at this ayahuasca center, Rhythmia. And when I was there, in my Vipassana ceremony that I had, the last one just a couple months before I went there, I had an experience on my 6th day. And I'm going to tell you my experience, and then we're going to end it for here. I don't think I'm screen sharing right now, right? No, I'm not. Okay. So, yep. I see what you're saying, Bill. So anyways, I had this experience at Vipassana. I'd been on 6 10-day silent meditation retreats. But on this one, all of a sudden, on the 6th day, I didn't want to meditate. I was feeling really buzzy in my head. And so I go into the temple at the top of the hill to meditate with everybody. Meditating, I'm like, I'm just going to ride this one out. I'm not going to really do it. And after 5-10 minutes, I'm like, oh man, I got like long time left here. Like, cause it's an hour-long session. I'm just going to meditate. So I started doing it, started doing the breath. All of a sudden, I saw myself as a child in my head. And this is bringing it back full circle to the beginning now. I saw myself as a child inside my own head. And I was probably like 9 years old or something. And I looked at that child and I was like, for the first time ever, I was like, wow, what a beautiful child. Then I realized what happened to that child. And I was like, man, I feel that sucks what happened to you. Like, I'm so sorry. And then all of a sudden I saw myself in Vipassana. It's about not creating anything, but just observing reality as it is. I was 100% working on neutrality to the point that I was not trying to create any of that. I wasn't like, let me do this now, let me do that now. Like, I was not using my imagination. It was just coming into me. And then all of a sudden myself as an adult right now with the child. And then I went up and I hugged myself as a child and I felt complete compassion for this child and for what happened to him. All of a sudden, we merged into one, became a DNA spiral, and shot up into the air. And then in that moment, there was a click in my brain, like, and the voice in my head that was the self-hating voice was gone. That was the day, like, my second voice that was always like judging me afterwards had gone. And that was the moment of me moving towards loving myself. And at this point, like, I used to say, like, I hate myself years ago, you know, but at this point I can't even say that. Even if I'm going through hardships, I can't really hate myself. And it was because I healed that aspect, and I started loving and giving compassion to myself as a child. Fast forward a couple of months later, we go to Rhythmia, and I'm having this in-depth experience of not only being very taken care of, because I always felt, you know, like you might be going to ayahuasca journey because your mother never loved you. And you might not know that's the reason, but that might be the underlying thing. So just imagine going to a place where it's very uncomfortable, very unnurtured, and then doing ayahuasca when you're there to feel nurtured. You know, these are all the little different components that can add to your experience. So I was ready to be taken care of, right? So we went to this beautiful place, this resort Rhythmia, and amazing people, amazing food, and done in a way that they really fuel you to not really be fearful when you're actually doing the experience, even though the nervousness will still come up. So as I was there, layers started getting peeled back even more and more and more. After that, my communication completely shifted with the world, with myself. I started communicating with myself much more gently, and I've been able to convey myself much more as well. My presentations on PortalToAscension have picked up quite a bit. I'm able to know what to say in situations where maybe would not have been able to say anything before. And, you know, that all really did get solidified with ayahuasca. Now, let me see if there's anything final here that I want to share before we close out. Just looking at my slides here. Okay, yeah, let me get back to the two things that I mentioned, and that'll be it. Microdosing. First of all, even though I would love to say plant medicine is for everyone, there's so many people on this planet. We all have different issues. Some of us have physical, some of us have mental issues. You should probably talk to someone. If you go to a place like Rhythmia, you can communicate with them before in order to ask them, and other places as well. But you should really have a conversation with yourself and with others just to see if it's right for you. And I think for the majority of the world, it probably is, will assist. But then there's also something called microdosing. And we've been microdosing psilocybin mushrooms on and off. And microdosing allows you to get the benefits of that plant. Even ayahuasca has ayahuasca microdosing, but in small incremental ways that is basically slowly helping you rewire your brain. Because what's the end result? What's the goal of this whole thing? It's to rewire your brain to not react to the trauma and to be able to see new possibilities. That's the science behind it all. They hook people up to EEG machines with ayahuasca, and what occurred with them when they did that? They realized that the synaptic connections decalcify and then restructure themselves in whichever way possible. So now here is the last golden nugget, okay, for this presentation. This is what happens to your brain. Why is it that people go to ayahuasca and then they leave, and then sometimes the situations come back and they're not healed? Ayahuasca only shows you what to do. It's up to you to take the steps afterwards. That's why it's not the cheater's way out. People who do plant medicine, all types of plant medicine, they're some of the strongest minded people and fearless people. Even though they're not fearless, they're in it, but they just go through the fear. Like, to say that it's a cheater's way out is not the case at all, because you are literally going to confront demons that you can go your whole life ignoring and still get by, but you're going to confront yourself. And so what happens is it literally breaks away the synaptic connectors in your brain and then rewires them in a way that you can restructure it whichever way you want. You leave this ceremony, you restructure it in a negative way, that's the way you're going to go forward. You restructure it in a positive way, that's the way it's going to go forward. But it gives you the opportunity. When I left Rhythmia, I was kind of like, not overwhelmed, but I was like, oh man, it's a lot of work. And the reason why I thought that is because it showed me the work I needed to do. It showed me what I had to do, and it was a lot of work, and I couldn't just sit back and let it just go by. So by being expressed and showing it, you move forward. So that's the part on that. So microdosing for psilocybin, why are they taking in Silicon Valley? Why are they microdosing on LSD and psilocybin? Reason why is because they're seeing the benefits. It helps rewire the brain and make you think of things in different ways. I'm going to go really fast now. Nearly 100 cities have considered decriminalizing psychedelics, as this map shows right here. I'll show you this map really quick, just to show you about the legalization aspect, decriminalization. Reason why they're legalizing / decriminalizing plant medicine all over the US and soon to be all over the world is because they cannot deny the effects anymore. They've denied it for too long. Nearly 100 cities considering decriminalizing psychedelics, and most of them have already done it. states that are awakening decriminalization of psychedelics. Washington, California. Why are they doing this? Because it's a natural plant, and plants and fungi, and because they cannot deny the effects that people are being actually assisted from this, right? They can't deny it. It's working. So as it is, as we're moving forward into this new world, into this reality now, that part of the healing is going to have to do a lot with plants. And microdosing is a really great way to start. If you don't have the time, or you maybe have some fear around doing the ceremonies, or I only had time to talk about 3 different plants and fungi. There's many more that obviously we can do a whole thing on this. And I did a whole entire 2-day conference on psychedelics and plant medicine psychedelics that's on our YouTube. So if you're on YouTube right now, go check out a plant medicine 2-day conference if you really want to know a lot more. Last thing I'll say here is the dieta I spoke about in the beginning, okay? The dieta, most shamans do this, and a lot of people who want to train to work with medicine, they do this. It's called a dieta. It's when they lock themselves away from society, basically, mostly in these huts in the jungle. They're in darkness. They're ingesting small amounts of the leaf or the plant or the fungus every single day. Not enough to have a full journey, but enough to infuse their consciousness with the plant and learn lessons and communicate with that plant over that period of time. The food is delivered through the door, or sometimes outside, so that they eat very minimal, and they do not even interact with who's giving them food, right? That is part of it. And ayahuasca centers in Peru actually have sections that are specifically dedicated to dietas. Some of them do, in which people can actually go and have this experience and work towards becoming shamans. So I really feel that some legitimate shamans are the ones that have spent the time to communicate with it, rather than just jump into this whole experience of facilitating it. And a lot of them are the ones that do these dietas for months, where they're sitting with the plant. Like, what dedication is that? You're not even really tripping out on anything. You're just ingesting it in order to basically build a bond with the psychedelic, so that you can have a conversation with it about you being a facilitator for other people. Okay. All right. And there's so much more that I could share, but that's it. I'm going to end on that. Thank you all so much for tuning in and listening to me. Love you all. Thanks, Omar, Rob.
That was incredible.
Thank you very much, Neil. That was amazing, man. And thank you for sharing. Like I was saying earlier, we seem to have a lot more in common than I thought, and that's good. And when you were talking about self hypnotherapy, when you were going back and connecting with yourself as a younger person, as a kid, and trying to heal that, I myself have been doing that. And for a couple of years, I've been doing it now, where I meditate and then I take myself back to the time of trauma. And I consult myself and let myself know that everything worked out okay. And, it's time to let go of this bad energy. So, I can attest to the fact that it does work, and it's very healthy for you. And when you were talking about throwing up on ayahuasca, when you were saying that, for me, what I was thinking is that your body is ejecting that negative energy, that bad energy that's been like clogged up in your avatar for like so many years. And after consuming the ayahuasca, your body just wants to get rid of that as quickly as it can. So, when you were saying that, that's what kind of, what's resonating inside my head. And I want to go on an ayahuasca journey myself. So this is very good information. I'm going to go back and rewatch it, because I'm going to be in the States next year. And, I'm hoping to be in California and then take a trip.
Let's talk about it. Maybe we can go together.
Yeah. I would love to do that, because I've got some bad energy inside me. Well, I shouldn't say bad. Well, I guess it is bad energy, but
you have things that you've acquired in your life here that are not assisting you in the way you want, and you're ready to let go of it. Because I'm sure a lot of those things have led to you being who you are now, where you're at now. So to look at it in a negative way is just going to make it that you see it as separate from you.
Yeah, exactly.
When you're in the journey, a lot of times you have so much gratitude for what you're expelling. You're just in that place,
Yeah.
But hey, I got to get going because I got to drive down south.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And I'll talk to you later. We've got about 40 minutes before our next guest comes on, Aubrey Rose Lewis, and she is going to be talking about her ayahuasca journey, which she just came back from about 2 weeks ago. So she'll be up here in about 40 minutes. And during that time, Rob Yox is going to do cats and spiritual connections. So I'll toss that up there, Rob, and it's all yours, brother.
Excellent. Excellent. So, one of the things that we looked at here was animal communication, and a lot of what we're talking about today is spiritual. The plant medicine is a part of Mother Earth. Mother Earth is a spiritual being, and there's frequency involved. So I kind of focused on the animal aspect of it. And the animal aspect of it for me was cats, because there is such a crazy spiritual connection to cats and spirituality. I mean, it resonates with me. So one of the things I did was I explored my time when I had owned cats, the questions that I kind of had about them, where this ability, where we perceive this notion that these animals are spiritual, where that came from, and how it's been perceived through history. I'm a historian and I love history. So one of the things I did for myself was I took the history part of it. We started with the history of it a little bit and what we wanted to answer. But then I moved towards spirituality to try and get out of my comfort zone so I could essentially do something a little bit different than what you would normally hear from me. So let's start. All right. So I have here, it's cats and their spiritual connection. One of the things I looked at is called a feline mystery. Why are cats so deeply associated with spirituality? Throughout history, cats have traditionally been treated with respect and reverence by many, many civilizations. So, this is where I go into my affinity with cats, right? So throughout my life, I've always been drawn to cats. I love cats. Anytime I see a cat, I try and befriend that cat. I've owned, 2 cats throughout my life. I love watching the Animal Planet and things like that, Discovery, when they have big cats on. So I love to watch big cats and how they work within their prides, and some of them are solitary. I think it's truly fascinating, and I feel that I have figured out how to communicate with cats, the ones that I've come across anyway. I usually watch this show in the morning, which is My Cat from Hell. We've all seen it. Through Jackson Galaxy, I figured out a way to ultimately really, show my end of it and be able to communicate with them by one simple maneuver. And I'm going to explain what that is and what it means. So when you come into a cat, the cats usually make eye contact with you. First off, it's peering into your soul. We're going to explain what they see a little bit later and how they can see past veils that we can't perceive personally. One thing you do is you look them directly in the eye, you tilt your head up, and you blink very slowly. What this does is it's basically telling the cats that, that you love them, right? It's almost like an I love you to the cat, or I acknowledge you in that way. And the cat usually is receptive, will do it right back to you, and ultimately feel more comfortable around you because you've given it that reassurance. So, many believed and still believe that cats are the most attuned to certain auras and other types than any other animal out there. So they are the most adept at reading people and reading their surroundings. So, like I said, we have the feline mystery and why they're so deep. This is kind of what I've looked at as then and now, right? So when we look at cats, we see respect, reverence, sophistication, but they are also enigmas. We don't know what they're thinking. They do radical things, so it seems, And one of the things that I've done in my lifetime was I've always tried to understand why they do what they do. So even in the modern day, cats often react to people and circumstances in seemingly unusual ways. Most cat owners have experienced those moments when you're sitting there quietly with your cat, and then all of a sudden they look up and stare intently at absolutely nothing. Nothing. So, for ages, just staring into blank space or completely enraptured, we're completely enraptured. And you don't know what they're doing. You're like, why would they do that? What are they looking at? It's funny at times, but it's also there's meaning behind what they're doing. So one of the things we're going to go over too is the frequency that cats give off. So we know that a cat's purr has a frequency of 26 hertz, right? Which is also the frequency scientists use in vibrational therapies to promote tissue regeneration. That's pretty unique, right? There's an old veterinary saying that says, it goes like this. If you put a cat on a pile of bones in the same room, the bones will heal themselves. Well, whether that's true or not, or an over exaggeration, it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of, when a cat sits on your chest and purrs, it tends to have a very calming effect. Your body feels a little bit more at peace. So, by strategically placing a purring cat on somebody's broken arm is probably not the best way to fix this, right? But certainly they have other healing powers. They reduce stress, they lower blood pressure, they reduce your risk of developing heart disease. And this is no wonder that past civilizations were so enchanted with the cat. So the hearing range of a cat is limited from 63 hertz for the lowest frequency to 79 hertz for the highest frequency. Now, here's where it gets a little bit crazy, right? So we know that their purr, like I said, is the tissue regeneration, but a meow or a vocalization has a tremendous range. So if they're able to surpass their own hearing within their vocal range and they have up to 100 different types of vocalizations, we heard Paul Wallace say yesterday that he figured out specific vocalizations from those, what his cat needed at the time, or a way that he could essentially communicate through those vocalizations and know what the cat wanted. So it's a wild thing, but they can also hear a much greater range than they're actually able to vocalize. What that means is that they're able to essentially hear things that they can reach this heightened sense of alertness through these specific frequencies, and they can hear more than they can put out, which makes them truly a spiritual absorbing creature. They can absorb a lot around them. So as we get to the next, we have cats in folklore. Just to go back and look at where this reverence for cats came from. So, cats have been observed in cultural representations dating back nearly 10,000 years. And it's not all been good. So tales of soul snatching, bearing misfortune, and colluding with the devil abound. Even today, there remains superstition around black cats and white cats in particular, who are, they're thought to bring good and bad luck respectively. Whether that's true or not, it remains to be seen. It's something that people perceive already. But one of the tales of the cat that intrigued me was the Celtic mythology. And there's a gray cat called Grimalink, who is believed to have magical powers. He was also featured in various works of literature, including Shakespeare's Macbeth. And what he does in Macbeth is he literally helps three witches into Macbeth's future. And what they do is it's basically a Norwegian fairy tale of cats, and it's often written with mystical creatures like goblins in disguise, and whose eyes are portals. So I mean, it's really crazy. There's a lot of other myths as well, which is the Celtic mythology with the Grimlick, but we also have the Scottish they're fairy beasts in Scottish Highlands as well. So the cats. There's an enormous black cat. This is a representation of what Grimalink would look like. And it usually has white markings on his chest, but it's said that he's supposed to span about 9 foot tall and could snatch your soul in an instant. But it's a wild story. Macbeth is another great example of it. But another place that we found him was, early Christianity. And in early Christianity, it's believed that the cats, when they lied on someone's grave, they were either possessed by a demon or devil, or it was related to witchcraft in some way. And basically, what that does is they used to see them as familiars, but it's not an ideal time to be, a single female right now. If that's the case, it's not really an ideal time to be a single female cat owner. But when you look at all these things and what we're going to talk about later, you see a greater reverence for the woman who cares for all those cats, because essentially it's a wild thing. When we start to talk about what these cats perceive through the veil, it becomes quite interesting. So now we have the ancient Egyptians, right? The ancient Egyptians were very much initiated with the cat craze as well. At the time, cats were associated with the mother goddess Mafdet, and later with the goddess Bastet. But Mafdet was thought to offer protection against venomous bites, especially those of snakes and scorpions, which we know in the wild, sometimes cats will, when they are wild creatures and not domesticated, they will eat those things. So it's one of those things that's pretty cool. But while Bastet was the goddess of warfare and the protector of cats, that's the second one. And as you can see, the representations is essentially they have the old Egyptian type of cross behind them, and the two cats, one of which were big, one of which were different. If you notice that this lady has the cheetah in front of her, and the cheetah is represented as they're very precise, very skilled. They hunt in packs, which could represent like a company or a legion of soldiers. But back to that. So it's theorized that both Mafdet and Bastet may have originated from the legend of a divine jungle cat named Meow. And Meow is also an essence of what the cat says. And they famously defended a sacred tree from the serpent Apophis. As we can see here, one of the things that you also look at is Mew. Mew is actually is represented within the Sphinx. So it ties back to ancient Egypt, and cats is it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. And as we keep going, needless to say that harming a cat was totally forbidden in ancient Egyptian culture. Even when they died, they were afforded the same mummification and burial rituals as people. If your cat died, it was basically like a shaving your eyebrows affair is what they call it. But just to go into Mafdet and just Mafdet and Bastet, they were a physical embodiment of the cat's spirit, which is what they were saying, and that's what Meow actually represents as they're represented as basically two sides of Mao. Mao is the initial spirit of the divine jungle cat, and one of which is Bastet and Mafdet they were both representations of some sort of emotion within the big cat. So I mean, it's pretty wild to go back into the history of it. But now we're going to talk about the Zen of cats, and you'll understand what that means. It's a little bit more of the Buddhist side of what cats were represented as. So they always say that cats are the best Buddhist teachers. So some of the greatest Buddhist teachers around the world were cats, as some would say. They eat when they're hungry. They sleep when they're tired. They have a radical way of life that many of us humans have yet to grasp. They hold a single point of focus for an extended period of time, seemingly in sort of a trance. A cat's purr is like chanting, as deeply calming effect, which might explain why the cats purrs when they're stressed and when they're happy. A lot of people don't know that a cat will purr when it is uncomfortable or stressed out. What it's doing is relaxing itself in that manner. So, one of the other things is that cats ultimately live in the moment, always aware of what's going on around them, even while napping. More importantly, they have zero ego. They may know where they want to go, but they rarely in a rush to get there, right? So it's pretty funny. I think that it's awesome. And the fact that they can just hang out and just be present. We talked about that with Jerome last night. being present is super important, and cats embody that, especially with their way of life. So it's insistently calming whether they sit behind you or simply perched nearby. They sense the shift in energy and will often react by staying close. So it's it's a wild aspect that they are always linked to a human in that aspect too, unless they are a feral cat, which then things change a little bit. If you meditate while a cat is sitting on you, you will sometimes find that your breathing becomes unconsciously synchronized, also known as a meditative coherent state. It seems that there is good reason to stress the symptoms tend to be lowest in cat owners compared to dog owners and people without pets. So it's I think it's really great that we can explore these things too. And the Buddhist monks, I read a story about Buddhist monks, and Buddhist monks in Tibet they let cats roam around the temples. And what they saw was when the monks went to meditate, the cats would actually sit with them and close their eyes, and almost as if they were meditating with them. And some of the monks said that when they went on their spiritual walk, they could essentially see the cats while in their dream walk, while they were meditating, which means that they transcend the physical body themselves. So the spiritual teacher Eckhart Tolle famously said, "I have lived with several Zen masters, all of them cats." Likewise, the French critic and historian Hippolyte Taillon said, "I have studied many philosophers and many cats. The wisdom of cats is infinitely superior. If the last several millennia are to be believed, there may be more to our cute and incomprehensible companions than meets the eye." So now we go into the spirituality of cats, which is somewhat of the main focus of our talk today, or our presentation. So, cats are in fact drawn to the spiritual people. As cats have energy that connects with their higher realms. Cat is a spiritual animal, and as it relies on its spiritual abilities, as well as its cat-like instinct. And here's how. As as a cat grows, so does its energy field. The older the cat, the bigger the energy field, or the energetic body. This means that as time passes, a cat gathers more spiritual power. It can sense a spirit. It can even communicate with one. They also love chasing fairies around the garden, as we can see here. And that's another thing you get this presentation is a ton of cute cat pictures, which I told Omar when we started. But basically, they love chasing fairies around the garden. How many times have you seen a cat chasing something that you cannot see? Cats also capture sounds that you cannot hear as they become accustomed to a different, higher frequency. Spiritual people have a bigger energy field that attracts cats. Cats can trust those people more easily than others. Similarly, people with big energy fields are drawn to cats because of their own high frequency. Think of it like two people who are matched vibrationally. One can keep up with the other, keep them on track, level their energy. If you communicate with a person that is grumpy and in low energy, while you are happy and full of positivity, there is a mismatch of energy that neither one of you enjoys. That's a fact. So cats are picky who they trust. They can easily understand each other's own frequencies as well. This does not mean that cats are only choose people who practice spirituality. Not at all. When I say spiritual people, I mean people who have a more innate connection. As we get to this part here, some do not participate in any form of spirituality. They do not meditate, but they have a greater connection with their higher self. They are intuitive. They trust their inner guidance. They are positive. Those people have a higher energy field, even if they don't know it. Did you ever see a cat run away from a child? Have you? If the child treats it nicely, of course, they love to hang out with them. It is known that children have the purest hearts and the greatest connection with their higher self. So now we're going to get into another section of this, which is the cats and the geopathic stress. This is something that I actually, when I started to look into, I was not aware of before, but it makes sense now that we've talked about a little bit of the spirituality of cats. So Earth energies are naturally occurring vibrational rates. Their flow and rate differently between different places. The Earth energy can travel positively or negatively along different Earth pathways. For example, ley lines, which are said to be the meridian energy pathways of the Earth. These Earth energies in a negative capacity can cause geopathic stress. The science of geopathic stress has been shown to have a negative effect on human health, causing disruptions in the natural process of human recharging and self-healing. This natural process only takes place at night whilst we sleep. This is why uninterrupted restful sleep is a must to be fit, happy, and healthy. Unfortunately, geopathic stress disrupts this. Cats, alongside snakes, bees, wasps, and ants, are great at showing us areas of geopathic stress. Larger mammals, in contrast, alternatively and instinctively picked areas of good earth energy to lie down, rest, and sleep. Animals are more aware and naturally pick up the energy of different places than we can with our 5 human instinctual senses. And we fail to detect where these places lie. These animals do not have that. They don't have that. They can sense it. They can feel it. So cats are highly sensitive to areas of geopathic stress and actually enjoy it and find it beneficial to sit in these areas. Cats are, in fact, not harmed by sitting in a negative geopathic stress area. Have you ever heard or wondered why your cat likes to sit in weird and odd places? Well, this is why. It's pretty wild, right? Thinking about these earth energies and the way that geopathic stress follows specific ley lines. And everybody has seen cats where they sit in these awkward positions, or they'll sit in a very weird position. And you're like, how can that possibly be comfortable? How can you like being there? But they do, because they strive within these specific areas. So the energy significance of cats. Cats for years have been revered as energetically and spiritually enlightened animals. They are respected for their deep sense of independence and are admired for their ability to rest and relax contentedly without a care in the world. They do not appear to need us, yet are happy to be with us and share time with us. They are independent. Cats are an independent force, which would make sense that they are so inept or innate spiritually, because they don't need others. People who are, actual human beings who are innately spiritual tend to not share such a social butterfly aspect in their life. Some do, and they love to share it, but majority do not. Majority are reserved, and they are introspective instead of extrovertly, basically. So now we get to another aspect of it, is why are cats energetically important? And this has a lot to do with what we just talked about as well. So all cats, including domestic and larger cats like bobcats, leopards, pumas, lions, and tigers, are said to have come from the star system of Orion, which is known for its wisdom and enlightenment, which actually leads us to a lot of, what we're talking about today with disclosure and things like that too. But cats are naturally and energetically spread wisdom and peace by their very presence. Their divine knowing can be sensed and intuitively picked up by humans. They are here to show us how to truly relax and how to physically move with stealth and balance. This is their healing gift to us humans, if we choose to listen. We have the role of the domestic cat. Domestic cat keep our homes clear of low negative energies by transmuting its negative impact upon us. In the case of extreme geopathic and stress, and additional support is also needed sometimes. But cats tend to do a very good job of that. Cats are historically known for their psychic and intuitive abilities, which they naturally use to impart their deep sense of wisdom to us. They also seem to know where their owners are at all times and will often be sat waiting for us at our moment to return home, as if they knew the exact time of our arrival. This is evidence of their psychic abilities as well. So we have the role of the wild cat. Now, a wild cat could be a feral cat. Some of the cats that you see that are out there, it's kind of the middle between the big cats and the domestic house cat. So it's kind of like the gray area between the two. So wild cats, thank goodness, are not here to help in our homes, but they do play an important role in the care of our planet. They keep their territories free of those low energies in a similar way domestic cats do in our house. They spend their time healing the negative energies of the earth. Big cats specifically are also acclaimed for keeping away unwanted visitors from our planet. So this is the spiritual role of the big wild cats. Now, I just thought these pictures were cute to put the difference between the black leopard and the house cat. So, as we say here, this is just black cats. They're said to be spiritual leaders in service to assist humans in raising their vibration. The escapes we so often hear of these beautiful creatures from zoos and wildlife parks are said to be organized by spiritual beings to allow their presence to spread worldwide and to areas not naturally in their habitat. We often hear of reported sightings of elusive big black cats, and then they're seen periodically, but they're never captured. Never captured. I've heard of this myself. So we have lions. Lions, with their regal connection historically, by the side of rulers and monarchs. They are a symbol of royalty. We see that within the crests of some of the homes in England. They have the lion. If you ever watch Game of Thrones, there's the Lannisters, which are supposedly the top, the top family within there. They're represented by a lion as well. They have close intuitive alignment with the crown and throat chakras. Lions are sensitive to higher universal energies and actively communicate and heal with their thunderous roar, which is absorbed energetically into the earth. In addition to clearing and balancing negative energies in their territories, they protect our planet. They protect the planet with their roar, warning others to keep away. So now we have tigers. Also the roar to keep unwanted visitors away, but they are deeply psychic cats. They have come here with the specific soul mission. They actively love water and with large, the large bodies of water as well. And they're large, all feeling hearts to come and spread love and generosity wherever they are. We all love the tiger, and it's interesting to note, we never feel unkindly towards this big cat, as we may do with others of the same species. The tigers, when people see tigers, they're majestic. They are different. They stand out from a lot of the other big cats because of their striping and their coloring. But there's also an underlining issue with why we feel so connected to them. They are that species of different cat, and they are warm and generous just by the look of them, which is also represented by their color as well. So the spiritual, now we're going to get into what the significances are of, when a cat crosses your path. So energetically, we can see that cats have an important role to play in their interaction with ourselves and the planet. If we do not own a cat, we can still be affected by its presence on an energetic world level in its protection and healing of the earth, but also in its connection with us when cats cross our path, bringing us a personal message. It happens. Traditionally, cats in Britain, especially black cats, have always been viewed as bringers of good luck when they cross our path. Similar traditions exist worldwide and throughout history. Now, here's where there's two different messages here, right? If you're in the United States and a black cat crosses your path, some see it as really bad luck. But in England or in Britain, they see it as good luck, which would only mean that they would probably revere the black cat as bad luck in Britain. But it's funny how, I think that has a lot to do with the American history of the Salem witch trials and going back to colonial times of where witchcraft was viewed as something that was so dark and terrible. But now, we've moved past that point with ourselves and the understanding of what witchcraft is. So this is the second part of it, is if a cat shows up, what does it mean? A cat reflects to us its characteristics, which shows us specifically what is missing in our own lives and what we need to pay particular attention to. A cat shows us the need to be self-sufficient, to trust in ourselves and our capabilities and looking after ourselves. It is suggesting a period of freedom, free from the boundaries of relationship restrictions, a time and space to go off and do our own thing and fulfill our own needs. A need to release ourselves from our life as it is presently. What this is it's stepping out of the day-to-day routines and being able to absorb the energies of this non-restricted space that we can step into. Cats seem like they answer to nobody. So that's part of the relationship restrictions and things like that and the boundaries. And also, like we said before, they do whatever they want. And as Jerome said last night, do what makes you happy. They do that. They want to chase something, they chase it. They want to lay down and sleep, they sleep. They have balance. They bring balance to anything. So a cat is also a sensual mover and adept at balance and jumping and springing. It is therefore suggested that when it shows up, that a hobby or a pastime that embraces these qualities like dancing, gymnastics, trampolining would be beneficial physically. So this is basically where we could use some of their sensual moving, of their adeptedness and balance, and it's the correlation between the cat and our own lives. If a wild feral cat shows up, it's spiritually suggesting the need to do something wild and out of character, something that takes us out of ourselves in a safe way. Would emphasize that, in a safe way. We're not talking about doing something erratic. Erratic is different than stepping out of character, right? So it's encouraging to us to look at what and whom we are dependent on and reevaluate if we need them in our lives and if they are of benefit to us. It may be that we need to consider taking a few risks. Cats are often viewed as representing the rebirth or resurrection of something. This is associated with the fact that cats are considered to have 9 lives, which gives us the apparent capability of cheating death and having lucky escapes. This is where we coincide with the cat. We don't have the 9 lives, but we have this innate ability to survive. It's in our DNA to survive. So let's keep going. We have 5 minutes left. And I'm going to breeze through this really quick, and I'm going to read it for everybody. So if you have a cat as your power animal, we have a special connection to one or more animals. We all know individually if we are a cat or a dog person, but it may be that we have a special connection to any of the animals that exist worldwide. For some people, this special connection is with cats. We all know people who adore and live with cats to the extent that they have many as pets and often look after more than what they have, putting food out, things like that. If a cat is your power animal, you will have a stronger affinity to the cat's characteristics and will often think and act in a cat-like way. You will enjoy your own company beyond the normal measures of most of what you know yourself. Well, very well without the need to confer with others for advice or guidance. You will be introspective and independent, like we said before. You will more often than not be a night owl, preferring to work at night. You will more gracefully and elegantly, as cats do, be light on your feet and with great physical balance. You will be naturally sensuous and like to be physically caressed. At times, you will come across a little arrogant and slightly self absorbed, sometimes oblivious to those around you. You will make loyal friendships for life when you have a lot of similar people that have the cat as their power animal. So, communicating with our cats. This is where we get into some of the communication area of it. So, talking and communicating with your cat is potentially easy as relationships between owners and cats are strong. There is a special bond in any relationship between an owner and their cat. It's a relationship of equality and mutual respect and not being bound to each other or out of duty or need. So this is some of the ways that you can communicate with your cat. Sit quietly with your cat and rest your hand gently upon her or him. Calm your breathing. Tune into your cat by clearing your mind and concentrating on your cat. Thank your cat for everything it does for you, for its protection and love of yourself and your home. And that goes into a lot what Angie was saying last night. Allow space for your cat to respond. It may simply be an awareness of an acknowledgement or a thought that enters your head that you know is not your own. Practice up to this point on several occasions. It may be a few times to establish this firm fact you wish to communicate. You may be ignored a few times at first, as they will accept your request with time, right? So next step is when communication is established, ask your cat to do things for you like lift its head or place its paw as a validation of communication. Talk to your cat and enjoy its communication regularly. Respect the wisdom you receive and explain while you choose to ignore any guidance received so you don't upset your cat. Always remember to ask your cat if it needs anything from you or if you can assist it in any small way. Thank your cat for communicating with you and give it a treat. So, this is my final remarks on what it is to have this spiritual animal be a part of you, right? So, as we know, we love our cats. They will love us always in return. And that's what makes our relationship with our cats energetically special and loving. Enjoy your time with your cat as energetically they are very aware and very psychic, can bring an enormous benefit to your life if we give them energetically the space to do so. And that is my presentation. I hope you all enjoyed this presentation. I put it together, and this is kind of my first real presentation at one of these events. And I enjoyed it a lot. I know I stumbled a little bit here and there, and I apologize, but I think we got the message across. I think we know that cats are innately unique to this planet, and they do more for us and the Mother Earth than we ever could imagine.
Beautiful, Rob. That was fantastic, man. I was really looking forward to this presentation, and I was hoping that we could find the time somewhere today, and the universe allowed that to happen yesterday when we switched up with Aubrey and Neil. So I knew that Neil was only going to do an hour, so we bought ourselves that hour. And I'm glad that we got this information out. Wonderful presentation. Like I said, I really, really enjoyed it. And for your first presentation, it was just absolutely stellar, brother. Very well put. And the information that you gave was just very practical and usable as well. Because I know everybody has cats. Like I'm reading in the comments here from Universal Conscious Show, Augie Nost. He's like, wow, I have 3 cats here. And then Bill Van Horn, his cat Cleo is able to see entities and such that he was bringing in to his house. And then on the PTA YouTube channel, oh my God, this is one of the best presentations. Thank you so much from Katie Cat. Discog, wow. Beautiful. Thank you, Katie Cat. I projected the image to my cat to jump up on the window ledge, looked down at her bowl, and turned to look at me. She did that exactly on demand. Blew my mind. It was just amazing. Very, very great, the feedback from that, Rob. So excellent job, brother. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. That means a lot, and it has boosted my confidence. I wanted to do something different. I do a lot of history stuff, and I get into like the depths of politics and history, and this was something I took myself out of my normal, so I could achieve more while doing it. And I actually got a lot from reading about this stuff too. It was exceptional. It was exceptional. I loved it. I loved actually doing all this research too. But thank you,
Yeah, right
everybody. I
on, brother.
appreciate that. I appreciate that feedback. I really do.
Man, you've had a great weekend, eh? All that great downloads yesterday, and then Paul Wallace going to, reference you in his upcoming book, and now with
Oh
this
man,
very stellar presentation that you just did. It's been a fantastic weekend for you, brother. For
it
all of us,
definitely has.
it's been beautiful.
I love every one of you, and I hope to do more of these. And Omar, I love you too, brother. And I really think that we're on the verge of doing some really great work for people. You know what I mean? It's not about
Yeah,
anything else but giving this information out to people. And I respect Paul so much, and the fact that he says that is incredible. I mean, I couldn't have even imagined that. Like, that's not
yeah,
like to manifest that as my normal would have been like, what? No, I didn't even think of that. And he says those things, and I respect Paul immensely, and his information is so paramount to what we're doing. And yeah, I respect everybody, and I love doing this, and I wanted to bring more than just a talking head to these types of these events. We
yeah.
talk a lot. People hear our perspectives, but we don't often get to do the presentations too. And I think that we need to start doing that more to show the versatility of what we know and the subjects that we can go through. And I
Yeah.
loved it. I loved it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, Rob. I really appreciate that. And our
Thank you.
next guest, Aubrey Rose Lewis. She's in the studio right now. So I'm just going to quickly give you guys her bio. I've always been a very spiritual person. I believe that the universe has a way of guiding us forward through our lives with the help of spirits and angels. I was blessed with the gift of being able to connect with the outside world, and love having the opportunity to connect my clients with their own universal current. My focus is to bring forth awareness and healing through love, and to teach others how to open up their own spiritual potential. So guys, I'm going to bring Aubrey Rose Lewis onto the screen. This one was, we were having an issue connecting. Why am I having an issue here now? We were having an issue on connecting through Crowdcast, and there she is. Welcome. Oh, why is that happening? Do I need to have that window open? I do, from the looks of it. All right. Okay, so let me make this one into a full screen, and then I will bring it here and go like that. And then you guys will be able to see Aubrey. Welcome, Aubrey. Thank you very much for joining us here on the SEED event and our plant medicine and animal communication that we did yesterday. It was a 13-hour and 38-minute day. And today it's looking to be about the same of 14 hours. But we got, lots of great downloads yesterday. And so far today, it's been fantastic. So we're looking forward from a lecture from you. You just recently did an ayahuasca journey. And that's the experience that you're going to be sharing with us today. So I'll give the stage over to you. And then it's yours. And as questions come up, I will just pop in and I'll ask away.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for having me. This is awesome. I'm in Varadero, very far apart. Yeah, I'm Aubrey Lewis. I go by Aubrey Rose. I'm an evidential medium. I am a Reiki practitioner, spiritual advisor, and now want to educate people on ayahuasca because it changed my life. I'm trying not to get emotional. But I just want to give you a few facts to begin with. It's very misunderstood, and it's so beneficial for this world. It just breaks my heart that it's not legal because there's so many people could benefit from this, from addiction to suicide, and just people like me who had childhood past trauma that was holding me back from my full spiritual awakening. So I just want to give a few facts here that I wrote down. Ayahuasca is a psychedelic brew that originated from the Amazon regions. It's made from the ayahuasca vine and a shrub called chacuna. Separately, they're just plants, but combined, they are hallucinogenic. It has several neurological and physiological health benefits, such as brain health and emotional well-being. It reduces inflammation, stress, anxiety, depression, PTSD, and addiction. I found this list of 12 things that it explains, and it really hit me in a lot of ways, so I'm just going to read those. It deep cleanses and purifies you. It's physically, mentally, and emotionally healing. It heals depression and anxiety. It helps you with recovery from addiction. Your gratitude gets deeper and your appreciation for life just blows up. You get a deeper understanding of yourself. Me being in a spiritual awakening, I thought that I was as deep as I could get, but ayahuasca just opened it all up for me, and I'm very grateful for that. You experience higher levels of consciousness. When I meditate now, the things I see is just mind-blowing. It enhances your creativity, and it helps you to overcome any fears you have. And it helps you to find your life's purpose. I know that my life's purpose is to help all souls on both sides of the veil. But it really put it into perspective that this is my job. This is why I am here on this earth. It gives you a deeper connection to nature. Everybody loves nature, but you really, really appreciate the trees and the leaves and the birds and the bees. It just really connects you. And it gives you freedom from conditioning. So those were my favorite things that I had read. On my journey, I went to Soul Quest in Orlando. I can't say enough about this place. Soul Quest is a perfect way to describe an ayahuasca journey. I was scared to death when I went because it's not easy. It's not fun. It's not something you just put to do over a weekend. There's a lot of preparation. You have to go on a special diet. You cannot take any antidepressants or anything like that because ayahuasca does not mesh with that well. So if you're thinking about doing it, hopefully everyone in the world will do it one day. You definitely have to follow the dieta and make sure you're not on certain medicines. There's also certain health conditions that if you have them, you aren't able to do ayahuasca, and hopefully one day that's resolved too, like such as schizophrenia and bipolar. The bipolar makes a lot of sense because when you're on it, you purge, and there's many ways to purge. You can get sick, shake, cry, sweat, scream, laugh, dance. There's all these different ways that you can purge. So, like, all of these different personalities are kind of coming out of you. So I get why certain health conditions aren't able to be mixed with ayahuasca. It brings mindfulness, which
people are saying that they're having a hard time hearing you. Maybe if we can adjust your volume somehow.
It's all the way up. Should I get closer?
Maybe. I just try to adjust your volume here through the studio, but because I'm sharing the screen from Facebook, it doesn't give the option to adjust your volume. So maybe if you want to just speak up a little bit or move closer to the phone where people can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Guys, just bear with us while we try and figure out what is happening to the video here and the sound at the same time.
Okay, there's Aubrey. Okay, Aubrey, I'm going to end the messenger call.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you now. What's going
I
on?
can hear you, Aubrey.
Okay, here we go. All right, so all my notes are upstairs, so give me 2 seconds. Okay, well, it's darker down here, but oh, look at this. Where is it? Okay, so I guess I'll just start over. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so should I just start over or not really sure?
Yeah, why not? Go ahead. It was a lot of breaking up of the video and stuff like that. So let's just start. Yeah, start from the beginning.
Okay, so I'm Aubrey. I am a evidential.
Yeah, they're saying much better now.
Okay, good. I am.
Sorry, Aubrey. They're telling me here in the chat room that they can hear you. It's much better. So go ahead.
Okay. I'm Aubrey Lewis. Aubrey Rose. My company result. I am a evidential medium, Reiki practitioner, and spiritual advisor. And my latest journey is educating people on ayahuasca. It's so misunderstood and so beneficial to everybody. It's not something you go into lightly. It's scary. It scares the hell out of you. It puts your fears, worries, doubts, insecurities, pain, trauma right in your face. And it makes you deal with it. Meeting a evidential medium, I am skyrocketing into my spiritual awakening. And something kept pulling me down. And I was trying to stand still and try everything that I could to get past this childhood trauma and this pain that I've been through in my 40 years of life. And I was sitting meditating one day, and ayahuasca kept being said to me, and I had never heard of ayahuasca before. So I started researching, and I saw that it was in Peru and other places that were out of the country, and I knew my husband wouldn't let me do that by myself. So I almost gave up. And then Soul Quest popped up in Orlando, Florida. And I decided I was going to do it. And it's not something that you can just pick and say, oh, I'm going to do it this weekend, or let's go do ayahuasca. First of all, it's a very sacred thing.
Oh boy, Aubrey, your audio is like breaking up really bad. Every few words, it kind of just breaks off.
Well, I'm not exactly sure like what to do.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, excellent. There we go. That's better. Before it was like really crackly, and you would say something and then your words would go into like hyper speed. So that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I think the spirits are just messing with me. They're like, what are you doing? Like, why aren't you upstairs? Anyway, I'll just tell you about my experience. So I get to Soul Quest, and it's the most amazing place I've ever seen. From the decor to the feeling when you get there. It's just like you're home. And the staff is amazing. They're literally just angels. And they make you feel like your family as soon as you get there. And they took such good care of me. So the first night I was there, I died 100 times. Obviously, not literally, metaphorically. That's what Mama Ayahuasca does, is she makes the old you die so the new you can be born. And my biggest fear is losing my husband or my daughter, or them losing me. So for the first night, I'm laying on the mat, literally just melting into it. And I kept dying over and over and over. And I was fighting it. And as soon as I let go and was like, okay, I'm going to die, it was gone. See, that's what happens. You get put in this loop, and she makes you fight your fears and whatever trauma you've been through until you're over it. And I can say almost a month later that that's not a fear of mine anymore. So I definitely got worked through that. So the second day we did it outside, and that was life-changing because you're in nature. And that was amazing. That was the day I really got healed. I cried, I screamed, I laughed, I threw up. It was all just so cleansing. Because when I woke up Friday morning or Saturday morning after the first night, I honestly didn't want to be there anymore. I didn't wake up feeling good. I didn't understand what was going on, but that's the journey. You get put into uncomfortable situations and you have to fight with everything you have to get out of it. And I'm so glad that I stayed, because the second day was like what changed my life. So then we did another one that night, and that one was amazing. I think because I had cleansed everything bad in me in the night before and then in the daytime one. So in the last one that we did, because you do 3 while you're there, that one was just getting all the little stuff out that was still in my soul, that was causing me not to be able to ascend to my true self. I'm now linked with my higher self.
Aubrey?
Yes.
Excuse the interruption. When you move your laptop around, it crackles your audio. So if you don't move that around, your audio is perfect.
I'm terrible at this.
There we go.
I am a
It's
mess.
okay.
I promise I'm not this messy with anything else I do. I just cannot get electronics down. I just can't. That's why I'm married. Honey, that's why we're married. You can do this stuff for me. I know you're watching. And happy anniversary. Today's our anniversary, 7 years.
Happy anniversary.
Oh, awesome. Happy anniversary. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So my point is that ayahuasca is so misunderstood. People say, well, I do DMT all the time. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as mushrooms. They come down a lot easier on ayahuasca. But if you are fighting addiction, I mean, when I was at this retreat, the variety of people that were there just blew my mind, from really young kids, like 19, 20-year-old kids. Like, man, I wish I would have known ayahuasca when I was 20. I wouldn't have gone through all the crap that I have. To like 75-year-old people. We had heroin addicts there, people whose children had killed themselves, spouses who lost their significant other. Just so many different walks of life. And to see everyone walk into Soul Quest on Friday afternoon, to meeting them and getting to talk to them and hear their story, and seeing how filled with pain and hurt and just no life purpose, to seeing them on Sunday after they had went through their journey and how healed they were. Like, it really makes me emotional because it's so beneficial, but it's illegal. And the reason why it's illegal is because pharmaceuticals will lose money on dishing out the pills. But I'm hoping one day that it will be legal, because it is just so beneficial. I'm actually going back to Soul Quest in September, because me being a medium, I can tell you, I deal with spirit all the time, and we have lived 1,000 lives, all of us. We are just wearing what some call a meat wagon for now, but our soul has lived many lives. So when I go back and do ayahuasca again, I know that it's going to take me into my past lives and whatever trauma that's been through. And it's like, the more you do it, the more beneficial it is, because it's literally just clearing you out. That's what it's doing. It's clearing out your soul and making you see the big picture, and realizing that we're all here on this planet to love each other, to help each other grow. I have so many clients that I do readings or Reiki for, that I'm still in contact with at least a couple times a week to help them better their souls. And if I could send everyone to ayahuasca retreats, I'd do that, because it's worth it. Like I said, it's scary. It's not easy. You can't go in there saying, oh, I'm going to do ayahuasca. And, no, you're going to be crying and screaming. I saw tough, big men, crying like babies, getting over like this child trauma that they have. And it's so amazing. My main thing is just to educate people. If you are depressed, or you're anxious, or you're a recovering addict who still has issues going on, like, please look into ayahuasca, educate yourself. If you don't want to leave the country, I know that there's a couple places in the United States. I can't speak for them, but I can speak for Soul Quest. Dr. Scott is the director, and he's amazing. Like I said, they help you after your journey. We integrate every Wednesday on Zoom, whoever wants to jump on that's done ayahuasca. And it's like a therapy session. Like, how did your week go? Like, ayahuasca changed you. Did you bring it home with you? Because only 2% of your healing is done when you're actually at the retreat. The other 98% is done when you get home. And you have to continue that. And know that, like, your soul needs this. You need this. It's such a better life to be in a state of mindfulness. And that's the main thing that ayahuasca does for you. It puts you into the altered state where you can see all of existence, all that is right for you, all that your soul needs. There's no reason to be angry. There's no reason to be busy. There's no reason to be fearful. If you will just bring yourself down to a mindful state and realize that life is beautiful and that you are loved. I love you all, and I don't even know you, but I love you. If everyone else in the world can hate, why can't I love? It's just such a good thing. I am here for anyone who wants to private message me for any info. You can go to soulquest.com and research. Which I was kind of envious of, because my husband supports me in my spiritual journey. He doesn't understand it, but he supports me. And to see these couples there, like, what a life-changing experience to do with the one you love. You can't get any closer than doing ayahuasca together. It shows you your true self. I do want to tell you about my third ceremony. Since I had gotten all of the hard stuff out of the way in the second one during the day, my third one was like pretty easy. I had a couple things that got figured out. Spirit told me, you are one of the greats when it comes to being a medium. My daughter is going to be one of the greatest that there ever was. She's 4 and she's growing up in this lifestyle and she gets it. I would talk to her in my head during the third ceremony. And I'd never left my daughter before. In 4 years, I've never left her, and I was gone for 5 days. And I would talk to her in my head, and she would receive it. And we were talking back and forth. And when I called her, I thought that she was going to be like in hysterics because, you know, mommy's gone and she missed me. But she was like, hey, mom, what's up? Love you, miss you. You're the best mommy in the world. So I can tell that like she was receiving when our souls were talking. And that's so precious that we are connected intuitively. But so you're allowed to go outside if you want. They have this area with a fire pit at night, and you can do a booster, which is, you know, when you're starting to come off the ayahuasca, if you want some more, you can. Throughout the weekend, I didn't do more because it's intense. It was really intense. The first night, the shaman had to come in and calm me down when I kept dying. Then when I understood this was my journey, I went into euphoria. So the third ceremony, I told the facilitator, Grace, she was literally my saving grace. I told her I need to go outside tonight. And she's like, well, we really can't mess with your journey. And I said, Grace, please take me outside, because I heard experiencing the sky on ayahuasca is like amazing. So she got me outside and I did the booster, which I was scared about, but I did it. And I'm so glad I did. And I lay down and I look up and the sky is like super clear, but it's got like beautiful fluffy clouds. And then all of a sudden the clouds became like transparent and I could see behind them. And what did I see? UFOs everywhere. I saw like, I guess they call it the mothership, the main one. And then I saw like hundreds of just little ones around it. And every time the big ship would like blink this sequence of lights, the little ones would like blink back to it. Let me move this because I'm moving. So that was really interesting. And they have something that happens during ayahuasca for some people. It's called celestial surgery, where people can actually see other beings coming down. Like, let's use IBS, for instance, because there was someone there that was dealing with that. And he's always had stomach pain his whole life. So in his ceremony, they came down, worked on him, and he could feel it. And then when they're done, you're like sore the next day. Like it's like you really had surgery. And to this day, he now doesn't have any problems. I mean, if that isn't powerful, I don't know what is. But I have macular degeneration. I'm one of the rare people who got it at 36, and you don't normally get it till you're in your 70s or 80s, but mine was hereditary. And I do Reiki on my eyes, and it's getting better, like blowing the doctor's mind. She doesn't believe in that, but she says, keep doing what you're doing because it's working. But I asked them, when I saw these beings in the sky, I said, can you work on my eyes? And I closed my eyes and I felt them. I felt them doing their work. I didn't see them, and I'm kind of glad, because that would probably freak me out. Maybe next time. But I could feel them working on my eyes, and I can't wait till my next eye appointment to see what came from it. And I know that I might sound crazy, but I talk to spirits that are no longer here. So you can call me what you want, but this is my life, and I love it because I'm filled with angels and spirit guides and beauty. And, they help with so much. Even if I'm running late and I'm running out the door, I'll hear my spirit guide say, don't forget this, and I go grab it. So I'm just really happy about the experience. And I hope if there's even one person out there that I have made or will make go to research ayahuasca to better their lives, I've done my job. Anything that's been wrong with you, it can heal you. I mean, but it takes work. You have to put the work in. It's not like a magic pill or plant, as we say. It's not a drug like a lot of people try to tell me, because they are uneducated and don't understand. So everyone was like, oh, you're going on this spiritual journey to do acid. I mean, that's not what it is. It's not a drug. It's a plant medicine. And it's very sacred. And I take that like to the heart. So again, if anyone has any questions or just wants to talk, like I'm here. You can find me on Facebook, Instagram, my website, rosetosoul.com. If anybody wants a reading or Reiki, I can distant Reiki too. But yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I did like 30 minutes of you guys not hearing me. So Omar, what do you want me to do? You have some questions? Hello?
I'm right here, buddy. I was just sharing your link. Maybe Rob, jump in here while I share some of Aubrey's links. There was a question here in the PTA chat room, on our PTA room. Denise Vertucci was asking, where is the Soul Quest? Is that in Fort Lauderdale, Florida?
It's in Orlando.
It's in Orlando. Okay.
Yes,
There you
it's
go.
it's about 25 minutes from the airport, and they actually have someone who will come get you and take you back to the airport. So they are all, they have everything that you need. You just need to make the appointment. You have to make sure you make an appointment for them to pick you up and drop you off.
A question I have is, when you went to your spiritual retreat, did your husband go with you as well? You guys went together, and was his experience somewhat similar to yours if you did go?
He did not go. Fingers crossed he will. My husband and I are like night and day. We are polar opposites, but we work. He grew up Christian, as in like I'm Christian too, but he grew up with strong beliefs. And when I became a medium, I was nervous. How is my husband going to perceive me in this light? And he supports me wholeheartedly. He, one night I was doing a reading in my meditation room, and he was listening from my bedroom. I didn't know he was listening, but he talked to me the next day and was like, basically, holy shit, like, how do you know that stuff? Like, that was amazing. So then I got into Reiki, and I Reiki'd him because one, he needs it. And two, I wanted him to see what I do. And I did it. And I actually found out he was hiding a bad shoulder and hip from me.
Oh, wow.
So I found that out through Reiki. And I texted him the next day and I said, how do you feel? And he was like, I feel amazing. Like, I feel amazing, like in every way. And I was like, good. So it seems he's making his steps.
He's getting there.
Yes. I mean,
I understand it though. Me and my fiance are polar opposites, and
yeah,
it's difficult. I understand, because on my spiritual journey, she's kind of not on that same path, and I'm trying to, expose her to it and get her on board, but it's very difficult, very difficult. She was raised Roman Catholic too, growing up, and still holds a lot of the value to that practice,
Yeah. And you also have to remember that we can't do something for someone else. Your soul has to be ready. So like, yeah, I could grab Matt and I could drag him there, but he wouldn't have the experience of his soul needing that. You just have to be, your soul has to be ready. You have to want it. Like, I had the calling from my spirit guides, because I would sit there and be like, what's happening? Why am I just stagnant right now? Like, what's happening? And they're like, you have stuff that you have to get through before you can transcend. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm meditating, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Like, what else do I do? And then I hear this little whisper say, like, ayahuasca. And I was like, ayahuasca? Like, it was that. So I started researching, and it's crazy because I've been friends with this girl on Facebook for 13 years, and we were like soul sisters, but we had never met. We had yet to meet. And I did a reading for her. She's lost basically her whole family. And I did a reading for her. And at the very end, she said, if you are ever in Florida, like Orlando, you and your family are welcome to stay with me. So I'm like, okay, thanks. And we hang up.
Nice.
Then ayahuasca is coming into my mind and I start researching and I'm like, well, my husband won't let me go to Peru by myself. So that's out. And then Soul Quest popped up. It was literally like the moment, So I start looking into it and I'm like, holy crap, it's in Orlando. So I call my friend back and I'm like, hey, remember when you said I could stay with you? And she was like, yeah, it was like 10 minutes ago, So I went to Florida and she picked me up from Soul Quest. So not only did I have my spiritual journey, but I got to meet one of my best friends that I had never met. And it just all came together. Like when you do for your soul, the universe works with you. Like everything just comes together. It's so important to make your soul happy. And people don't think about what's inside. They think that this is all that there is and that this is all that there is. There's thousands of other realms that we don't even know about. But if you can connect to the ones that are important to your soul, your life just comes together. Like if you would have told me a year ago, this is where I'd be, I wouldn't have believed you, but I'm happy. I'm internally happy. And ayahuasca gave me a second chance. It gave me a second chance to better myself and to want better for everyone else,
Absolutely. One of the things I think that was fascinating me is when you said that there was drug addicts down there, people who were heroin addicts, and now they're going to, when somebody goes through programs like that to get rid of those substance abuse issues, they tend to not go to facilities like that for mind-altering substances. But for some reason, if you have any information, I mean, it sounds like it might work for them. I'm wondering how that would be.
Well, I know there was a gentleman there that was a heroin addict. The thing is that, I mean, I believe that you have to have all of that out of your system for a certain amount
Absolutely.
of time. Like I had to stop taking my antidepressants for 6 weeks. And guess what? It's been almost a month and I'm still not on them.
Nice.
Yeah, you definitely can't smoke weed. I am an avid cannabis user, but that is one plant medicine that does not mix with another plant medicine. You cannot do those together. So you do have to have your system cleared. You can't eat red meat for a week before. You can't have sex for a week before or after. It's about the energy. It's very interesting when you research it, but it's something with the energy and, they tell you not to do that, but you have to be clean when you get there. So let's say, I asked the gentleman after the first ceremony, how do you feel? And he said, I mean, I don't really feel like I got much out of it. Like I say, everybody's different. But by the third day, he looked clean. You know what I mean? He came in
Right.
and he did not look clean, although he has to be because you can't mix it. It can be deadly.
Right.
Mix it with certain stuff. So he just looked different. There was a lady who came in and she was full makeup, she was wearing high heels and she was like this. And I'm like, man, what is she doing here? But after the first ceremony, I walked up to her and she was completely different, completely no makeup, tennis shoes, just normal. And I was like, you look better. You came in here like prom queen. And now you could tell that she had met with her soul and realize that it's not about the makeup. It's not about the hair. It's not about the clothes. You could tell that she was healed of that, because that's a lot for a woman. You guys have no idea how hard it is to be a woman. And I'll tell
You're
you.
right. I don't.
I had a teenage daughter, so
I
went through that 5 years of nightmare, and I know exactly what you're saying, Aubrey, because my daughter is the same thing. Her outer appearance was a lot more important to her, and how others perceived her than her inner self and her own spirituality. Yep. And thankfully now that she's pregnant now, going to have a grandbaby, and she's really coming around now. And she doesn't feel that that she needs to impress other people by her outward appearance.
Yeah.
Right. So I totally get you, about when you say about women, because a teenage daughter, man,
Yeah.
the worst thing in the world.
mine's a 4, but she acts like a teenager.
Oh
She is
wow.
so cute. She is so cute, your daughter. I watched her on
Thank
some of
you.
your videos, and the last one that you had, the sale, you had a bunch of candy, and I was sitting there watching. I was like, oh, she's so cute.
Like for me, well, I believe that your inner person is what's attractive.
Mhm.
I could see a gorgeous man, and as soon as he opens up his ignorant mouth, is the ugliest guy I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So it really is important what's on the inside. I mean, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, although ayahuasca wants you to do that. It's a form of confidence that to me feels like it's bragging, but I'm learning to be proud of myself and the things that I'm doing. I'm changing people's lives. I'm turning their little soul lights on, and giving them a better way of life, and showing them that it's what's inside that's important. I love, love, love. I love love, and I love everyone. So something that ayahuasca did for other people there, that was their biggest takeaway. Their biggest takeaway was, holy shit, I'm supposed to care about other people? Oh my gosh, like I love you, you know what I mean? And that's amazing to see that. It kind of confused me because I'm already that way on a daily basis, and I don't understand how there's such ignorant people in the world. To each their own. But if I could just put them all in like a box and just ship them to Soul Quest, I'd do that. But I rarely wear makeup, and I didn't that whole weekend. I had my hair up like this on the top of my head. I had every, what do they call, like spit and snot and like everything else all over me. I was crawling in the dirt. I mean, it's a dirty, dirty experience, but it really makes you see like what's important in the world. I didn't even touch my makeup while I was there. I mean, I showered, but I was just covered in everything the whole weekend.
Soul. You're
Yeah.
covered in soul.
Yep. And nobody there cares. That was the best thing. I met so many people there that are a part of my life, like my literal soulmates. I need to get it redone, but I actually told them all to pick symbols that represent them. What's this? And I got them on me to remember these people forever. That's how deep the connection is. You just know that you're this missing puzzle piece to this beautiful piece of world. And it was so great to be surrounded by people who understood me and respected me. I was the only medium there for the weekend. So like everyone kind of like flocked. At one point I was talking and there was like 20 people listening, and I'm like, holy crap, like I feel important,
Right,
because then you come back to this world and people are like, oh yeah, you talk to spirit. Okay. And you can think what you want, but it is what it is. It's a way of life. Spirituality is a way of life. It takes practice. It takes self-work, inner work, hard work. But the topper was ayahuasca. I can't speak enough good about it. And I can't speak enough about Soul Quest and how they make you feel and how they take care of you. My husband was scared to death about me going somewhere by myself. I've never left him in almost a decade. And, I'm proud of myself because I did it, because there were so many scary things that were trying to pull me back, the ego, mainly the ego is like, you can't do this. Like this is going to happen, and don't do this and don't do that. And I was like, I'm going.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good.
And one thing, ayahuasca makes they say you have an ego death. And I didn't want to kill mine. Our egos are useful. They are. Mm-hmm. They're useful. So I have learned to coexist with mine. And when I came back from doing ayahuasca and started doing readings and Reiki again, it just transcended into this beautiful, amazing thing. Like my ego no longer says, oh, you're not talking to anybody, you're making this up. It's like, go girl, I'm here with you. We're doing this, and it's so much has changed. And you changed for like 6 months to a year. This isn't something that you do for a weekend and then it's over. You're on it for like, everybody's different, but let's just say it's like 5 hours a night. So that's 15 hours that you're on ayahuasca, and your brain only remembers little bits and pieces. So for up to a year, you're getting downloads of things that you're starting to remember. And that's why the weekly class of integration is so good, because they help you. They don't just give you the medicine and drop you off. They're with you. They send you links for church services and stuff like that. And, they're just really there for you. And I can't wait to go back. They had a ceremony for veterans, which is amazing. They have, it's called Warrior Quest, is ran by this guy, Lance. And if you've watched on Netflix, there's a show called Unwell. And I believe it's episode number 5 is the ayahuasca episode. And Soul Quest is actually on that episode. And there's a gentleman on there that is a vet, and he had like a really hard time because he got his best friend to come into the military, and he passed away on his first mission. So Lance is fighting that, and ayahuasca has changed his life. Now he's there permanently with Warrior Quest to bring in these vets to help them get through their PTSD and, just all of that darkness that they have. Like, what an amazing thing. You know what I mean? Like, everybody just needs to know that this exists. And I told my husband, I don't want to get in trouble by saying this, but I told my husband, when Luna's 18, if it's not legal, I will go to jail to spike the Earth's water. That everybody can do it. You know what I mean? Just get.
I'm drinking that water.
Just get in touch with yourself. Realize that this body right here, this is nothing. This is just your little vehicle that you're using for the short amount of time. It's what's inside that matters. Your soul is screaming for you to get in touch with it. And it all starts with meditation. This is what I do after I have clients. I send them meditation lists like this long. And I'm not talking about meditation where you sit on a mountaintop like this in the quiet. I can't do that. My mind wanders all the time.
Mine too.
So, yeah. So
That's why I smoke pot. Yeah, serious. That's why I'm a habitual plant medicine user, because my mind is just everywhere and I have just too many things going on. And then when I puff on my bowl, take a few puffs and I sit back, and it just seems like all my thoughts get organized. And then I can make a list and say, okay, this is what I need to do. And then I'll make a list. And then, half an hour later, again, my mind just goes poof. It's just everywhere, right? So I find that plant medicine really, really helps me.
So I do guided meditations. Most of mine are angel guided. So you're just listening, and always meditate with headphones on. The littlest, tiniest sound can just really make you go elsewhere. But just sit there and listen. You always want to make sure you're sitting up straight, so all your chakras are in line. Maybe one day you'll want to do a chakra segment. I can talk for hours. They are important. Each one is connected to an organ, and when
maybe we'll do an event on it and bring in like a day event and bring in like 6-7 people. And just solely talk about chakras and aligning chakras. And, that sounds good. Cool.
A thing that people don't realize is that when this soul leaves Aubrey's body, the chakras that are with that soul go with it. So your chakras are thousands of years old. All of this sounded silly to me at first, but if I'm having just a complete shitty day, or my daughter isn't listening and I'm just aggravated, she knows when I go into my room, I need peace. So I go in there, I either do my bowls, or I put my headphones on and I listen to this 20-minute chakra balance that I found on YouTube. And you just lay there, palms up. You always want your palms up because palms up is receiving spirit. And you just lay there and it gets them spinning. You know, when I do Reiki on people, I balance their chakras. It's life changing. It fights sickness. It changes your mood. It does like so much. For men, it can like help you sexually, you know? So yeah.
Very cool you said that, because last night we did a meditation, two of them with Angie Briers, and she got us to do the very same thing, is to keep our palms out like this, and then that vortex of energy going through us. So, you know, incredible that you're tying in what was being said yesterday, and, you know, it's the same thing is happening today. Excellent.
That's the universe, Omar. That's the
Yes,
universe.
exactly. I got a couple of good questions for you. Now we know, because this whole event that we're doing is about plant medicine, and what we're trying to do is inform people about the pharmaceutical mafia and the drugs and the chemicals that they give you, and how, you know, they're really only treating the symptoms and not going after the root cause. Now, earlier you had said that you got off your antidepressants and it's been a month, you haven't gone back. So there's a question from our PTA room that asks, where did it go? There's a few questions in our chat room, but I'll do the chat room in our PTA room, and then I'll jump over to Portal to Ascension's YouTube channel, because there's an excellent question in there as well. Denise Vertucci, she's asking, how do you just stop taking antidepressants? What about withdrawals?
I've been on them for about 3 years. What I had to do, and this is another thing, it's almost like replacing them. So I meditated more. You eat better. Believe me, you are what you eat. I learned that through ayahuasca. I've never felt better, clearer. But meditation is what helped me. There's also easy things like I already knew, but I learned at Soul Quest, the breathing. If you feel a panic, because mine was panic. I didn't have anxiety attacks. I had panic. I'd be sitting there watching a movie with my family. Bam, I'm going to die. So I learned this breathing technique where you breathe in real deep through your nose for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, blow out through your mouth for 4 seconds. And you just continue doing that until the rapid heart rate stops. Now, like when I got back, I felt like I was going to get a little panic attack, and I shut my eyes and I did the breathing. And then I realized that like I have control of my brain. That's another thing ayahuasca did for me. Like panic it doesn't exist. You have control of your brain. So as soon as that little panic started to come in, I was like, no, I control this. And then I did the breathing and it went away.
Cool. So you're like observing it as a third party.
Exactly.
Almost like when you see it coming, you know, you're just being an observer and saying, no, that's not going to happen. Not today, not now. Just beat
not
it.
Today, Satan.
Cool. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. I really like that, because we've, you know, I say that a lot as well. And I approach my life from that perspective as well, where like even right now, like I'm sitting here, I may be sitting here, but I'm actually observing myself from over there as a third person doing this event. And, you know, it's almost like I've detached myself from this reality, this false reality that we're interacting with. And I've removed myself and I'm just observing this avatar that's engaging, you know, with this reality. And then the knowledge that I'm picking up from over there. Yeah. And I'm just feeding it over here saying, okay, this is what needs to be done, blah, blah, blah. And then this avatar carries that out. So, you know, I can really appreciate when you say that, you know, I see it coming, and because I deal with that a lot as well. Yeah. I've had past life trauma, you know, previous life trauma. I'm half Aboriginal. So, you know, there's, you know, trauma, genetic trauma from, you know, everything that's happened in the last several hundred years with genocides and such. So, you know, I see a lot of that, and I've learned, you know, it's taken me a while to really learn that, because before I wasn't able to do that. I wasn't able to detach. I was very emotional. I would get upset. I would, get mad, or I'd be overly happy. And then through the meditation, like you were saying, with the 4 seconds in, hold for 4 seconds, and then let out for 4 seconds. What I've done is I breathe in for 10 seconds, and then I hold for 10 seconds, and then it takes me 10 seconds to exhale. And I find just within just a couple of minutes, I lose contact with my entire avatar, and it doesn't feel like it's there, but I know it's there, right? And I just haven't had that experience of jumping out of my avatar and actually just seeing myself, like that out of body experience, kind of a type of thing, right? But that's what I'm trying to do, right? That's one of my goals, is to get into that Zen state, and then one day, if I'm not trying too hard, maybe it will happen.
Yeah, we gotta go to Soul Quest too.
Yeah, and I do have a quick fix for if you are having anxiety and panic attacks. I did it, I think, 3 times before the retreat because my panic came in. So grounding is very important, especially for people like me who are mediums. We need to be connected to the earth. We do it through like the divine's light coming through the top of our head, going all the way down to the bottom of our feet, connecting into the earth. That grounds us. So if you are getting ready to have a panic attack, or you are having a panic attack, doesn't matter what time of year it is, take your shoes off and go outside. Let your feet feel the ground. If it's still bad, touch a tree. I know it sounds crazy, but I've done it so many times.
So good.
Immediately takes it away. So there's a little tip too.
Yeah, just hug the tree.
Yeah,
right?
hug it.
Just give it a hug. I have a favorite tree, actually. It's not too far from here. It's a big, beautiful tree. I can I can feel the energy off of this tree, and almost seems like that this tree, I resonate with it, because every time I drive by it, I slow down, or sometimes I even just stop, and then there's like these tiny little hundreds of birds that call this tree home, and they're all chirping in there. And sometimes I just come and I park across the street from this house, and I'll roll down my window, and I'll just simply listen to the birds and just kind of meditate for a couple of minutes, just daydream and zone out for a few minutes. And I'm just hoping one of these days the homeowner doesn't see me and says, "Why is that guy always parked outside my house?"
Dude, I need to hug your tree.
Yeah,
he was like, "Can I help you?"
I'm gonna run up, hug it, and just run away.
No, but your tree can.
I got another question here for you, Aubrey. It's from PortalToAscension's YouTube channel, and it is from Who Am I? And where is it? Who am I? Aubrey, how does the ayahuasca teaching experience compare to DMT or anyone else who has done both? No experience with either.
Well, when I was speaking about the facts, when nobody could hear me, me personally, like I've done acid, LSD, I've done shrooms. Acid did not agree with me. I just kept wigging out. So that's why I was worried that that's what was going to happen on ayahuasca, but they are not the same. DMT is a drug. Ayahuasca is not. Ayahuasca does have the DMT in it. It is one of the mixtures, but this is what I said. Ayahuasca is a psychedelic brew that originated from the Amazon regions. It's made from the ayahuasca vine and a shrub called chacuna. Separately, they're just plants, but combined become a hallucinogenic. One thing that I've heard from someone who has done both is said that DMT only lasts like 15, 20 minutes, right? It's like a quick thing.
Yeah.
Ayahuasca is like 4 to 6 hours. And when you're coming off ayahuasca, there's not like a drop. It's not like, holy shit, it's like, it's very gentle. And then you just start to see normal and you're like euphoric. I heard that when you come off DMT, it's like hardcore. Like you can be depressed and just like anxious. I didn't feel that, not once. I mean, when I first did it, the ayahuasca, it was like symmetry over symmetry over symmetry over symmetry. And I'm like, I can't see anything, And then by the third time I had done it, it was still that way, but it was like transparent, like I could see through it. And then, you know, bam, it's over. And I'm laughing and having fun and talking for hours, and you can finally eat. So, I mean, like I said, I've never done it, but I never plan to. I don't ever plan to. I mean, I don't know. The only drug I do is weed, and that's a plant medicine. But with me being a medium, like I can't drink or eat if I have a reading. Spirit does not like that. You have to be clear-headed. I can't even take like a sip of wine, or bam, they have me blocked. Now, this all started for me, like I've always been intuitive, even when I was little. But like I said, with you, Rob, your soul has to be ready. And I've lost like 17 people in my life. My life has just been like losing the people I love. And I've grieved this whole time. And if I just would have listened and realized that they were right here, they just don't have bodies, I could have saved myself like a lot of pain. So last August, my best guy friend in the whole entire world died. And I was inconsolable for 2 days. And on the third day, I'm laying in my bed and I'm just staring. You know, I have tears coming down, but I'm just staring. And I hear, "Hey, fucker." And I was like, so I thought I was going nuts, and I knew it was Rob. Like I knew it was him. And for like 2 weeks, I hid this from my husband. I was like, I would be sitting in my living room right here with Luna on one side, Matt on the other, and watching and hearing Rob like freaking out because his son was also in the car. He lived, thankfully. But I thought I was going nuts. And that's what like started it for me. But it's funny, why I'm telling you this is because Rob is the only one I can contact when I'm high, because Rob was a stoner. So it's crazy that I can still connect with him when I smoke. So yeah, on days where I have readings or Reiki, like no drinking, no smoking, not even like a hit or a sip, like they're like, no, you know, if you're going to do this, you need to be clear. So, you know, I make sure I do lots of water.
Yeah, for sure. I've been told by so many different mediums that I have the ability, I have to like work on it. So I have a medium friend by the name of Melinda, and she's sending me tarot cards and a couple of essential oils, and I'm going to start practicing and getting into it myself and see what I can do with it. You know, I have a lot of intuitive moments, and especially when I'm around her, I like pick up on her ability somehow.
Yeah.
When she does a reading, like I'm able to see what she's saying. And then like one time we did an investigation, a paranormal investigation, and I've never seen entities until that time.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally through like a Zoom, and we're going through the house, and I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? And Melinda's like, that's spirit. I'm like, no, it's not. There's all different types of things there. And I like bugged out. Yeah, like I have it on camera where I'm like, what is that? Like, what am I seeing right now? But it was an incredible experience. That's why maybe ayahuasca would be great to do too, and explore that a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely show you your life's purpose and who you're meant to be. Like my ego used to fight me, but right before a reading, it would be like, you're going to fail. This isn't real. Just be the fraud that you think that you are, you know? And I'd be like, oh my gosh, man. So I'm over that now. Like when I was on ayahuasca, like spirit came down and was like, look, like you are one of the greats. Like you are changing people's lives. Like, look what you're doing. Look how many people you're healing. And now I'm like, damn, like I took that. Like, yes, like I'm the shit. But what you said, Rob, about, you know, that you're intuitive. We all are. We are all mediums. We are all psychic. We are all spirit. We are just light. That's all that we are. And when Aubrey's body dies, her little light's going to come out, and then you're going to go into another body and you're going to become someone else. But you're right. You do have to practice, and you cannot half-ass it. Believe me, I tried. You can't. It has to be a way of life. When spirit first starts talking to you, it's going to sound like you're talking to yourself. It's going to be your own voice. When you practice more, it'll switch into the spirit's voice. Like Elvis, I'm obsessed with Elvis. Elvis and I are like this now. Sounds crazy, but he talks to me all the time, and it's his voice. But what was weird is that the first spirit that talked to me, that was Rob, was in his voice, and then everyone else was my voice. So when you feel like I tell a lot of my clients, especially spouses that lost their loved one, I say, when you go to bed at night and you're talking to your spouse, close your eyes and just talk to them. You will hear a response. You just think that it's you. It's not you. It's them. It's just in your voice, because they want to be seen and they want to be heard. They're still here. They never leave. Like this year was 11 years since my mom passed. She passed in a house fire. She was my best friend in the whole world and died in my biggest fear. And I have just had debilitating depression and anxiety and would just cry, like especially on May 21st. This year on May 21st, I didn't shed a tear because I talk to my mom all the time. She actually joined my spirit guide team. She's my spirit guide of the light. But they don't leave. Like, I know the physical pain of them not being here physically, but they don't leave. And they're sending all of these symbols and signs like dimes. Dimes are mostly male spirits. Birds. I'm sure other people in segments with you have said this, like spirit merges with animals to be put into your view so that you can see them and know that it's them. That bird didn't just decide to land there. One of your spirit people made it. They also
That's wild you say that. Holy cow. There's a pack of blue jays that are outside my house, and there's cardinals, and they live together. Live together, and when I go outside, they fly right into my visual path every day. And I'm like, there's something going on there, because I've never seen blue jays and cardinals together until this one moment, like literally feeding with each other like a family. I'm like, this is the wildest thing I've ever seen. And that your own voice, I hear that all the time. I have to practice to instinctually get it to somebody else's voice now that you're telling me from what you're saying. Yes. And that's wild. That's why this is like a moment I'm having. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm having like a moment.
Well, you're welcome.
No, it's all good. You're giving me goosebumps, and it's kind of what we were been saying. Yesterday and today we referenced it a few times, that we've become so estranged from ourselves and from the nature of this earth, and that we have forgotten the signals and that are there, and we don't know what to pick up on it. And like you were just saying, Rob, that when Aubrey said it's your own voice that you hear, and then somebody else turns into somebody else's voice, it's the same thing, because now you just got a download from Aubrey that told you that these are the signals that you have to be looking for. And then now so that's just totally incredible. And to go back to the birds, I really resonate with birds. I've always loved birds, little birds, big birds. It doesn't matter. And for the last like about a week ago, I had I have this beautiful tree just outside my window here, and no birds live in it. And a week ago, I had like a whole family of crows in there. Gawking away, and I thought they had a nest in there, but they just hung out in there for like 3-4 days. And I would go up my window and I would look at them, and they would look at me, and I'd try to connect with them, and then they'd fly away, and I'd go off and do my thing. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I usually don't smoke on camera either. I was like, I have to light a cigarette right now. I'm like bugging out. Sorry,
that's
guys.
Plant medicine too.
Yeah,
it's like he just had mind sex. He just had mind sex.
Yeah.
So another thing with animals, and I tell this to a lot of my clients, and it happens at my house too. If you have cats or dogs, if you have lost someone, which we all have, their loved one merges with this animal. The main thing that spirit misses is human touch. Now, they can touch us with their light, and that's why we get goosebumps or we feel somebody like go through us. But they miss touch. They miss the touch. They want to feel you. They want you to feel them. So they will merge with your animals. If you're having a bad day, if you're upset because you miss them, if you need love, they will merge with this animal. This animal will come over and it will console you. It happens more than you think. If your animal's acting weirder than normal or more needy or more lovey, that is spirit. That's not that animal. That is spirit in that animal being able to console you, give you love, and feel your touch. So that's very important.
It's kind of like what Daisy was doing. Like last night, it was incredible, Aubrey. We did
I'm
this.
sorry, I was busy. I had such a busy weekend.
Oh, I know you got birthday parties going on, anniversaries. I know, you're totally busy. Last night we did this meditation with Angie Briers, and as soon as I closed my eyes, my cat just went berserk. It was meowing like louder than usual, and it was running back and forth, meowing, meowing, meowing. And then towards the end, when Angie was closing out, she was just quietly in the living room, just meowing away. And then after it was done, she came up and just like really started to cuddle with me more than normal.
Mhm.
And then when I woke up this morning, she came and stuck her ear or her nose right inside my ear, and she was just purring away. It almost, I felt like she was trying to tell me something, but and I just laid there, even though the nose was cold and tickly, and I tried to control myself, but I was like, what is she trying to say to me? I closed my eyes and I tried to concentrate, but then I had to pee, right? Then I was like, okay.
Well, your I'm not getting into like any readings or anything, Omar, but your grandmother is very, very, very like with you all the time.
I don't have a grandmother. Never met a grandmother.
You have a grandmother. You've just never met her.
Yeah, that's what I should say. My dad's parents, they passed away before I was born. And then my mother's parents, my grandfather passed away before I was born, and my grandmother passed away. I think it was like in 1982. Never had the opportunity to meet her, but it's nice to know that that she's around, because I've always wanted to meet my grandparents, and every time I hear somebody else say I'm going to go see my granny or I'm going to go see my granddad, I always feel envious of that, right? It's like, oh man, I wish I had a grandma to go and see, or I get some grandpa love, or
she's seeing
whatever
you.
the case may be, right? But that's really cool. Thank you, Aubrey. I really appreciate that too. To know that
she's definitely with you. Like she's like your main guardian angel. And one thing that helps a lot of my clients is, for instance, when I had Luna, my mom had already passed. And that hurt my soul so hard that she would never know my mother. And what I've learned through being a medium is that my mom held my child in spirit until she made it to me. So they have a bond and a connection that's forever. And my mom took a part of her spirit, because they can just, go into a million pieces, and put that into my daughter. And I see certain little glimpses where I'm like, damn, like I knew it, So for anyone out there who's feeling the same way, please know that your loved ones are very involved in your children's lives. Your grandmother, Omar, is very much in your daughter. So just know that just because they didn't get to meet them doesn't mean that they don't have that connection, because they do. We are very spiritual until we're about 7 years old. And then we're taught to forget, because now we're following society and everything that they're teaching us. So a spiritual awakening isn't like learning anything new. It's remembering. And we all need to remember, so it's just, it's all intertwined. What a great freaking life I live. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love it. It's fantastic. Love
We're
your
right
energy
behind
too.
you.
It's so robust.
We're right behind you. I mean, this is crazy. This is supposed to be about plant medicine and animal communication, and I feel like we have exponentially, spiritually evolved through these last day and a half so far. This is a wild ride we've been on.
I never thought, I didn't really visualize this. For me, it was more like plants and animals, and we were going to get experts to come on and talk about plants and talk about, animals and animal communication. But I never ever thought that the plant and animal would be so integrated with spirituality. I just didn't visualize that until like last night when I was just laying here and just thinking about the day. And I realized like how spiritual today was. And then now Rob mentioned it, just kind of triggered that memory, because today's been the same thing, where, you know, you're talking about spirituality, and then Neil was on just right before you, and he was talking about spirituality and his ayahuasca journey that he went on, and how it helped him heal some of his trauma that he experienced as a young child. And then he was talking about like self-hypnotherapy, where he's going back in time and meeting the child himself, and, you know, trying to console. So very, very spiritual. You know, I never expected this. Look, I got goosebumps just talking about it.
Well, I mean, everything happens for a reason. My quote, which is on the back of my shirt, there are no such things as coincidences.
Awesome.
Because there's not, you know, I was going to write this presentation, and then I was so busy, so I just jotted notes down, and, you know, we had all of those technical issues in the beginning. I barely even touched anything on here, and we've just been winging it and letting it flow. Like, this is what being universally like connected is. It's not reading from a book, or, you know, like, yes, ayahuasca did so good for me. You know what I mean? Like, it's, you know, just you'd let it go. Let go. Like, that is, if I can say one thing ayahuasca taught me, is just let go. Let it happen. Yeah, I'm having a great time.
Freestyling it.
We're in the
Guys,
present too. Living in the present is huge.
Yeah, check out Aubrey's website, roadstosoul.com. That is in the chat room, all 3 chat rooms. And of course, follow Aubrey on Facebook, and then as well on Instagram under the same name, Rose to Soul. I got another question here for you, Aubrey. It's from our
I'm not in any rush.
From PTA room. It says it's from Denise Vertucci. I'm not really quite sure what to make of this question, but I'll toss it to you anyways. It says, if you have wild dreams every day, how would ayahuasca interact with those dreams, or how would it interact with you with the dreams that you're having? Would it intensify the dreams, or would it you know, try to help make sense of those dreams?
Yeah, I mean, intuitively, I would say that it would make sense of the dreams. It would, because everything becomes so clear. So I would definitely say that it would let you know why you're having these dreams. If it's past loved ones that are in your dreams, those aren't dreams; those are visits. So remember that if you ever dream about someone that's passed, that's a visit. They're coming to see you, and they tinker on your soul while you sleep to help you heal. But I mean, are these bad dreams or just crazy dreams? Like, I had dreams about zombies last night, and I don't ever do that, but my husband watches zombies all the time, so I guess it's like in my head now.
This has been fantastic, Aubrey. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed your energy. You know, it's you know, even when I say it, I get goosebumps. It seems like we're connected, right? It's your vibration is coming through, and I'm picking that up. It's very, you know, I love the energy, very robust, full of love. And I really appreciate you for doing this and taking the time for doing this, because, you know, of course, you've had a, you know, pretty busy week, and also a pretty busy weekend, birthday parties and anniversaries. And I think you had something else going on. And then today, you know, this presentation. So thank you. I really appreciate it. And I want to reconnect with you, and you know, and then I'll be in touch with you. Actually, Rob and I will be in touch with you, because I'm going to try to organize another day event, and where we're just going to solely concentrate on the chakras, and then see what we can come up with. I think that will be a really great educational show for everyone, for us included, because you know, the whole point of these events is to learn and take home information which we can apply in our day-to-day lives, right? It's all fine and dandy, UFOs and aliens, right? It's all good, but you know, how is that going to help me tomorrow, right? How is that going to help me today, right? So, you know, that's kind of what my intention and goal is, right? Is to get that day-to-day information that we can apply in our lives. So before I let you go and bring on Michael Feeley, do you have any final thoughts, remarks, or words for us and our audience?
I just, you know, really research if you're going to do ayahuasca, and know that you can do it. You can do it. That ego is going to tell you that you can't, that you're not strong enough, but you can. please research. And if you're in the States, go to Soul Quest. I know there's other ones, but these are like people doing it in their basement, and don't do that. Soul Quest Church of Mother Ayahuasca in Orlando, Florida. Dr. Scott is the director. Chris Young is the owner. They are on Facebook. You can look them up online. Tell them I sent you. And maybe we'll have another day when I do it again and see what I got out there. But what you were saying about aliens is I think the reason I was shown that was to show that all of the existence in the world. You know what I mean? I'm so connected to spirit and I can see them, but I knew they were real, but bam, they showed me, you know? So just know that we are not all that there is. And we're here to love yourself, love each other. That's what we're here for.
Beautiful message. And remember, love is the only frequency, and rest everything else is just an illusion. Love is it. And guys, I will find the web address for Soul Quest, and I will post that into the comments for you guys, so you guys can go and check that out. And I will hunt down their Facebook pages as well and toss those in there so that you guys can go and check that out. And when you do, tell them that Aubrey sent you. And don't forget to check out Aubrey's website, rosetosoul.com. It's in the comments in all 3 chat rooms. And with that being said, thank you very much, Aubrey. I love you very much, and
Thank
really
you.
appreciate
Love you.
you. And I will be in contact soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye, Rob.
Thank you. Bye.
Pleasure to meet you.
I can't
Normally,
get out.
It just leave studio on the bottom, the X. Right underneath.
You sang it. I mean, it was a pleasant way to say it. It was a good one.
Hey, I'm big now. I'm so bad at this. Can I just shut my computer?
Here,
You can.
I'll remove you, Aubrey. No worries.
Thank
There we go. Remove. And there she goes. Usually,
Mr.
I
Feeley,
have
how
a
are
way
you?
of introducing Michael Feeley, but because we're trying to be professional here, I'm not going to use the middle name. Guys, this is a good friend of mine, an excellent researcher, a teacher, an author, an experiencer, a code breaker. He's the real Dan Brown. He's the Da Vinci Code breaker of this planet. I will quickly read you guys Michael's bio. It's a bit long, so I'll just do a couple of paragraphs. Unlike the one that
A brief bio.
Rob had to do a brief bio yesterday. Okay, so Michael Feeley is a former UK police officer and now ancient code breaker and spiritual life coach who has authored 7 paperback books with others currently in writing and several ebooks on various esoteric subjects, and is also a public international conference speaker and global radio contributor. He is currently adapting his work to cater to a younger audience and will soon have a series of children's books to teach our next generation many truths that they are not being taught elsewhere. Michael has appeared on Edge Media TV, The Moore Show, Watchers Talk, Full Spectrum Universe, and has featured on Straw Man, The Nature of the Cage, and Alestri Studios' independent documentary. Michael has also appeared on America's largest radio show, Coast to Coast, with George Noory, as well as on Midnight in the Desert Radio. Did I mention Watchers Talk? With Tim Weisberg, Art Bell's show. He has also appeared on the Other Side of Midnight radio show with Richard C. Hoagland, the researcher who geometrically mapped out the Sidonian city on planet Mars. Michael has recently filmed and also presented a documentary series on Iconic TV, David Icke's channel, and has also appeared in an iconic film about extraterrestrial existence on Earth, also featuring David Icke and Eric von Daniken. And I believe I will pause there, or we will eat up all of Mike's time in reading his bio. Welcome, Mr. Feeley. Michael, thank you very much for giving us your time here today and giving us a download that you're about to give us on plant medicine and animal communication. I'm looking forward to this presentation because you messaged me last week and said that you're going to approach this from a totally different angle, and I've been intrigued by that ever since you said, because of course, we've done a lot of work together in the last several years. We've got tons of webinars and presentations and lectures that Mike's done. I will post those links in the comments if you guys want to check that out. And also for people that are watching us on Portal to Ascension's YouTube channel, Michael has done a little bit of work with Neil Gore as well. So maybe you guys want to go and check that out in the videos. And I believe Mike is also coming up in a couple other events with Portal to Ascension. I will share those links as well. And with that being said, Michael, welcome, and I will give you the screen, brother.
Yes.
Thank you very much, both Rob and Almar. Yes, this talk is going to take you in a different place. And I know the brief is really sort of seeds, and it is going to relate to seeds, but it's not going to relate to plant medicine, although it is in a roundabout way. So I'm just going to share my screen. And again, as always, if I could just get someone to confirm that they can actually see that in a moment. And can you see a seed?
Yes.
I do. Can you hide that? Yeah, there we go.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I see it. I want me to put that on full screen, Mike, or do you want to stay in the side window?
No, if you can put it on full screen, yeah, that'd be good so everyone can see it. As I say, this is going to be taking you in a completely different direction, although really it's not. So this is my talk called The Seed. And I could have spoken today about seeds. I could have spoken about nature. I could have spoken about the vibration of nature. But there would have been a lot of people, good people on this conference so far that have already done that. I could have spoken about the great seed. I could have talked about the sun. I could have talked about astronomy and talk about a seed that way. I could have talked about the spirituality of the seed, which is really the yin and yang here, where you can see the seed principle in each. That's why you have black in white and you have white in black, which relates to sound and the law of three, but I'm not going to do that. I could have talked about geometry and the seed of life. I could have spoke about the Great Pyramids and how they correlate to the yoni, which is where obviously the seed of man enters to create new life. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something completely different. But I am going to plant a seed into your mind. I'm going to talk about computer seed. And in doing so, I will take you into the very essence of creation of the universe and consciousness itself, something science has failed to define. Because the universe is the seed of all. So in computer terms, what is a seed? Well, really, this is what a seed is in computer terms, and this is relevant to my talk. But really, it is seed data. It is the collection of information that is used. Because we are all a seed from the mind of the universal mathematician who created the universe and beyond the universe. We are all walking organic fragments of data and information, existing in a virtual reality, a virtual sea, a virtual sky. Now, since the start of this presentation, hundreds of billions of neutrinos have passed through you. Protons with energies far greater than anything that we can make in an accelerator have crashed into the upper atmosphere and produced showers of exotic offspring. Countless massive particles have lived a brief existence and disappeared again just to stop your body and my body from flying apart at the speed of light. Now, their birth and their demise, which appears like a flash of light, which appears instant to us, to them is a lifetime. It is the same process for ourselves, our 10, but from our perspective, it is much slower. So our lifespan to an outside observer may also be an instantaneous flash of light, such as this, from birth to old age in a split second, because of time dilation and because of our perception of time. They say that your life flashes before your eyes. We start off as a flash. This is sperm creating the child in the ovum. It gives the appearance of the great seed, which is the sun. This is the flash at the point of conception. We also see the light the flash, the light at the end of the tunnel at physical death or near-death experience. So 15 times every second, there is a flash of light that creates what is known as something else. That something else is antimatter. It is that antimatter that creates a multiverse. The universal field is a seesaw mechanism. If the energy of one field goes up, the energy of the other must go down. And this is to maintain what is known as a universal dynamic stability. The fields of all fundamental forces merge at extremely high energies. Now, science tells you that the universe is expanding from within, but you try and push a car from the inside. In other words, my fear is that the universe is expanding from the outside. Our universe is the child of something far vaster. We are simply a passing shadow. Now, this is one of my sayings. When you understand the mathematical design of the universe, the seed of all, you cannot think otherwise than it has a designer. That in itself answers the question of, are we alone in this universe? No, we are not. There is us and the creator at least. So not all numbers are binary, but all contain a binary code, which becomes relevant a little bit later. Even letters and numbers have their own binary computer code. Even communications from other places in the form of crop circles and other medias have binary code. This is an ancient cave drawing where you can see the same kind of disk in binary code transmission. The number 1111 is also a binary code, and it is this number that activates so-called junk DNA, because as you'll see later on in the presentation, our DNA is also computer binary code, a seed. Even the most read book in the world, the Bible, is a complex computer system of binary concept. It has a simple binary choice for mankind. So when we print it off a computer and put it into a book, it is really not the word of God, but the word document of God. The computer, the www, which equals 666, is really binary code in the number of man. But the code has not been cracked because people are looking in the wrong place. So life or death, good or evil, left or right, light or dark, are all binary choices. 1 is positive, 0 is negative. On or off is a binary code. True or false is a binary code. Even the Sun and Sirius are in a binary orbit. Now, when you can understand the language of binary code, these ones and these zeros actually spell out hidden in code, and that is a binary language. I will talk a lot about base 2 binary code, which are zeros and ones, throughout this presentation. So, who are we? Well, to answer that question, I'm going to just bring in just a couple of my own personal experiences. I have seen with my own eyes clouds turning into numbers. I have seen pulsating grids coming from the bottom of the moon. My wife Sarah has seen shimmers in reality that look like a cloud, like a curtain in the wind. Reality is not as we believe it to be. It is something entirely different. We are born with an identity. Consciousness, and I will go into what consciousness is, it presents the feeling that we are simultaneously both the subject and the object of our perception. Now, in computer, an object and subject is binary code. The object is that which does, and the subject is that which has done to it. So the inside of our head is customized by our particular feelings, so it can serve our personality or serve us personally optimally. According to our standard model of physics, we don't exist, because as matter and antimatter collide, they annihilate each other. which means that the universe should be full of light and nothing else. Einstein says the theory, when he's talking about quantum physics, the theory produces a good deal, but hardly brings us closer to the secret of the old one. I am at all events convinced that he does not play dice. In other words, there is a purpose, there is a design, there is a certain purpose for this design. And that is a very good question. Who has the answers? Well, in order to answer that this evening, we need to think outside the box. We need to think beyond the box to a place literally beyond science. The answer to the mystery is within the mystery itself. So God is a supercomputer. And quantum computers can see both the future and the past, which has been proved by scientific experiments. It is a fetch, decode, execute cycle. We are fragments of data, fragments of information from the central processing unit, the creative mind, the brain of the universe. Scientists, some physicists call the human brain a real good computer, and that is for good reason. And that our brain constructs what we perceive to be reality, which again is correct. Everything is one thing, one enormous thing extended into all objects. When you look at a whirlpool in a river, although it can show individuality, the behavior of the parts of the whole is still organized by the whole. This whirlpool may believe that it is individual and separate, but it is still part of the overall river. It is all computer binary code. Even binary code can translate into physical states. It can also create duality. When nothing, no thing, becomes something, it also becomes a complementary expression of itself. It is reflection, symmetry, which is duality. We must remain the neutral witness and not get dragged into the quicksand of either extreme polarity. Did the ancients know about this computerized code of the universe and self? Yes, of course, because they modeled their design on the motherboard of a computer. Even the I Ching, which is the Chinese holy book, divine book, has its basic structure of 64 hexagrams. The dots and the broken lines are really binary code. Now, this is 5,000 years of age, so even then they knew about binary code 5,000 years ago. Fragmentation, or computer fragmentation, is where the contents of a single file, which is the creator, the singularity, are stored in different locations, which is the universe, but this eventually becomes inefficient, so it defrags. In other words, we return back to the one, we return back to singularity. Computer programs are numbers decoded into images. The universal language is numbers, and our reality is made up of images. This is close to the face of the creator that was shown to me several weeks ago. It is a digital face that appeared from the fabric of space and then disappeared again. God, or what we call God, is the ultimate advanced computer. And reality is that long word that I can't pronounce. Enlightenment, many people talk about what enlightenment is, but enlightenment is what I experienced, which was a direct connection or direct experience with the divine. Those who are awake are optimum processors. We defend ourselves from attack by various means, as does a computer. The unaware simply need an upgrade because they are lagging behind. They are slow processors, they are slow memories, they are slow, they need an upgrade. So programs manipulate numbers and text, and programming numbers uses numbers and storing data such as binary code, and again, where nothing becomes something. Binary code enables communication and the passing of instructions. The power of 0 is 1, as 0 is the product of no numbers, which can be added to any other number without changing it. This is known as additive identity. Numbers are a trinity, the holy trinity, which are negative, neutral, and positive. Let's just take one number, for example, the number 1. 1 is neutral, -1 is negative, +1 is positive. So each number is a holy trinity. Programming is the process of writing instructions which are then translated into readable format, just like our DNA. That is why a hand knows it is a hand, a foot knows it is a foot, a torso, a head, etc. knows what it should be because it has been programmed with code. DNA is the software, the seed of life. This is a quantum formula that popped in my head just over a week ago, and it tells us of the answer to the problem of genetic division, because mitosis must be completed without errors to ensure the health of cells. It is the reparation, the repair of DNA by a quantum equation. My thought is it is the reparation of DNA post-coronavirus vaccine. Genetic code also deciphers another type of binary code, which is male or female, and that is by the seed of man. Male is the number 1, female is 0, which is computer binary code of our reality. Even the body can heal itself, as does a computer. Going to the 5 senses, when we use the word nonsense, it refers to a place beyond the 5 senses. But our brain converts sensory import into the language of frequency. This is the universal frequency, a universal wave, a quantum fluctuation that creates an image, which creates a familiar world created by the brain. That is done largely from memory. Now, when you first look at this picture, it's easy for the eyes to be deceived and the brain to be deceived because the brain is going on memory and it tells you that the blue car is going on the road, but the white van is also on the road. But if you look at it again, you will see a different perspective. But you have fooled the brain because it is working largely from memory. We never actually see the outside world. We look through an eye that reflects the image that the brain projects. But our reality is a binary code. When we look at objects, even in the distance, stars, planets, they are actually on the surface of the retina of the eye. So that begs the question, do objects really exist beyond that? We have 2 realities, one in which our bodies appear to be solid and possess a precise location in space and time, and one reality in which our very being appears to exist primarily as a shimmering cloud of energy whose location in space is ambiguous. But there are flaws and there are bugs and there are viruses in the system. And here are some of them. They couldn't even get this right. It is the G7 and there are 9 of them. But these are some of the viruses that plague our system. Atoms, subatomic particles, are also programmed with binary code. The subatomic world is binary code. So the relative mass of the proton, the electron, and the neutron is 1, and the relative change of the proton and the neutron relates to binary code. So as seen as earlier, subatomic particles are positive, neutral, and negative, which is the holy trinity of the subatomic world. The electron, for instance, is dimensionless. Another one of my sayings that particles of matter, which is really matter, which is the mother, are fragments of data. Even when we change the composition from solid, liquid to gas, it is simply the rearrangement of atoms, which is the rearrangement of binary code. Cracks in glass, for example, would appear to be a particle as matter floating in a sea of nothingness, which is the cosmic sea of energy. But both the glass and the crack are the same fabric. It is the deeper order of the glass. Going back to the whirlpool, it is all connected to the one seed. Data, in computer terms, is the electrical signal transmission, stored or transmitted. It is collected information. It is binary code. There are 4-bit options, and there are also 4 nucleotides of DNA. All cells generate electricity, and they are a digital-like cable signal which carry ones and zeros, which is binary code, but they jump from cell to cell until they get to their destination. They are the carriers of binary code. So there is a pattern emerging. We have data that is binary code. We have subatomic particles, which are binary code. The cosmological constant equation, which is how we measure dark matter, is binary code. Cells of our body are carriers of binary code. Sound waves are analog, and therefore they need to be converted into binary code in order for a computer to be able to process them. That computer must convert the waveform into numerical representation so that it can be stored digitally. Time can also be binary, and this is a binary clock. Even the Fibonacci sequence, the law of nature, the geometry of nature, begins as binary code. Shall I go to Earth or not? Is binary code. It is a binary choice, yes or no. The 4 universal forces are binary code. The weak force, the strong force, electromagnetism, which is electric and magnetism, and gravity and anti-gravity all relate to binary code. The gravitons are gravitational waves, the subatomic particles of gravity, and the photons of electromagnetic waves, light, are ultimately composed of the binary digits 1 and 0. When you drop something, that is negative energy, that is gravity, that is the number 0. When you pick the object up again, that is positive energy, that is anti-gravity, that is the number 1. They cancel each other out, and when they do, when they are balanced, it gives us 0 net energy, which is the free energy through quantum fluctuation, which Nikola Tesla spoke about largely. Again, this is my altering of Newton's equation for gravity, and I've changed that into a binary code. If you were to reverse that binary code, it would give you the binary code equation for anti-gravity. So 0 refers to masslessness and also refers to the deletion of distance. So let's change Einstein's famous equation just a little bit to get different results. If you place the m, which is mass in Einstein's equation, which relates to energy, mass, and the speed of light, with a 0 and O, then you get the deletion of distance. So Einstein's famous equation can be slightly changed to E equals O c squared, which gives you the deletion of distance. When we go to sleep at night and when we wake up in the morning, there appears to be no time in between those 2 moments. It is the deletion of distance, the deletion of time. So by deleting internal distance between 1s and 0s, you permit the bits, which are binary digits, to become quantum computers, which exist as both a 0 and a 1 simultaneously in a quantum superposition. The mathematical universe operates via a mathematical base 2 system, which is binary digits of 1 and 0. The cosmos is made of 1s and 0s, which implies that human intelligence is artificial intelligence. One-dimensional binary digits of 1 and 0, which is base 2 mathematics, form currents in a 2-dimensional program called a Mobius loop. The Mobius loop is when one side and only one boundary curve. Decisions are binary choices. It is the reconciliation of discrepancy, which is duality, which is two-ness. It even includes thoughts, which are binary code. We only use a small percentage of our brain so as to not fill it up like computer memory and slow it down to inefficiency. Otherwise, we may crash. So the universe is mathematical and consciousness is the universe. Therefore, consciousness is mathematical. Consciousness is binary code, and even modern day science cannot define what consciousness is. Consciousness is a binary code created by the ultimate computed mind. This is another one of my equations, which is the binary code for consciousness. The quantum world is computer data and computer storage. Storage allows the user to combine all mediums into a single virtual pool of data. A virtual pool means one or more hosts using the same processor, which is what we're doing. Virtual is software, computer software, made to appear as if something is real when it doesn't physically exist. Now, atoms and what we believe to be the physical world are 99.99999% empty space. It is not a solid world. Data fragmentation is when the collection of data memory is broken up into many pieces that are not close together. So you can see space really as storage space. If I want to transmit data across a large area to be fed back to me, I need to fragment and occupy that area to feed back information, which is what we really are. We are relay centers of data information, such as this. We are the creator talking and communicating back to itself. When the computer program is finished with the chunk, which is blocks of requested memory, it frees it back into the system to be allocated again. That is the reincarnation process. But over time and usage, free memory areas are fragmented into smaller and smaller contiguous areas. Therefore, some programs cannot be retrieved. They are lost souls. The soul is quantum, and quantum is binary code. Simply, at the end of this flash, we are switched off. And we are replanted elsewhere into another memory, another storage, another computer. The soul has a mathematical origin, whereas the body has a geometrical origin. Even when we go into vector geometry and well-known binary of computers, it is all relating to geometry and to binary code, to the body, to the universe. Different pieces of data are presented in different ways, which are the individuals of the universe and the different races of the universe. So why did the mathematical creator fragment itself into trillions of pieces? Here we can see what looks to be a Big Bang. The Big Bang was a conscious occurrence. It was a controlled demolition. So why did the mathematical creator fragment itself into trillions of pieces? Because fragmentation is necessary for data transmission. The transfer of and the reception of data over either point-to-point or multi-point communication channels requires the fragmentation. The creator, the central computer, wished to transmit to itself, and in order to do so, it had to fragment. We are all fragments of the whole, fragmented so that the whole could pass information and transmit to itself. We are all a shared network, so the transmission of data to and through all fragments of the whole are connected to the whole. Everywhere we look, everything we see, clouds, the moon, the planets, the sun, the sky, fellow human beings, aliens, are all data storage code that eventually will defrag back to singularity, which is what is called in spiritual terms the return to the one. We will all defrag at some point in our existence. Events and locations in space are kept separate by time. Without time, everything would be just one event. Because of time, there are multiple events happening at different times, in different places, at different locations across space and time. So this explains why there is something rather than nothing in this universe, in this reality, in this world, in this existence. Lots and lots of people will get communication in the forms of numbers. whether it's 111, 222, 333, 444, 555, and so on. They all have meaning. They all are a numerical message. This is just one of mine. In a dream state, I was just shown the square root symbol and the numbers 937. Now, when I look back at square root of 937, it took me back to the bee. It took me back to the kings and priests of ancient Egypt. And it also takes you to the Merovingian bloodlines of France. But when you look at the word honey in Egyptian, which relates to the bee, it has the letters THB, which is always used in conjunction with the letters WRH. That means honeymoon. Honeymoon means earth on heaven, or as the Bible tells you, on earth as it is in heaven. Heaven is the divine mind. It is the higher consciousness within the human body. It is the divine mind of man, the Christ walking on the earth. It is the true Zion. And of course, many people have wrongly interpreted what Zion is. How do you get to Zion? It is nothing to do with conflict. It is all to do with the mind and the higher mind, the divine mind walking on earth as it is in heaven. Looking at more universal mathematics, pi. Within pi, I can go back to the mysteries of Egypt. I can go back to biblical stories. I can even take you to Christ and Mary Magdalene just through the numerics of pi. So Christ, Jesus Christ, in both Hebrew and Greek, equals 3.14, which is pi. So 2368 is the numerical value of Jesus Christ in Greek, and 754 is the numerical value in Hebrew. I can even take you to the church, which means circle, which is pi. I can even take you to the 153 fish caught by Christ and the disciples, because the position 111, which is Christ as the Godhead, is at the 153rd digit of pi. 111 in binary code in algebra is also the word O, which is the Godhead. It also relates to the Holy Grail, because Mary Magdalene in Greek equals 153. It also relates to the Vesic Pisces and the Yoni, the fish of Christianity, the 153 steps of the Grand Gallery, which is 153 feet long within inside the Great Pyramid, and it even takes you to the entrance of the Great Pyramid itself, which is on the 17th course level. If you add 1, 2, plus 3, plus 4, plus 5, all the way to 17, it equals 153. So the Great Pyramid's entrance is on the 17th course level, which gives you the number 153, which relates to pi. This is that famous number. In other talks, I tell you the true purpose of the pyramids. I also tell you lots and lots of secrets that are not known in the mainstream. So stars are conscious entities maintaining their galactic position by their own volition. It is psychokinetic effects that maintain their position. Even nanostructures have microbial consciousness. Consciousness is binary code. Stars revolve around the centers of their galaxies faster than can be accounted for by observable matter, which is why we have the theory of dark matter, the presence and influence of the unseen, which is 0-point vacuum energy. Even at absolute zero, however, there is still energy, 0-point energy, which is the minimum that the laws of quantum physics allows. There is a vibration even in absolute zero, because that 0-point has to be just above flatline. So Newtonian physics is the laws of predictable outcome. So if something doesn't predict as it is expected, it means the unseen presence of something that is influencing it. The likes of neutrinos, which are electrically neutral, therefore they are dark energy, we cannot see them because there is no electrical charge. And these are the prime suspects for dark energy, but even these are binary code. Dark energy's number, as you can see there, the cosmological constant equation relates to 1 and 0, which is binary code. Using binary code in 2012, scientists sent messages 1 kilometer away within a neutrino, which is really a subatomic particle of dark energy. The mind of a sentient consciousness star can act upon physicality with what is known as psychokinesis, which can explain unusual star motion. By using energy present in quantum fluctuation, which consciousness can do by affecting the collapse of the wave to reach a desired quantum state. Collapsing the wave is done by quantum fluctuation. When we look at an object, we collapse the wave, we collapse it into particles, which is physicality. Quantum fluctuation is when you change temporarily the energy of a certain location. That collapses the wave into physicality. So consciousness is a state of matter. It is the fifth universal force that works alongside the strong and the weak force, gravity and electromagnetism. Everything is a waveform. Even the trident of Poseidon or Neptune is the symbol of the wave. Even bodily movements are the language of waveform. And this is how they realize that by putting certain monitors on certain limbs. When you move, it is wave, the language of waveform. The language of waveform complies to what is known as Fourier mathematics. This is Fourier mathematical equation. It is the same mathematical equation that was used in the creation of the hologram. So even the hologram is a third-dimensional photographic projection of a two-dimensional computer display. Superposition, it is where things exist in multiple states. However, when we observe it, it is reduced to one state. Such as this dice, when we observe it, we can only see on this example the number 6. So number 6 is the only one state that we can physically see. The other 5 faces are probable outcomes, but they are not the manifest that we see. Even physical objects leave a wave pattern every time you blink your eyes. But the observer is also the observed. Again, another great question. What does this mean? It means that the quantum field or the quantum world is a computer program, and I've used existing quantum physics to show this. Who are we? We are fragments of conscious data. We are all cells of awareness. We all fragmented from singularity, which is the central processing unit, into trillions of pieces of data. All of us are in different form and different appearance. We fragmented to enable the transmission of data over a seemingly gigantic area, which is space. But again, when you enter the equation of E equals OC squared, it gives the deletion of distance, which means that the start of the journey is in the same point as the end of the journey, and the end of the journey is at the same point as the start of the journey. There's the deletion of distance in space travel. All of this binary code, this computer, this central processing unit, this fragmented data that we are, creates a reality that we believe to be real, which is a virtual reality. Everything we touch turns to matter. Using psychokinesis, like the stars do, like some people do to move objects, like some people do to control the wind and the air, we can create physical markings on the body, such as this one, which is the phenomenon of stigmata. The phenomenon of stigmata is psychokinesis of the mind making impressions on the body. Christ, as I say in other subjects, in other talks, was not a physical person, and in any case, the nail on the cross would not have been put through the palms of the hand. It was tradition to put the nail through the wrists to hold the physical body in place upon the cross. We see only what we think we should see. The five senses give way of information to the brain, which creates the familiar world, the familiar, recognizable world that we exist in. Often, it leads us the wrong way. We are swimming against the stream. We are walking the wrong way up the elevator. People say that we have free will, but we don't have free will. We have a very, very limited movement within a set program. A set program such as I can vote for Republican or Democrat, but that is not much of a choice. That is a very, very small maneuverability within a very limited choice that has already been presented and created for me. Instead, we exist within what is known as determinism of a psychic reality, which again is a binary choice, is a binary code. I can choose to go left or I can choose to go right. That is a binary choice. In our psychic reality that we believe to be real, our virtual reality, at what point does the future become the past? And when it becomes in retrograde, at what point does the past become the future? In the quantum world, there is no past, now, and future. It is all one existence. So if subatomic particles, which are binary code, do not exist until they are observed, then they are not independent things. When you realize that you are everything in unison with everything else, you realize that you are in fact the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, the solar system, the universe, the multiverse, the very essence of creation itself, the very essence of the universal seed is you. When you look up at the stars tonight, you are the stars. When the stars look down at you, they are you. Nothing is separate. Nothing is detached. Everything rotates. Everything is in cyclic nature. Everything is all one continuous movement. So the character that we call God, or religions call God, a word that I don't necessarily like, but for want of a better expression, God is the creator, is the mathematical mind that had a thought. That thought from the central processing unit created everything that we see in existence and everything that is unseen by our existence. We are fragments or fragmentations of that original thought, of that original computer processing unit, of that original creative force. We are all, each and every one of us, are a piece of God. We all operate under a strict set of laws that work correctly in order to work. So it is a rules-based system. Everything has a relativity. Everything relies upon everything else. Everything is the correct distance from everything else in order to exist and to work correctly. When this universe and this multiverse was created, it was created in such a cyclic sequence of patterns, mathematical patterns, that required very, very little intervention from its creator. It could sit down, create, set everything in motion, and then step back and allow it to behave in a cyclic reality, in a cyclic sequence of mathematical patterns. So until we all meet again in some kind of virtual segment of this virtual reality, wherever that may be, on this planet, in the next life, somewhere else, on Mars, on Saturn, on Venus, on the Pleiades, in Sirius, until we meet again. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for watching. in essence, reality is not what we believe it to be. We are not what we believe it to be. Our consciousness is computer binary code that even science doesn't know. And we are all part of the whole. We are all part of everything. And we will all go back as a defragment to singularity at some point. Thank you very much for listening.
Holy geez, Mike. You really did come from the left field on this one. I really enjoyed it.
That was super great. Super great.
Definitely not expecting that. I did not see that coming.
Neither did I until I sat down and thought of a way of doing something different.
Yeah.
You know, as I said, there's lots of good people here talking about the healing powers of nature, plants, vibrations, or so it doesn't. I didn't feel it needed me to add to what they were saying. But what I wanted to do is introduce something different, but connected to the seed of all, which is what we're all part of, really. And I just wanted to do that from an angle that wasn't to be expected.
Yeah, that was pretty brilliant. I enjoyed that, and especially the waveform and looking at the entire subject as a whole. You know, within this matrix that we're interacting with. You know, I found it very interesting, and you know, I really picked up on the. I still have questions about stigmata and free will. You know, when it comes to the overall thing, I understand that we have like limited free will between point A and point B, but point A and point B is essentially set, and it's the course that we need to take to get to that point B from point A. And there's that little bit of free will in there, that maneuvering room where you can move just a tad little bit, but still the outcome is going to be that point B, which is already preset, because we choose to come into this world, we choose the way we want to look, we choose to the people that we're going to be born to, and that really creates our human experience. And all of that is really set into motion before we even get here. So can you speak a little bit more on the free will before I get into the stigmata, please?
Of course. I mean, again, people say to me that they are completely free. They have free will because, you know, they can go out and go into the car. They can choose a dress, or obviously not if you're a man, but you can choose the clothes you want to wear. You can go into the car. You can go to Walmart. You can do all of these things, which gives you the impression that you have free will. And of course, you do have the free will whether to get in the car, whether to go there or not. So that really is a binary choice. You know, do I get in the car or don't I? So that is 0, that is 1, that is binary choice. But all of the choices that we make fall within a fabricated structure, a mathematical structure, really. So as I say, if I wish to vote for Trump or Biden, then I believe that gives me a choice. But that choice has already been chosen for me. So it's a very, very narrow choice that I have. I have a narrow choice based on somebody else's choice. And what I'm saying about determinism and free will, that is one of the greatest arguments of any psychology degree. Do we have free will or do we have determinism? My opinion is that because the universe is cyclic in nature, because it follows a mathematical pattern that it has to adhere to, it is programmed to adhere to. You know, we have the cycles of nature at certain times of the year. We follow the chronobiology of our planet, which is, you know, most of us get up in the morning when the sun rises. Most of us go to bed at night. We follow this cyclic pattern of reality, of creation, of mathematical creation. So what I'm saying is, in relation to free will, we have very, very limited choice within a cyclic pattern that has to be adhered to. And, you know, that is where it's coming from. Now, with determinism, because set in motion and because it's set to act at a certain way, certain time, which again is just set in nature, it cannot be changed, then we have to follow that flow. And when we follow that flow, that is a determined flow. So in other words, we are really caught, you know, we are being swept. the same way as the tornado. We are being swept the same way as the torrent of the river. You know, that is the way that we have to go, because that is what has been programmed, and that is what we are in sync to do. Now, if you wish to get rid of these cycles, and many of the ancient cultures have hinted, you know, with the jet pillar of Osiris being 23.5 degrees, what is that telling us? Is that the moon keeps the earth at 23.5 degrees, so it's keeping us in a cyclic nature. And they were hinting at this. If you wish to end the endless loop, you have to introduce truth, not false knowledge, but validated knowledge, which is wisdom, which is truth. Now, truth has always been associated with the light, because it is the light that enables us to see. It is the light that enters the Golgotha, the skull, that gives us the light to become enlightened, to see, you know, become seers. We become these enlightened people. But light, unless you introduce Newton's laws of physics, which is some kind of force that influences, then light always travels in a straight line from A to B. Now, truth was always seen as a straight line. That is why the sides of the pyramids are a straight line going towards the celestial field, because it is telling you that is the most direct route to truth and wisdom. Now, when you look at A and B of truth, that's where we get the saying, I can never get a straight answer, because A is the question, B is the answer, A is the seeker, B is the sought. That truth will follow a straight line. That is the line of truth, the line of light. I can never get a straight answer, because things will flow in that straight line. But A and B are still binary points. A and B are still a determined sort of mathematical sequence. And so I would err on the side of, yes, we do have a very, very limited free will, but largely our reality, our existence, falls under the remit of determinism. And as a result of that, we follow in the determinism flow in our reality, in our life.
Makes sense to me. I mean, that's right on. I love listening to you speak. The way you articulate certain subjects is just, it resonates with me, and I get to like ponder it, and I have to ponder it before I can even speak about it. I'm like, yes, that makes sense. Like it takes some time to absorb into me, but I love it. Absolutely incredible, Michael.
I hear you on that, again, Rob. I've been working with Mike for I don't know, about 3 years now, 3-4 years. And every time we've done an interview or he's done a presentation, I always have to go back and rewatch it, right? You know, sometimes 2 or 3 times, because the information is just so advanced that it takes time for that thought process to really digest and like really get into the head. And especially, you know, right now for myself in particular, you know, I've gone back and I watched Mike's previous presentations, and I'll post some links for you guys in the comments so you guys can go and check those out too. I got Mike's books last year, and I began reading them. And as I was reading them, I was like, wait a minute, Mike's talked about this before, and he hinted at this, and he briefly talked about this. So I put the book down, go back, you know, rewatch some of the episodes, go back, read the book, and, you know, kind of just do that back and forth, right? And even now, after a year of studying, it's still, you know, it's like way up there, right? And I'm trying to really digest it, because I'm trying to unlearn everything as well, right? Like relearning everything and then to unlearn everything is quite the task. This is very high initiation. What do they call it, Mike? Initiation knowledge, or you know, the knowledge of the initiated that you're presenting.
It's mystery knowledge, but really initiation is really the soul. So when they undertake these initiations, they are initiating the soul, which again is quantum. So because it's quantum, it is binary, but they are initiating their inner essence, which is the soul, through various rituals, through various knowledges, through various ancient monuments that have a certain vibration, a certain shape, a certain geometry, and they are using that to rebirth their self.
Yeah, that makes sense. You confuse me a lot, my brother. You're just so fucking intelligent.
but
is
that
my
was
language.
that was a binary choice.
Yeah. I got a question here for you from Who Am I? From Portal to Ascension's YouTube channel. It goes question mark thought question mark. Is the experience of duality a natural progression from a binary code underpinning our 3D and possible higher dimension? Question mark. Consider a universe based on trinary and higher? Question mark. Thoughts? Question mark.
Everything is in the Trinity. So the subatomic world has a neutral, it has a positive, it has a negative. Every single number that we use as a neutral, as a positive, as a negative. As I said in the presentation, just take any number at the air. Number 1 is a neutral, -1 is negative, +1 is positive. But that is a Trinity. The neutral, the negative, and the positive of the atomic world is a Trinity. When you look at the likes of one of the most famous duality symbols, which is the yin and yang, the yin and yang is not 2, it is the law of 3, because the black and the white is contained within the monochord, which is the circle, which is the 1. So even within the most famous dualistic sign, it is telling you of the law of 3, not the law of 2. Now, when 0 becomes something, it automatically became dualistic. It's sort of a complementary expression of its counterpart. It had to exist that way as a balance. But there is also non-duality, which is the third, which is the trine. And when you understand that everything that we see, we experience, is the effect of the cause. When I go to the doctor and I say I have a bad knee, the doctor treats the effect, which is the bad knee, but the doctor never looks at the cause, what is causing the bad knee. Unless you look at the cause, you will never treat, or you will never understand the effects. So unless you understand the cause, you will never truly understand duality, which are the effects of that cause. So yes, the universe is a trinity, not a duality, although our existence, we see things as a duality, negative, positive, all of these dualistic ways. When you understand that, again, there is a third,
like masculine energy, feminine energy, they're the duality of each other.
Well, they are, and again, it's a complementary expression of each other. So when you have the yin and yang, and you have the black dot in the white, when you have the white dot in the black, that is really the principal seed of each other within its opposite counterpart. But duality is not existence. Duality is the effect of a cause. So everything is a holy trinity. Everything is a 3. So the creation of the universe is 3. So if I have a look at the monochord, which is the law of 1, when I look at yin, that is the law of 2, that is the law of octaves, that is the law of mathematical doubling. So if I get, note A, which gives me 222 as a hertz frequency, which it does, if I were to double that, it gives me 444. But if I were to double that, it gives me 888. So therefore, 222 is the equivalent of 888, because the lower frequency will always jump and skip to match the highest frequency. So we have in the yin, we have the doubling of sound. We have the law of 2, and the yang, which is the law of 3, interacts with the yin, but it also mirrors creation, which is the Trinity. So even within the yin and yang sign, you have the law of 3, not the law of 2. So everything is a trine. And as I was saying in the presentation, a lot of people, especially in the current world with things that are going on, they seem to find themselves in either one of the extreme polarities, which is the negative side of things, or the completely white and positive side of things. But the aim is to be the neutral witness. The neutral witness is what enables the other two extreme polarities to exist without annihilating each other. So you have to have your neutral bubble, your neutral witnesses that are able to allow the extreme polarities to exist without annihilation. And that is what, when you step away from things and you look at it from a higher perspective, you become that neutral witness. You become the non-dualistic existence. And that really is a key thing for humanity to do, not to get dragged and pulled into either side of the argument, but to remain in the middle ground, which again is part of the initiation of Venus. So we have to take the middle ground. We have to be the neutral witness. We have to be the central foundation that enables the other two to exist.
Wow. You
So
know,
kind of like, sorry, Rob, I just want to get this out of my
Go
head
ahead.
real quick before I forget, because I'm an old pothead. What I'm taking away from this is like what Aubrey was just saying just before you came on with ego. People are always saying, get rid of your ego, get rid of your ego. And then Aubrey was saying, ego is a good thing, but as long as you have that balanced within you, and then you can, coexist with both sides. Is that kind of what you're meaning? Like, have that balance in within you of like the light and the dark? And if you
that's
have
exactly
too much
what I was
of
going to
one,
say too.
yeah, if you have too much of, see, great minds think alike. If you have too much of one thing, then it overpowers the other. And if you have too much of that, it's just, they're not canceling each other out. So you can't experience both. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what Aubrey said, and I did hear that, but yes, absolutely. When you, every aspect of what we have is what it is, our personality, is what we're born with, it's our traits, but it's how you deal with that. And when when you go to like a New Age arena and they talk about, don't talk about the dark, don't allow the dark in here, they are very unipolar. Now, unipolar means they are just one extremity. Now, by becoming unipolar, they are in a condition of imbalance. What they have to do is they have to amalgamate both aspects of self. When both aspects of self become balanced, that is when things begin to happen. Now, as I said before, when you drop something on the floor, that is the negative force of gravity. When I pick that object up, that is the positive force of anti-gravity. So gravity is 0, anti-gravity is 1, which is a positive and a negative force. When those two meet and they balance each other out, it gives us a 0 net energy, which is free energy. So you do not want to be unipolar. You want to be amalgamating all aspects of self. In universal creation, negative and positive charge parity were created in equal measures. So it is meant to be that way. When we say, can we time travel backwards and forwards? Yes, we can, because within the laws of physics, it is within the fabric of the universe that we can travel back and forth in a time reversal symmetry. The law of physics is the same backwards as it is forwards. So therefore, within the model of physics that we know, it enables us to time travel backwards and forwards. And with computer experiments and with other different experiments in science labs and other places, they have proven backwards in time travel and forward time travel. So we have all of these things within us, but the previous guest absolutely spot on. You can't sever your left arm off and then pretend to be balanced, because you're going to be imbalanced. You need both a left arm and a right arm, a left leg and a right leg. We are basically 2 legs, 2 arms and a head. We are the pentagram, we are the pyramid, and we need all aspects of each other in unison, in balance, because that balance becomes a non-duality, becomes neither extremity. And that's really what we have to do as people, as a race of being, as a shared network, as an individual. You can't just say, I want to get rid of my ego, or put it to one side and put it in the attic and not see it again. It's all to do with dealing with it, sometimes facing your darkness, sometimes facing your demons, which is a black light spiral initiation of the Great Pyramid. When you face your fears, when you have to face everything, even though I walk in the shadow of death, that kind of thing. And that's what we must do. I absolutely agree with the previous guest there. You must amalgamate everything, you must balance everything, and you cannot disassociate yourself with 50% of the aspect of self.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you froze, Mike. Oh, there you are. Okay, good. Let's talk about free, not free will, but I'm going to get to that. I have a question of that in the PTA YT channel. I just want to quickly talk about free or time travel. keep on going to free will, but let's do time travel really first here. I spoke about that last night, and Neil was speaking about it this morning, and then I kind of mentioned it as well. Now, would it be considered time travel if you're traveling in your mind to the past? Let's say, like what I was doing was self hypnotherapy. Give you an example. What I do is when I meditate or I go into a state of into a dream, then I travel back in time to a point where I had trauma in my life, and I just sit down with myself and engage myself in a conversation and console myself. And Neil said that he's done the same thing, and I've heard a lot of other people say they've done the same thing. Now, would that be considered time travel? Like psychics, for instance, they travel into the future because they're getting messages coming in from the future. Would that also be considered time travel?
It's all time travel because time, as I said, separates events. Now, what you're doing is when you go back to a particular event, you are entering back into another's time event. And when you go forwards in time, you are entering into a possible outcome of the future time. Now, in quantum physics, in the quantum world, there is no distinction between those three states. Now, I have personally been involved in time travel twice. The first one was remote viewing, conscious entanglement, when I actually went back 159 years to a time event of the scene of a crime. And the other time event that I witnessed is when I was standing in my time in 2017, and I was visited from an ancient ancestor from the ancient past who had come into my time event, which for them was in the future. Now, when they came into my future time event, I was round what I can describe as a warp bubble. Now, a warp bubble is something that NASA are trialing because a warp bubble contort space before you and it expands space behind you. So you can actually go at light speed or beyond light speed without it having any detrimental effect on the body. That is a warp bubble. Now, I was put in one of these warp bubbles when I received a invitation from the past. Now, so I've experienced that twice. I've seen things coming through portals. I've seen portals opening up twice. So we have all of these things. We have UFOs that are traveling at 90-degree angles. The reason they're traveling at 90 angles is because the fortune is at a 90 degree from the third. When you look at the geometric fabric of the universe and the geometric mapping of the universe, if you wish to travel from reality to reality or time to time or dimension to dimension, you travel at 90 degrees. UFOs doing 90-degree turns, etc. Masonic rituals, the rising, the candidate is lifted up at 90 degrees because it is the right angle. That is why buildings have right angles. It is the 90 degrees of separation. Is really a consciousness thing. So time travel, you go back or go forward, you are slipping into another time event, and a time event is a separation. Otherwise, there would be no separation. So yeah, you have as a measure of speeds, but also to keep events separate in the correct places of time and space.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. I get that. When you were saying that, with the 90 degrees angle, a friend of mine came to mind. I believe you may know him, John Shaughnessy. I've had him on Watchers Talk a few times, and he has a book called Pyramid Gravity Force. And what he's proposed is that the pyramids are working as a gravity lens, and when and he has science behind this. He says that where there's a pyramid, if you go straight down to the mantle of the earth and go 180 degrees over, which would be a 90-degree angle, there is a volcano attached to that particular pyramid. Like, for instance, we have the Giza pyramid, and with the Giza pyramid, if you go straight down to the mantle and you go over 180 degrees, you have the Hawaiian hotspot. And then when you go to Mexico, the Mexican pyramid structure, and when you go straight down and 180 degrees over, there's an empty magma chamber in Sri Lanka. And oddly enough, not too far from there, there's also a Stargate. And then right near that is Rama's Gate or Rama's Bridge. So very interesting. A little bit off topic there for just a second. I just wanted to trying to clear the picture in my head on trying to connect what you're saying and what John was saying with the science with that. So it was very interesting that that you said that. So I got two final questions for you, Mike. Before we got off the time travel thing, Michelle, no, not Michelle, where did it go? Who am I? Is saying from PTAYT channel. So the time is also the natural observer position then.
There's many natural observer positions. When I look at anything, I can see it because the universe is observer dependent, but it's all about a perspective. Now, I can look at the tracks of a rail line, and from my position, the tracks in the distance appear to be a dot. There appears to be no distance, but when I approach that, like the horizon, it doesn't exist. It's just projection. It's just a perception. So the whole of the universe is observer dependent, and it's the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which is the collapse of the wave through quantum fluctuation. Now, when we look at something, these objects that we look at know that they are being observed. How do they know they're being observed? Because the observer is rebounding photons off them. So they realize that something is watching them because there are photons of light bouncing off them. So they realize by that they're being observed. So everything is an observation. So
like
depends
quantum
on
entanglement?
Quantum entanglement is an observation. Spooky action at a distance, as Einstein said. If you get photon A and a universe away, you get photon B, they are in sync. They know. If photon A is upright, photon B knows to be downright. This happens instantly, and this is a universe apart. So an observation is not one particular place. The whole of this reality is being observed into existence by the central processing unit that I've spoken about, the ultimate computer, the ultimate mind, the ultimate decision maker, the thought, which is observing. Now, my theory is science tells you that the atom is 99.99999% empty space. What I would say is that is not empty space. That is an intelligent field that is observing the atom into existence. So observation is not one place. Observation is multiple trillions of places.
So the universe is a thought, and that's very interesting because when you take the word universe, right, uni means one, and when you take the word verse and take the root meaning, it means state of. So the universe is in the state of one. Or the verse also means glory, right? So it could be glory of one, or in the state of one, which is observing and is being observed at the same time.
Yes,
Very
and
cool.
as Pythagoras would have said, that one is a monochord. So in other words, it is the one. It is the one sound. It is the one chord that from everything else comes. And yes, so you have the one observer, which is the one, which is the universe. But within that observation, you also, the observer is the observed, and so on and so on. So there's multiple places of observation, but ultimately, we are all still fragments of the singularity, the single observer.
Yeah, an expression of the infinite consciousness, or a point of attention of the source. Each one of us is like a projection of each other, because we're just a projection of that same source. Okay, I get you. So another question coming up here is back to free will. I really like that, the whole free will thing. Where is it? Let me just find it very quickly, guys. It says, okay, so Omar and Michael, if we do not have free will, then how can source really experience itself?
Sources experience itself by transmitting back to itself, by transmitting multiple experiences back to itself from multiple positions of observation within the universe. So in order to do that, it fragmented. Now, if you are just a single thought, if you are in effect something that has an idea, but beyond that, it doesn't know anything, it wants to feed back to itself what these experiences are. What is it like to feel cold? Well, the reason you know how it is to feel cold is because at some point you felt hot. How do you know we're ill? Because at some point you felt unwell. So we have these dualistic comparables, but the one wished to feed back information to itself, wished to feed back experience to itself in order to itself evolve.
Yeah, that's my thinking is about the same thing. What I'm thinking is that everything is a memory, and within the source, and the source is remembering itself, and the more it remembers itself, the more experience it remembers and it gains. Kind of like having amnesia, and you see a picture here, and then that brings back a memory. You see another picture that brings back a memory. So I think we're kind of operating in that manner where through our experience it remembers more and more and more of itself, because we're under the understanding that the consciousness has shattered somehow and is trying to repair itself, or heal itself, or come together as a whole again, because one has become the whole has become the many, and the many eventually will become the source, the single. Okay, so to close this off, Michelle is asking, can you sum up the big picture of your lecture here today?
The big picture of my lecture here is reality is not what you believe it to be. Things that we've been told about ourselves, what consciousness is, what the universe is, what life is, what reality is, needs to be questioned. The big picture of my lecture is to get people to think outside the box and to give some kind of thought as to what we really are and what we're doing. Because in realizing that no matter what you are experiencing, no matter what you are going through as individuals in your private life or work life or whatever, ultimately you are fragments, you are relay systems of experience and data and information for the original thought, the original supreme mind that created this. And at some point, you will be going back to become the whole again with that ultimate mind. We are, at some point, we were part of the original thought that created everything that we're now experiencing. The stars, the planets, reality, the earth. Originally, when we were the one, when we were part of the singularity together, we also had the idea, the thought to create what we have now imagined ourselves to be, to create what we have now become. Ultimately, we are supreme minds that are fragmented from the one supreme mind. That is what we are, and we are going back to that. We only separated in order for that mind to experience and become what it imagined itself to be, and to feed back information, to feed back experience, to fill its memory, to expand upon its own processing unit, to evolve itself, to understand what its original thought was, or what his original thought is. So in order to manifest something, you first of all have to think about it. And when you thought about it, you want to experience what you have thought. That manifestation gets fed back to you. So ultimately, you are walking supreme data that is fragmented from the one supremacy. You will go back to that at some point.
Nice, right on. Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate it. I'm still okay. I'm not.
One of the things that you spoke about, Mike, with the representations of the three instead of the duality, when you said that, so many things came into my head, like land, sea, and air. Right, the trident itself, and how the gods of ancient Greece had that trident, which was Poseidon, who was basically the giver of life in that aspect. And it's so many different things: mind, body, soul. Everything comes in threes down the line that are esoteric, I guess, in that nature. And I've been sitting here and I've ran through about 70 of them. Like, holy cow, they're everywhere. We just have to look for it.
Number 3 is creation, really, and that is why the triangle was so sacred within alchemy, within Pythagoras, because it represents the 3. So yes, absolutely, everything you look at is not duality is the effect, but the cause is the Trinity.
So wild. It's so wild. I was like, I'm still thinking about it. It's blown my mind right now. I'm like, oh man, I'm going through all these different examples, and it's like it makes so much sense. And if you look at it from those angles of what you're seeing when you're finding those representations, there are people in power, there are things in power, there are these symbols that show you that there is, there's this synchronicity everywhere. It's everywhere. You just got to open your mind up to it. Once you do, you'll have a glimpse into what the universe is really all about and the consciousness.
Because you are an intricate part of both of those things.
Right. Wild. Amazing work, Mike. Amazing work. Absolutely amazing.
Sorry, guys. I was just sending my next guest a quick email to the studio.
No, that's okay. We've done so much exploring this last day and then most of today. It's been such an eye opener on so many levels. And I keep saying this, but we started with this ability of being, plant medicine and animal communication. And we've explored so many facets. And Omar was right when he said before, it's got such a tie to consciousness and spirituality. And it really shows that things are all connected. There is a pattern. There is a semblance of symbiosis with everything. So, it may seem like a mundane day here or there. I'm sure that there is some meaning within that symbiotic pattern that you can find if you look for it hard enough.
You can I mean, regardless of plans, regardless of what form of life it is still an experience. It is still data that is projecting. Plants speak to each other chemically. Trees speak to each other chemically. Animals speak to each other in whatever way. And how do animals know when their owners are coming home, when they're 2 miles away? About sensing. And they have these abilities too. And no, again, it's just a different life form of experience of data, of information. And when you look at an animal, it's not just an animal. There is an essence there. There is a being there. When you look at a plant, they speak to each other. They are aware of each other. They are aware when you chop a leaf off, because you can still feel the energy where that leaf has gone. So all of these things are sentient, conscious beings in different ways. And if you start to realize that you are not looking at the mountain, you are the mountain, then you begin to start to realize how important, when we should be working together and not separate, because nothing is separate. If I arm you, then I'm arming me. And when you realize that, then things change, or your reality in your mind should change.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I like that. And I've fully come to a comprehension with that. I say it a lot. Even my screen name, A Projection of You, I totally get it that we are microcosms of each other, and that is part of the bigger whole, kind of like the river. And all of us, when we work together, we have such a gift and an amazing ability to really transform this planet just with our own, with our thoughts. Because if we observe something into place, then that will be the reality for all of us that are going to be observing that. With that being said, Mike, I just want to let the audience know, I just shared your website, michael-feeley.com. You guys go and check out the website. There's lots of good stuff on there. And then also, if you guys want to order some of Michael Feeley's books, here, let me put this on a bit of a different thing here. And there we go. If you guys want to order some of Michael Feeley's books, here's one, The Ancient Code, A Serpent Fire. This is an excellent read. And then we have another one, Alchemy of the Gods, right here. You guys check that out as well. This is a fantastic book. If you order right from Mike's website, you will get a signed message. Here, this one is one of my favorites, actually. This one, The Code of Christ. Excellent book. It was co-authored by P.A. Heimer. And The Secrets of the Pyramids. This was another mind-opening book. You guys should definitely check that out. I put the link to Mike's books on. If you guys want to order from Amazon, go ahead, power to you. Or you can just go directly to Mike's website, michael-feeley.com, and place your order. Get these books. They're they're really mind-opening. Like I said, I've had them for a little over a year, and I'm still reading those and going back and watching videos and coming back and really educating myself, because I've always said Mike is a true teacher, and this download that he's put onto these books for us to have is just incredible knowledge, something that you're not going to find really anywhere else. And also, if you guys want to check out the Real Da Vinci Code, it's a webinar that Mike did with Watchers Talk. It's about 3 hours long, 3.5 hours long. It's totally worth the watch. Bring a pad and paper, because there's a lot of information in there. And as well, if you just go to Watchers Talk, our YouTube channel, you'll see a playlist by Michael Feeley, and or just go in there and just put Michael Feeley, and you'll just get like this whole slew of stuff that's going to come up, and it's probably, I don't know, about 50 or 60 hours worth of material there. So check that out. Before I let you go, Mike, do you have any final thoughts, words for our audience?
As always, question everything. Everything that you've been told, history, science, universe, question, because it's not right. And when you question it, that is the start of a complete new reality.
Thank you very much, Mike. Do you have final words for Rob? Do you have final words for Mike?
Just, the guy would take the time to look at what Michael does, because what those last words that he just said were exceptional, and he's an exceptional man and does a lot of hard work and has changed a lot of my thinking along the way, and listening to what Mike has said through so many, he's been on your show so many times, and the Real Da Vinci Code is mind opening. I would suggest it if you want to start there, and then that'll literally rabbit hole you into the rest of his stuff, and it's great. And I'm definitely a fan of Michael Feeley for sure.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate it, brother. A lot of respect and love for you. And I hope to, continue to work with you. And I'm sure we're going to be doing lots. We have some events coming up, which you're part of. So we're just going to keep that close to our chest for the time being, because we're going to be announcing that next week. And then with that being said, thank you, Michael. I really appreciate it, brother. You have yourself a fantastic evening. And if you want to jump into the crowd, answering some questions, whatever you want to do, it's up to you. And with that being said, I'm going to bring my next guest on.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay. See you later for the panel. You take care.
Thank you. Yep, Mike is coming up on the panel at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I almost forgot about that. Actually, I was thinking about that before I started saying that, and then I was just gone.
All right, listen, we're in the moment. We're living in the present. The panel's later. All right.
Yeah. So at 4 o'clock, we have a panel going on. It's the plant panel, and I will just read it out to you guys really quick. It's happening at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to have Paul Wallace, Jerome Calvart, Michael Feeley, Mara Tandon, Mara Calvi, Sona Tandon, and Salita Antaria. And then Salita is going to give us a bushcraft food download from Down Under, and she's going to be right after the panel. So I'm really looking forward to that. And with that being said, guys, this event last 2 days, yesterday and today, was brought to you by the Eden series of Paul Anthony Wallace, The Scars of Eden right here, and the Escaping from Eden. Scars of Eden is a sequel to Escaping from Eden, and there's another book coming here pretty soon. Check that out, paulanthonywallace.com. I'll post a link in the comments here pretty quick if you guys want to go and check that out. And now, with that being said, I'm going to bring on my next guest. His name is Augie Nost. Augie's been around for a long time. You guys, I'm sure more than likely a lot of you guys know this. Augie was at Forgery Unmasked, did a fantastic lecture about never dying, or reverse aging. There is a Nobel Peace Prize that was given for that back in 2009, and Augie has really educated himself on this, and has gone out and tried to give this download to other people. So Augie was born in Norway, and he had to take over much of the work and management of the farm at an early age. As a teenager, while still a teenager, he had learned hypnosis from a magician in Europe. After graduation from agriculture college, he opted the family farm for several years in Norway. He spent 1 year in mandatory military service, driving a battle tank in his country of birth, Norway. By the age of 25, he had learned several languages, studied science, including metaphysics and different forms and theories of spirituality. At age of 25, he left Norway to go to the USA to go to flight school at Embry School of Aviation in Greeley, Colorado. After 1 year, he graduated from flight school. He has obtained the following pilot licenses, certificates, and ratings. Commercial pilot license with an instrument rating, flight instructor with CFI, flight instructor CF2, multi-engine rating, multi-engine instructor airplane, the multi-engine instructor. After graduating from flight school, he worked for other flight schools and air taxi operators for 3 years to gain more experience and log more flight time. In 1975, with a partner, they started a flight school, Arrowhead Airways, at the Anoka County Airport in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Besides being one of the most active flight schools in Minneapolis area, Arrowhead Airways grew into an international air taxi operation and scheduled air carriers. And we will just cut it right there because Augie's, it's a short bio. We don't want to.
That's the brief bio. That's brief
right.
bio. Just
Don't worry,
paragraphs.
this is just a short bio, my brothers.
Yeah.
And with that being said, I'm going to bring our good buddy Augie Nost onto the screen. I really have a lot of respect for this man and
Yes.
a lot of love for him because he's just a wealth of knowledge. Every time he talks, there's just a download coming. He has his Radio Alpha team, and with Nori Love, and they have just fantastic guests on their radio station. And I'm sure when he's talking to all these people, he's taking in all this information, and imagine what this man has learned in the last so many decades, and operating in this genre that we're in. So Augie, I'm going to hand over the stage to you, brother, and give us a download.
Okay, well, thank you. Live long and prosper. Okay.
Yeah.
You're looking beautiful today, my friend.
He definitely is, right?
Yeah, that shirt looks really good on you. That red really looks well. Beautiful.
Well, that's my signature shirt. It's always red shirt and black pants. So that's I guess that's all I have.
Yeah, red and black are sacred colors as well, right? So good choice.
Yeah. But before I say anything, I want to say one thing, and that is, how can anybody follow a talk like Michael Feeley? That was phenomenal. Boy, am I going to be really short on this one because he has it pretty much covered. The universe is explained in his words. And Nori and I had the enjoyment about a month and a half, 2 months ago, to have him as a guest on the Broadcast Team Alpha show. And he blew me away. Well, now I listen and he blew me away again. So I'm all gone. This was phenomenal, that speech. That was, there's so much detail in it. And I wasn't going to talk about this, but since he did, I'm going to confirm some of the stuff that he talked about. Because he talked about the universe being computer language. Yes. There is a scientist, is a theoretical physicist named James Gates. And he says that deep in the equations explaining the fabric of space, especially fundamental particles like atoms, electrons, muons, protons, all these small particles. He says, deep in there we find computer language. And we did not place it there. It is too symmetrical to be random, just happenings. There's an intelligence that put this computer language there, explaining these particles. Now that tells me that there is a computer program that is running everything that we see, because we are embedded in that computer program. We are in this universe that we call real life. But there's a computer language explaining this real life. So the computer language also is part of us and explains us. We are part of a computer program expressed as a self-aware universal hologram. Now, think about that. Could it be that we are nothing except a computer program that has consciousness embedded into it, so we feel like this desk is solid and everything around you looks so real? Now, I got an analogy that I wasn't planning on talking about either, but since he started it out, I want to support, actually confirm what he said. And that is that, hey, I'm a hypnotist. If I put you guys in a soft chair and talk to you for about, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe 15 minutes, and I told you that when I wake you up, you will see an elephant standing next to you in the room, and I snap my finger and bring you back out. If I did my job right, you can look over there and yes, you will see that elephant. You can reach out and touch the snout on that elephant, and you can feel the rough skin. You can hear him breathing. He's right there next to you. You can see him. But there is a problem. I can't see that elephant because there is no elephant there. But in your reality, that elephant is very real because you can feel the rough skin and hear him breathing. You see him. You can smell him. So for you, what happened to your real world? Did it go away? Now you get an elephant in your apartment on the 13th floor. How did it get up there? You created that elephant. I pointed to the heart too, because the heart is part of the creation process. There's a little brain in the heart that is hardwired to the pituitary gland, which is the gate to universal consciousness. So you created that elephant in your mind, and your mind is so convinced that he's there on the basis of my suggestions to you that it really is an elephant there. But I'm not part of the same suggestions because I just told you, I told you a lie, so to speak. I told you that there is one there. What's the difference between the real world, this solid desk, and that elephant? To you, there is no difference, is it? It is all part of that holographic existence that your consciousness creates around you. It's all around you. If you observe it, it is there. Theoretical physicists now are saying that on the basis of the quantum equations, they say that if it is not observed, interacted with, or thought of, nothing exists. That one is hard to wrap our head around. So with other words, if we're talking to somebody, turn around and walk away and don't think about them anymore. Do they even exist if we do not interact, observe them? Now, this gets deep. I don't really know.
Yeah, I asked that question, that very same question yesterday, Augie. 2 days ago, I was on a private call with our speaker yesterday, Carol Campu, And I asked her that very same thing: is do we really exist? If you're not being observed, do you exist?
Yeah. And the thing about it is that it may not exist, but the universe have a way to recreate itself in linear time. I wasn't planning on talking about this either, but I'm going to do it. What is time? Time is a projection of many present moments placed one after the other one. So when you go through these present moments so fast that it appears to be a continuous movie and you are the star actor in it. Actually, about 6 years ago, I had a download of universal information when the universe was explained to me in concept and detail. And in there, the time, linear time, was explained as a present moment, a frame of a picture right here as a present moment. Then the unified field collapses to nothing in between. Then it moves over just a little bit, and another present moment spikes and collapses again, spikes and collapses into another present moment. And it keeps doing that so fast that you move through those present moment pictures, and it appears to be a continuous movie which you are in. Now, this one is hard to wrap our heads around too, because it's so convincing what we see around us. But there is actually an electronic device, electronic measuring instrument that can prove that this kind of system actually exists. Look at a square wave generator. When you turn it on and turn it up a little bit, the frequencies may change, but the square wave generator starts a spike in electricity, and it moves over a little bit and collapses to nothing. And it moves over a little bit, spikes again. For a split second, it moves over and it collapses to nothing. And it continues like that. That's you guys into electronics, you'll understand this. A square wave generator works exactly like the physics of time, only on a totally different frequency scale. Wow. Boy, did I get off of track on this one.
Yeah, I just had a really interesting comment, or kind of like a question, come in from our PTA room from Kevin Cummings. He just mentioned accumulation of circumstances. And I was just writing here in my notes that does time exist because we are observing it, right? Because we're going from one moment to the next moment, from one action to another, to another, and to another. Because that is being observed, is it that time is... we're putting it in place because we're observing it?
Yeah, and being observing it is supposed to be one of the conditions for linear time to progress. But there's a hair in the soup. Linear time also progresses while we sleep when we do not observe anything in linear time. I don't remember what I saw about that, but there is something there. The awareness of the consciousness also helps create linear progression of time. And your awareness of consciousness do observe and interact with the surroundings while you sleep. So that is probably, had something to do with that, but I can't put my finger on it right now what its explanation actually was.
Interesting comment or question from PTA YouTube channel from Lindy Lou for you. She says, is it the same if I'm observing myself in the present moment for now?
Is it the same as what? But I think it probably is. I think it would be so. But the thing also is that when you're observing yourself, the subconscious mind, for one thing, doesn't know the difference between something that you actually see or actually something that you close your eyes and visualize very strongly. It still have the same feelings, and it's recorded as a mental image into the subconscious mind, which you later on can bring back out. So it is there. It's created. And I guess this talk was supposed to be about herbals and things like that, wasn't it? So I'm gonna touch a little bit on that too, because there's so much. And I would say, first of all, whatever I talk about when it comes to these kinds of things, do your own research. Do not believe me, because I'm just human like most of us, actually all of us, and I could have something wrong. So do your own research. Even though I look at something and I see it one way, you got to remember, we humans, we make interpretations of things on the basis of our present knowledge and our memory. So if I remember something that was a little twisted, bring that out, I could believe that is true. So these things can happen. Use my knowledge as your stepping stone to step to a higher level of consciousness. And I got a disclaimer I'm supposed to do here, so because I know that makes the government happy, and that is that I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical professional, and all I do is recite information that I have read from physicians, from doctors, from nurses, from medical journals, Lancet, New England Journal of Medicine, and places like that. It is published, and I just recite that. And I do not do any diagnosis or medical advice whatsoever. Do your own research, or when it comes to nutrition, talk to a healthcare professional. I didn't say doctor. They don't know anything about nutrition. So, yeah, me too. It could be a nutritionist, naturopathic doctor. Find one. Or anybody else that deals with nutrition on the basis of their knowledge. And first of all, I'm going to ask the listeners, of course, I'm going to ask you a question. Of course, I can't see you, so I don't know. But in your mind, raise your hand if you do. And the question is, are you meditating regularly? If you aren't, you should be. Meditation is for most people the gate to higher consciousness. And that higher consciousness is within reach of everybody. All we have to change our habit just a little bit. And that could be knowledge about absolutely anything. And that higher knowledge can also heal, and it can create in your life. I was very lucky many decades ago, while I was still back in Europe. I have a good friend. His name is Steinar Naustvold. He was my neighbor back on the farm. And he came driving by. I don't remember how old we were, but he was driving, so he had to be at least 18. And that made me probably about 20 at the time. He came by and he said, "Get in the car. We're going to Steinar to sit in on a meditation class." And I got got in the car and we drove to the city, and we sat in on a meditation class. There was transcendental meditation. And what they told us is that close your eyes, think of nothing, and whatever happened is good. I closed my eyes, nothing happened, and it was good. But I had something happen in there somewhere, and that was that it woke up my desire to keep doing it, because other people said it was good, so it had to be good. And that's why I am very grateful to Steinar, because he is the one that set me on to this spiritual path that I am today. And I have been meditating more or less every day. Well, after I came to the United States I went to flight school, so there were some years there where I didn't meditate much, but I picked it back up and I've been doing ever since. And that meditation has done wonderful things for me. Through that and other practices, I've trained my mind to do things that most people would think is impossible. So start meditating. And Steinar, he moved to Sweden, and he is teaching meditation. So he has also progressed within the spiritual path. He is quite a leader, and I have a lot of respect for him, and I thank him. Chances are he'll see this someday and maybe agree. But I want to say something about herbals first. Herbs are used like medicines, but they are not medicines. They are a type of dietary supplement, and it is not regulated by the Gestapo, the government. And also, not all herbs are perfectly safe if they're taken in the wrong doses. Some of them are actually really toxic. So seek the advice of an herbalist, because they should know. And herbs may not actually work as expected either, just like pharmaceuticals, because people's biological makeup is different from one person to another one, from men to women. We're different. So what works for one may not work for another one. So expect that. I have found herbals in the past that said, hey, if you want to have this happen to your body, just take this herb. And I took it for, let's say, a few months, and 6 months or so, and nothing. So I quit that. You don't have to continue forever just because it doesn't work. But if we get in a few months, if you get some kind of feeling that it is working or doing something for you, then you may want to continue. And people have been taking herbs as medicine since about 3 weeks after the beginning of time. So that was the original medicine. Also, another thing is that if it says natural on the bottle, you think it's good? Yeah, it can be, but maybe not. Because federal law has dictated that as long, I forget what it is now, I think there's something like 3 to 5% of natural material in there, they can call it natural. All the rest of it may be synthetic to save money. There's one thing, though, that you should look at on the bottle, and that is the word organic. Once you have an organic substance, then you know the term organic means that it is not, filled with pesticides and things like that also, and grown on the soil that is at least not artificially, put nutrients on it. And that's the thing where it's a little tricky out there now because of the chemtrails and everything. Everything grown outside has to some degree or another been poisoned. That's why I try to find something that is being grown in a greenhouse. When I go and buy tomatoes, then I buy the ones I know is grown in a greenhouse, which most of them usually are. Cucumbers the same way, and many other things. Where there's a roof, it drains off and goes outside. And there's going to be a phenomenal market for food grown in greenhouses in the future. And
Augie, I just got a quick question while you were saying that. I don't want it to escape my mind. I'm wondering, how can I say this? Is the food that's grown outside? I mentioned this yesterday. Since Trinity, 1943, something like that. Since that time to now, we have blown up 2,056 nuclear devices on the planet, in the atmosphere, above water, underwater, above ground, below ground. And if we do the mathematics on that, that averages out to about one nuclear explosion a week, every single week for the last 75 years on this planet. And now that has to have some sort of a consequence, like a nuclear fallout, nuclear winter, a radioactive atmosphere, radioactive ground, radioactive water. So I'm wondering, is that one of your reasons as to why you don't eat food that's grown outside and you prefer it coming from a greenhouse, because of that reason? Or do you have like more reasons than just that?
well, I'm not so concerned about the radioactive part of it. That's of lesser problems for me. The chemtrails are bigger, and the stuff they put in the chemtrails, because now it appears as they also have used the nanoparticles that is supposed to also have. I've seen some videos on this so-called remedy for the global calamity that is going on right now. There are little metallic robots in there. They are called them nanoparticles. And they are also, looks like, in the chemtrails. So it is everywhere. And these attach themselves to the genetic codes and alter it. So we, whether we like it or not, we need to find a remedy for that remedy. I'm trying to be diplomatic here because this goes on YouTube. So
Yeah, thanks for the sensitivity.
no.
We know how sensitive YouTube is. That's why we're streaming to our PTA room, guys. So in case YouTube decides to cut us off, go to PortalToAscension.org, watch Seed now. We're live there, just in case something happens with YouTube.
No, I don't think anything can happen. I just don't want to be spanked for it. That's just, we got to be careful. But I'm talking about, let me mention a few of the herbals that I was thinking of talking about. And I want to mention the ones that maybe can help with the major challenges that society and people have. And one of them is, I know this is prevalent. A lot of people are having problems in this arena, and that is one herb that is called yohimbe, and also maca, M-A-C-A. That's a root coming from South America, and that's a bark that treat erectile dysfunction. And from what I hear from people that have been using it, there is a lot of help in those. And that's what I want to mention first, because older people, they a lot of times have a problem in this arena. So I just want to mention that. But if you take it in too large doses, it can give you high blood pressure. It can elevate your heart rate. So you got to find what is good for you. After you take, let's say, a dose of this yohimbe, take your pulse before you start it, and then maybe 10 minutes after, take it again and see if the pulse rate has gone up. If it's gone up a little bit, I wouldn't worry about it. Probably that's what the medical journal says, there's some flexibility here. But if it's a lot, back off. So this is something that maybe you have to experiment with a little bit. And when you choose an herb, study the label really close. Herbalists on the internet, they are there for you. Contact them, they will answer your questions, and usually they have something to sell, so that you can find the things that might be good for you after whatever you want to have done. So just talk with those people. When it also comes from testimonies, from let's say you're looking to find a specific herb for a specific reason, and you start looking for testimonies. Okay, now you find testimonies from men saying this is wonderful. If you are a woman, ignore it. I paused on purpose there because I wanted people to smile a little bit, because a woman's body is different than a man's body. You have different hormones, you got different conditions, everything is different. If you find testimonies for women and you're a man, ignore it. Find testimonies from men, because that's where you find the closest effects of what you're going to expect to see. And if you have a child, let's say you've been taking an herbal medicine that has been doing great things for you, or somebody tell you that it's doing great for you, and you have a child, don't give that child the same dose that you're taking, because it is key to body weight. If you're, let's say, a man of 160 pounds and 70 pounds, and you have a child that is 80, half the dose. But check with the herbalist first to make sure it's good for children, because it may not. There are herbs out there that is good for adults but not for children, or good for generally for adults but not for women that are pregnant and things like that. So be a little careful, study this, research it, because it can be tricky. Herbs also don't necessarily give you a quick result, not like Novocaine if you have a toothache, but there are other pain reliefs, and studies have shown that inhaling lavender can do away with migraine headaches. Taking it in the stomach, yeah, it gets in the stomach, but it could be broken down so it doesn't have the same effect. Inhale it, warm it up, and cover it and just put your mouth on it, just breathe it in. That has a lot bigger, because when it gets in the lungs, it goes in the air sacs straight into the blood, and it gets to wherever it's going, and can do away with the headache.
Yeah, very good point, Augie. During our aromatherapy session yesterday with Melinda Williams, she had said the very exact same thing.
Ah, well, hey, that's good. That's good.
Vindicated.
Also, peppermint oil is excellent for arthritis pain. And when you take that you can take internally, and probably also, it didn't say anything about inhaling it, but I know in taking it internally, give it a week and arthritis pain will start going away. That's what some of the reports are saying. Now there is one study here in 2013, a study showed it relieves body and knee pain. There were participants that inhaled eucalyptus oil for 30 minutes for 3 days. 30 minutes for 3 days, inhaling eucalyptus. And they were recovering from knee pain replacement surgery. That hurts, and that pain stay with you a while. But within 3 days, that pain was gone. So that's something to remember. There's another thing that I suggest very highly. I keep this bottle with me all the time. It is in my pocket. Sooner or later, this bottle may save somebody's life. It is a mixture of alcohol and cayenne pepper. It is a very strong painkiller. And also, if somebody falls over from a stroke or a heart attack, take the lid off and pour it in their mouth and keep it shut so it gets under the tongue. Because this pepper, once that gets in the blood, and I can't explain exactly the physiological reason, but it can start the heart back up, or it can also help to regain your functions after a stroke. This is medical research right from the journals. So keep that in mind. I also want to mention this herb astragalus. And it is probably one of the most important herbs that I take. And the astragalus and jiaogulan herb. I know that sounds tough, and I don't speak Chinese, so I'm going to spell it for you. Yaugulan herb. Now that is called the immortality herb in China. Astragalus in the large doses, it's not may, but it will reverse the aging process. And that is what you just mentioned before, that the Nobel Prize was given in 2009 to 3 doctors for discovering an enzyme that reverses the aging process, and nobody told us. We can wonder why. I understand why, because it doesn't fit the agenda of bringing the population of Earth down to 800 million by 2025. So they're not going to tell us. But think about that. What causes aging? Aging basically aging now, not death, but aging basically have one cause. Now, there's many contributors to that cause. If you drink 18 cups of coffee every day and keep other stuff that increases your bad stuff in your body, then you're going to age faster. But astragalus will help the body itself to create this enzyme that they discovered and got the Nobel Prize for. So the body will create this enzyme on its own, and this enzyme would lengthen the telomeres at the end of the chromosomes inside the cells of your body. Because aging is caused by when each cell replicates itself, you create a new cell and a new cell. Every time the cell divides, the telomeres at the end of the chromosomes get a little shorter, until there's nothing left, and you get stuck with old cells in the body, and you get old and die. Because when you have nothing of those telomeres left, the end of the chromosomes start fraying, and the cell can no longer replicate itself. Now, when the telomeres are getting longer, the body is becoming more and more capable to produce other enzymes and nutrients that and the processed nutrients in the body that will keep you healthy. Also, all age-related diseases will go away. That's right in the medical reports. But don't take my word for that one. Go to the Nobel Committee's website, scroll down to 2009, scroll down again to medical submissions, and read the papers. You're going to love it, because they prove the concept. And that was in 2009. That was 12 years ago. And a lot of understanding has gone into this since then. Because this understanding that is not since then has been gained, has shown us how to do this more effectively than they even knew back then. Now, I have a book that I wrote. I explain very well what I do here. Spiritual Science, Higher Conscious Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness. In there, I teach people how to use their mind like they would think would normally be impossible. I also explain what I do to reverse my aging process. I'm 75 years old. I have more energy than anybody I know. Work 12, 16 hours a day, and I'm having so much fun it should be illegal. And I know a lot of 75 years old, they're sitting just one spot and staring at the wall. That's the big excitement they have during the day. So yes, it can be done. And I don't plan to being any older than I already am. I'm thinking backwards now. In my mind, I am 35. And I'm going to keep it that way. And that is part of the de-aging process. Let your mind create in your environment. You remember the elephant? Your mind created that elephant. So if I'm creating myself being at 35, I will start drawing the physical existence of me back to that age if I think about it all the time, and I do. So that's something to think about. And let's see. What can I tie into that? This is something that we also, to a good portion of it, we do in a mastermind that Nori Love and I have created. We meet on Sundays at 11 o'clock Pacific, and we join with other minds, and we create wonderful things in our existence, and we place that in the future. And once you have created in your mind, if you place it in the future, is that bubble of consciousness that contains that thing you created. Place that in the future, and then go back and forth and visit it every day. You have given it a low form of life in the future. It's there for you. So when the linear time goes towards that, and you do everything you can do to help it, the universe will pave the road for you to that thing in the future. And when linear time catches up, you just walk into it. I know that because I've done things like that, and it worked for me.
I can attest to the fact that it works too, Augie. I do it all the time. I'll get a phone call, or I'll get a letter from the government, or something like that that's bad news, and my wife picks up on that and says, "Oh, what are we going to do?" And then I say, "Well, we're not going to do anything about it because nothing is happening, because I'm already visualizing what's going to happen 2 weeks from now, and nothing is going to happen in 2 weeks from now. And as sure as shit is brown, it always works out every single time." Sorry to interrupt, but I thought I'd jump in there and give a testimony to that, because it really does work.
Wow, that's wonderful. I tell you, I hear this all the time. There are really wonderful things that has happened for people in this mastermind group. I should maybe mention some of them, but some of it is hard to believe because we bend the laws of physics sometimes in order to get things done. And the mind does it. It creates it in our existence. I would suggest, if somebody wants to really be part of a higher conscious thinking group, a spiritual think tank, send us an email and come and join Nori and I and the group. Check it out. See what you think. If you like it, you can join us, and we can do many more of these. If you don't like it, well, then, you can go back in the box. That's okay too. But send us an email to themastermindconnection@gmail.com. themastermindconnection@gmail.com. And I'll send you some information, and I'll send you a link so you can join us in the Zoom meeting on Sundays at 11 o'clock Pacific time, 2 o'clock East Coast. And just do it. You're going to love it. And I want to say something else about herbs. I did say I'm 75. At least that's the rumor on the street. I'm not going to keep saying that much because that goes against my 35. But how much gray hair do you see? Not much. Actually, yeah, it's a little bit right there. But
less than me.
Okay, if you look at yourself in the mirror and you see gray hair and you ask yourself why. Gray hair is a function of copper deficiency and an acidic body. Go to the pharmacy and get a hold of some litmus paper or some pH paper so you can test the pH of your body. And if you have gray hair, I will guarantee you your pH is below 6. 7 is neutral. 8 is good. I am trying to keep it up around 8. It doesn't work all the time, but I'm trying to. And if your pH is down at 6, start alkalizing the body and get a hold of ionic copper.
Okay, because look at all that white in my beard.
Oh.
Yeah, I got lots. Like, you see that? Like, I got like tons in my beard here. I got tons of white hair up here. So I think I'm going to do that. How do I do a pH test on my body?
Yeah, do that. I will.
Look at that guy.
The thing is that most Americans on the panel right now, the 3 of you, 2 of you and me, we're here in America where we eat the American diet. We go to the grocery store and buy pretend food. It's not food. It is fillers with a few ingredients in it that makes the body think that it's going to stay alive for a while. That's why organic food is so important. And I'll do that. I think you're gonna enjoy it. And that's where also epigenetics come in. Epigenetics is a new form of medical science. That is, your genetics are determined by the way you think, the way you act, who you associate with, and whatever you allow to be in your environment, including what you allow to be going into memory. When you start changing some of these concepts that you accept to be real in your habits and what you take in and how you think, you can change the genetic code. You can actually turn off bad genetic markers and turn on good genetic markers by the way you just think. Now, that is not quite, they saw it when they did the genome project, is it? They didn't understand that. They thought that the genes, that's all there was. Well, no, it isn't. Your mind creates the brain. Your mind creates the pituitary. Your mind creates everything in your body. So allow the mind to recreate some of these things. It can be done. Start studying epigenetics and you will understand. And in here, in this book, I explain exactly what you can do with it.
I just shared the link to that in the comments, guys, in all 3 chat rooms. Spiritual Science, Higher Consciousness, link to Amazon. So check that out.
Excellent. I want to say one more thing. I know that we're getting kind of close to the end here, but there's one thing I want to tell you. Do you have a grandfather or a grandma or somebody, a good friend that is up in age and they're starting to lose their memory and your mind is going on the, on the pile? Look at this one.
Oh yeah,
Coconut oil.
I use that too.
Take coconut oil in the large doses and they will get their mind back. Go ahead and Google or any other, probably another platform, the better ones. Coconut oil Alzheimer cure. Coconut oil dementia cure. Google it or whatever you do, and you're going to have an eyeful. There is thousands and thousands of testimonies from people out there that have cured their dementia by coconut oil. Think on that. And also, another thing that is very important, we have a lot of viruses and stuff floating around these days, especially one. Colloidal silver kills all bacteria and virus in your body. I would rather use ionic silver. If you can get your hands on that, and you can, health food stores have it. They're just a little expensive, or you can get contact me, and I'll. A friend of mine is making the generator for a very, very reasonable price, just a few dollars or a little more. You can make ionic silver yourself. And let me give you an example what can happen with colloidal silver. When I was doing hosting and producing 2 TV shows in Tucson for 6 years, I did 2 shows on colloidal silver. Me and the co-host was sitting at the desk, and we had the generator right there and a jar next to it, and we had electrodes going into it, and we burned off a quart of colloidal silver on the show. And we had 2 glasses. I took one, he took one, and we drank it. We demonstrated on how to do it. We told people, go try this. It just might be good for you. And I think it was a year later. I was going down the street in Tucson, and a guy across the street, he came running up to me and says, hey, are you Augie? And I had to admit, yeah, I probably was. And he said, I want to thank you. You saved my life. And I looked at him and I said, what did I do? He said, do you remember that TV show you did with colloidal silver? I said, yeah, I did a couple of them. And he said he saw one. So he went and started taking colloidal silver. He was diagnosed with stage 4 stomach cancer. The cancer went away. He would have died had it not been for that colloidal silver.
Yeah. Augie, you're like right on point here. I read an article a couple of years ago about a thing called potash gold. And this person, I guess, got the recipe from his ancestors through the dream world. And he was able to create this potash gold, and he was giving it to people in his neighborhood. And then this woman came to him whose husband had given her AIDS, and then she had a baby that was born with AIDS. And then after being on this potash gold for, I think it was like 6 months, her AIDS and her baby's AIDS was totally gone. Right, like absolutely gone. So I'm wondering if the potash gold and the silver that you're talking about are one and the same.
Well, I can't say I know. I don't know anything about potash. I just cannot speak to that. I do drink colloidal silver on a regular basis. I make it at home for about $1.50, maybe 2 pennies a gallon. So it's it's pretty cheap. But with that generator, and here's one thing that I see. This is a new forum for me. I know talking on herbs and stuff like that before, so I had to make some notes, and I got one right here for you. When you go and buy fruit in the grocery store, you pick up the fruit and look at it and say, gee, I wonder if this has been sprayed with pesticides or if it's organic. How do you know? Yes, you can. Look at the sticker on the fruit. They all have stickers, so it's supposed to. If it starts with on the sticker there is a number. If it starts with a 9, it is organic. Anything else, it could be GMO or pesticides on it and anything else. But look for the ones that has a 9 when it starts. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Anyway, I want to say gosh, what do we have? 2 minutes left? Well, I'll continue until you tell me otherwise. I just want to say a few things about diabetes because that is such a huge issue right now. About 4 years ago, there was an older lady that came to live in this house with us. She was a friend of a housemate, and she was on 17 or 18, may have been 17 pharmaceuticals when she came. 6-8 months later, she had none of them, no use for anything at all, because she got a little bit of diabetes way back, and the doctor gave her a pharmaceutical that had, she said, 2 side effects. So he gave her more drugs to take care of the side effect and kept compounded that way until she had 17 pharmaceuticals. We taught her how to eat different, eat natural, green leafy food, and it all went away. Her numbers came down into about I think it was about 100 or so, which is kind of normal. So yeah, but see, drugs never substitute for healthy lifestyle and healthy eating. The pancreas is creating insulin. So if you keep feeding it insulin through the needle, then you have insulin in the body, and the pancreas just sit up and look around and say, wait a minute, I'm supposed to produce insulin, but there is all kinds of insulin down here. So it goes back to sleep. Doesn't produce anything. So start starving it a little bit. That's also in the medical reports. Starve it a little bit, not bad, but starve it a little bit so it's a little less than what it should be. Now the pancreas look around and say, well, yeah, there's insulin here, but not enough. So I guess I'll start making some. That's how you wake it up. And if you think about that, it could make sense. And that's where raw, natural food should be part of your diet every day, at least 50% of it. I try to have a bowl of raw oatmeal every day because I found some medical research coming out of Stuttgart, Germany, and a research hospital over there. It's a long one, over decades. They found that anybody that had a bowl of raw oatmeal every day lived on the average of 11 years longer than the ones that did not. I want the 11 years, so I keep doing it. And then there is a doctor in Arizona, Dr. Cousins. He has a clinic in southern Arizona, which I guess he's going to end that one now. But he says, if you come to our clinic and stay for 3 months, doesn't matter how bad your diabetes is, you will be cured. If we can't cure you, you get your money back. He knows what he's doing. I've been to the clinic. I talked to those people. And yes, they are doing it. All they're doing with raw, natural, uncooked food. Try not to cook the food. When you cook it, you kill it. What would happen to you if they put you in a pot and turn up the heat? They would kill you. So when you have raw food, the enzymes are alive, and enzymes are so important to the body. When you cook the food, you kill the enzyme and you don't get the benefits of it. And then I take on Broadcast Team Alpha, which is Nori and our radio show, broadcastteamalpha.com. I have somewhere in there, I think it's down about maybe a year or so into the stream of shows, I talk about what I take from supplements. And I mentioned, you know, ginseng, and there's a lot of these things that I take, so you can go look at that. But when it comes to diabetes, beans, they are very good for diabetes. They help you regulate the blood sugar. Chromium, niacin, and trace minerals. Trace minerals is essential. You got to have it because you don't get it in the food. Without the right kind of minerals in the body, you will, not may, but will get sick when you get older and you start depleting most of it. And also, now there are some foods that also raise the blood sugar, and that is the sugar and molasses, you know, and things like that. So stay away from sugar. Sugar feeds cancer and diabetes. It creates a bad situation in the body that you don't want to be involved with. How are we doing on time now?
We are at 2:03, and I have Dr. Sasha Lesson and Janet Lesson coming in next in about 20 minutes. Let's take some questions if you can, Augie. And I just wanted to mention, when you were mentioning that about the fruits and the sticker on there, while you were saying that, I quickly ran to my fridge and I grabbed a cucumber, see what numbers are on it. And I came out with 4592 on my cucumber. So it's not organic.
Nope. No.
So
Yeah, and you know, the thing about it is that most grocery stores, they don't even have an organic section.
And if they do, the lettuce is like $20. They put it so far out of reach that, you know, you just go back to the old GMO and that's it. And that's kind of what our problem is, right? Is if we want to eat healthy, they're charging us so much. It's like that meme that we probably have all seen, where it shows a salad for like $7 or $8, and then they show you a McDonald's cheeseburger for like 99 cents. Right. So, you know, that's like a subliminal message, right? It's like, eat this poisonous food. And if you want to eat healthy, it's going to cost you arm and a leg, which in itself is just ridiculous. Right. You know, it's a war on our consciousness via the food that we eat. Like you said in the beginning, we are what we eat. And then if we continue to eat like McDonald's and Big Whoppers and KFC, things like that, we're just really destroying our avatar.
Absolutely. So, in fact, I'm drinking 1 cup of coffee every day, and it's if you, after you send that email to the mastermindconnection.org and get some information, you go to our Patreon page. You scroll down all the way to the bottom. I have an article down there with all the health benefits from coffee. It is phenomenal health benefits. And I'm not joking about that. It's real. And, well, you know, I guess, yeah, this is going to be funny. But, you know, it's very important that we drink coffee, right? We got to have at least 1 cup of coffee a day. You got to have it. Because think of it this way. The dinosaurs never drank coffee, and we all know how that story ended, right? So,
For me, for another in about 2 hours myself.
Yeah,
so
another pot, that guy up there in the top right.
Yeah, but I don't eat fast food though, so it kind of, you know, it works itself out. I don't need any of that McDonald's or Burger King or anything like that.
Yeah, it's a nice balance for me. You know, usually 1.5 cups. I'll pour myself the second cup, and I can only down like about half of it. And that's it. So usually like 1.5 cups for me is it. And if I don't drink that, I can't wake up in the morning. I don't know if it's a mental thing or whether it's, you know, I've trained my body like that. I'm not really quite sure. But I got a question here for you, Augie, from the PTA YouTube channel. It is from Who Am I at Augie. Please tell us the problem that
Yahimbe.
Yoembe and Maca are for, black Maca.
Maca. Yeah,
Maca,
is.
That's it. Yeah. Sorry, my Canadian accent.
We won't hold that against you.
Yeah, thank you.
the rumor is I have one too, but I don't believe it. So anyway, maca is a South American root that will give you energy. It will actually also build testosterone in males, but it does not in women. This is what
women need estrogen.
Yeah, it may do different for them. I haven't looked into that, but I looked into it for men, because I have a good friend in Texas that he needed some help, and we talked about it, and I did some research for him, and I went into some medical journals, and I actually found something where they had done some experiments with this in a study, and so it proves that it actually worked for that type of thing. But then again, just start out with a little bit, increase it. If you feel like you want to just do more and more and more, up to the point where you feel that it is right for you. And I'm not taking it right now, but about 10 years ago, I took quite a bit of it actually for a while, because everybody else around me did, so I took it too. But I don't take it right now, but it's there, and it gives you energy. Now, I get energy from coffee.
Yes.
And coffee gives you energy for a short moment, but it also makes you more optimistic about things, because it creates situations in the brain that it actually accelerates the electricity traveling on the neurons even.
Well, that's why you got to drink it all day long, so that feeling doesn't go away. If you consistently drink it, then you're good to go. You'll get that running of the synapses quickly the whole time. But while I have a moment too, I just want to say, guys, go and buy Augie's book, The Spiritual Science and the Higher Consciousness.
Right on. Looks like it's well studied.
I'm almost done. This is my second time going through it in a row, because I wanted to make sure that I was getting it properly. So, guys, it is mind-altering and life-changing. I'm telling you.
Okay,
it's worth it.
Yeah.
Higher conscious thinking and how to access the universal consciousness. This is a tremendous, tremendous read. This just goes to show, when we bring people on, we have read a lot of their works or their books or seen their things. We do research to bring people on, and somebody like Aggie with that knowledge is just, it's incredible. It's incredible what he has amassed over the years.
And Rob, when you have read it the third time, we should talk, because then you're ready for stage 2.
I was planning for it. Because that's what it says, and that's what you told me before. You said you got to read it a few times, make sure you get it. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take his advice on that too.
The second time through, you learn more that you didn't see the first time. The third time through, it comes together, and then we can start working. I don't know if you are interested in astral travel or anything like that, but it's at your hands.
Absolutely. We'll definitely.
In the back of the book, I also explain the previous speaker here. He talked about time travel. I explain in the book how that can be done using your mind.
Yep. It's incredible. It's a great book, Augie. It's a masterpiece for sure.
I'm going to place my order tonight right after this conference is done. Read it 3 times or in a row, back to back, binge read it, and get a hold of Augie. And guys, again, the link to Augie's book, I've posted it in all 3 chat rooms. You guys check that out when you have the time, and put the order in. And also, Augie, before we close this out, you also have a documentary on Agenda 21. And I think Agenda 21 is really a bit important when it comes to like plant medicine and animal communication, because they're really trying to remove us from that, right? So can you quickly talk about that while I find the link and paste it here in the comments? And you guys can check out this documentary. It's available on Amazon. So I'll toss the links in.
Yeah, that's a video documentary that, oh gosh, that was about 4 years ago now, maybe 3. Yeah, 3 years ago. We did that, and then a Hollywood producer got a hold of it, and he placed it everywhere. It is just about everywhere out there now, and people are loving it. It's on Amazon also, and it's got some very good reports on it. What the title is, it's Aliens and Agenda 21. Aliens and Agenda 21. If you Google that, you can find it just about anywhere.
It's in the comments right now.
In there, I talk about the alien presence, who they are, why are they here, and what they're doing. As well as I also talk about how the mind, much of what we talked about here, how the mind actually creates your reality and what you can do to change that reality, create a new timeline going into the future instead of the one that you are. Because of your previous action, present thinking, you are very predictable to where you're going to be in the future. But if you start changing different, you'll peel off and start a new timeline. And that one may go somewhere totally different, and you are able to create and direct it in that direction you want it to be, instead of what the media and government have designed for you, going straight forward. So this is also in the book, as well as on the Aliens and Agenda 21. I do get into the Agenda 21 a little bit because it is going on right now. And the goal, just as it says on the Georgia Guidestone, they want the population of Earth down to 800 million people or less. And they decide who those 800 million will be. It's not you. And they are, well, I don't know how far I should go into this before we get spanked, but just, if you see that thing on Amazon, actually, I think it just costs a couple of dollars and you can rent it and see it. And just think about it. All futurists, they're telling us that by 2030, maybe somewhere around 60% of all the jobs in the world will be done by robots. What in the world do they need people for?
Transhumanistic futures they're talking about. It's horrible too, because I did a couple of shows on a podcast with that we do on stereo, and we did a 4-part on transhumanism and the fact that transhumanism started as an ideology that sounds so great. It sounds incredible. But they've, just like everything else, they've absorbed it into their dialectic, and now they're using it for disproportionate type stuff, not this enhanced future that they talk about. It's diabolical at its core, because they make it sound so great and so nice when you're listening to what they say, and then you find out the truth behind all of it once it's all revealed to you in the shadows. This is definitely one of my areas too, is going into this kind of stuff, and it's pretty diabolical out there for sure.
Next thing you know, you're bored.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Even though it looks pretty dark right now, there is remedies. And every day I take 1 or 2 cups of pine needle tea. It got 2 substances in it that will neutralize the effect of this global calamity going around,
Mm-hmm.
as well as this one. I won't show it very much so they can get a hold of the name of the contact me privately, and it's something that you can get your hands on that will kill the effects of what you're getting.
And email Augie at themastermindconnection@gmail.com.
There you go.
I'm sure he will, get back to you. That's very good that you showed that very quickly as well, Augie. We need everything like that we possibly can, because this Orwell that we're going through is part of that paradigm shift. We're kind of like at that, like the Hopi talked about, and the Aborigines in South or in Australia talked about, is that we're going to come to a point where the road is just going to split, and it's up to us to make that choice. And we are at that split right now. Actually, that split began with Orwell last year, and we need to make our choices in which way we're about to go. Are we going to be the light that we've been waiting for, or are we going to go into the darkness and go back into the Kali Yuga, or do we want to create a golden Yuga within this coming cycle? It's all up to us. Now, let me
Yep.
see. Another question that I had, a really quick one before I bring in Dr. Lesson. Kevin Cummings from our PTA room was asking about the telomeres, whether stress does stress have any effect on the telomeres to like shorten them, or to because we know that stress can cause death. So I'm wondering, and I think that's what Kevin Cummings means as well, is that if you're under tremendous amounts of stress, if that will shorten the telomeres and then thus shortening your lifespan.
Absolutely. Stress will shorten the telomeres and shorten your lifespan.
Another thing I would like to say too is the Mastermind Connection, guys. Get involved, because Augie has put something incredible together with that too. I've taken part in some of it, and it is a think tank of spiritual people who are coming together for a common purpose of creating the future that we desire and manifesting it. So it's worth your while for sure.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah,
involved. Be the
doing
leader you've been waiting for.
That's
we're
right.
doing some incredible things.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Augie. I really appreciate you, brother. Love you. You're a great mentor, great role model, great leader in in waking us up and and relaying information forward. You're like one of the pillars when it comes to this conscious-based content that we're all sharing with one another, and you've been doing it for a very long time. So I totally respect you and appreciate the wealth of knowledge that you bring to the table about almost everything, right? So it's it's really nice to listen to you and to pick your brain and ask you questions and stuff, because it's like I don't want to go back to your age because I know you're 35, but Paul Wallace yesterday was saying something in regards to his grandmother, where we've demonized the knowledge that our grandparents have when it comes to like plant medicine and other things, and now I have a pill, so shut up, grandma, I don't need it anymore. And because you're 35 years old, we really need to begin to take your advice and your knowledge and really begin to store it within us and share that out, because the knowledge that you have is the true knowledge, right? Because the censorship only came into place in like the last 10, 15, 20 years, and prior to that it was somewhat okay, right? But now it's just more and more and more of that censorship, and the more it comes, the more we want to grab all this information from our elders. It's like I was saying yesterday to Paul, that once this whole Orwell thing is over, I'm going to volunteer at a old folks home and few facilities, and I'm going to go there and I'm going to interview all of them, and I'm going to talk to them about the plant medicines that they were using when they were growing up, and then put that together in an ebook, and then release that to the general public so that everyone has access to that. So with that being said, yeah, with that,
I want to say one more thing. People like Augie are Obi-Wan Kenobis. You know what I mean? We have a few Obi-Wan Kenobis out there.
Yeah.
All right. But we're not going to be Anakin Skywalker. We're going to be Luke. All right. We're the Lukes. We're not the one who's teetering. But his knowledge is the essence of the Force, and essentially he's Obi-Wan, passing down that knowledge to people like me and Omar and others, to really go out there and change the fate of the galaxy. You know what I mean? It's a terrific metaphor, even though it's a very...
I want to follow up on that one.
Go ahead.
In that movie, when Obi Kenobi was stricken down, he said, if you strike me down, I will be more powerful than you can imagine. Then he was stricken down, and the robe just fell to the ground, and there was nothing in it. That's the power of the mind.
That's right.
They gave us an indication of what is possible in that scene on the Star Wars.
so many esoteric messages in Star Wars. It's wild,
Yeah.
and Star Trek too. But it's, you know, definitely our Obi-Wan. So I'm gonna coin that term and start calling people like Augie and Paul Wallace our Obi-Wan Kenobis. They're ours.
Interestingly enough, while you were saying that, just a thought came to me is that even when you look at the name Obi-Wan, right, it can also be as Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan, right? So that's pretty cool trick play in that name, is that Obi-Wan. I wonder what Kenobi means. The root meaning of the word Kenobi. Maybe we'll give some
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Give some homework to our audience, and maybe you guys want to look that up and see what the root meaning of the word Kenobi means, and toss that into the comments, and we'll talk about that after our session with Dr. Lesson. So with that being said, Augie, thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate it. So before we let you go, final thoughts from you, sir.
One thought. The next guest you're having on here, Dr. Lesson, her husband or him, if I don't know which one you have coming.
Yeah, I have Janet Lesson and Dr. Lesson coming on.
Oh, good. Look at him. He is also doing what I'm doing I don't know if it's the same method, but he's about the same age as me, and he looks 20 years younger also.
He's an Obi-Wan too.
He is doing something right, and we're not the only. I'm not special. I'm just doing what we need to do. He is doing what we need to do to decrease our aging process, or actually reversing it.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm really looking. Yeah. I'm looking forward to this lecture by Dr. Lesson and Janet Lesson. So before I let you go, Augie, I've shared some of your links in all three chat rooms. If people want to get a hold of you, they can email you, or they can go to your website. You have a couple of them. Augie Nost, I believe it's Augie-Nost.com, and then there's also broadcastteamalpha.com. So, and then also, if you guys want to follow Augie on Facebook, I will post that link there as well. I'm sure you can just go to Facebook and just put in Augie Nost, and he will come up. And with that being said, thank you very much, Augie. I really, really appreciate it, my friend.
Thank you,
and,
sir.
I will
Much
talk to
respect.
you soon.
Thank you for having me, and live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper, my friend.
Omar, are you ready for this? I found the root meaning. Ken or Kenny comes from German and means to know or be acquainted with. So Kenobi or Kenobi Obi means to know heart. So if you put it together, and the Obi-Wan Kenobi means to lose one's heart to know one's heart. So you have to lose everything you know to truly define yourself as you are.
How crazy, eh? And that's kind of what Star Wars is
What?
about. Yeah.
Wow.
What? that's
What?
crazy. Yeah. And then it's
Lose
like
the programming so you can actually get to know who you are.
Yeah. Wow, man. And like we've always said, you have to unlearn to learn. You have to destroy the old in order to rebuild the new. This learned something new today with the Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's truly transitional from what we're doing here now. And this conscious journey, this soul journey, whatever you want to call it, that we're on, this spiritual path that we are on. We are breaking down our hearts as we know them, to get to know it from a deeper level, a more spiritual level. That was just a mind-boggling connection. I didn't say it like that to make it mean that, because I didn't know what it meant. I just thought, because of his knowledge, he is like the Jedi Master, and we are the Padawans learning, But it also means that. Wow.
Yeah, crazy. Wow. That is
no such thing as
really
coincidence, man. No such thing.
No such thing as Aubrey showed her shirt in the back. It said no such thing as coincidences. I did not expect today to be going as it's going. Right. For me, I was looking more at plant medicine and animal communication. And yesterday we really covered that for 13 hours. And today, with all of our speakers so far, it really seems that we've gone the spiritual side of plant medicine and our consciousness and who and what we are and how we interact with our environment. So it's really cool how this is coming together today. And, and man, Dr. Lesson's got a pretty serious presentation coming up here. So Augie, I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to bring on our next Obi-Wan, and I will talk to you soon.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Augie. It's like the full story. Yesterday was kind of the, the aspects of it, and today is the spiritual side of it and the consciousness side of it. So we're getting the full package, which is incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome, Dr. Lesson. Welcome, Janet. How are you? So nice to see you guys.
How are you both?
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. We're
Hi.
really happy to be here.
I'm
so taken up by what you're saying, Rob, about what Star Wars symbology might be. And, it's like from where I come from, it's can you embrace the program and the anti-program both? And see what the program itself even may have a need and is there to create a whole dimension. That's what you get when you get the polarity for you to transcend. If you know what
Incredible. I mean. Incredible. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you both. I've seen a lot of what you do, and Omar has talked so highly about you. It's an absolute pleasure to get to know you, and I feel lucky to be here right now, and it's an honor,
Let me quickly... Sorry, go ahead, Janet.
Oh, we're delighted to be here. Thanks for inviting us. I don't know.
You are very welcome.
We had two computers and the other one's in the shop, but so we're going to try to squeeze in and share one. But that's all we can do.
I will quickly read a couple of paragraphs off your guys' bio. I'm sure a lot of people out there know who you are, and this is more for anybody who's coming in that is not familiar with your guys' work. I'm not sure why they wouldn't be. You guys been around spreading, giving downloads like forever now. So let me just quickly do a couple of paragraphs from Dr. Lesson, a couple of paragraphs from Janet Lesson, and I'm on the wrong screen, so let me just correct that very quickly. All right, so we have Dr. Sasha Alex Lesson has his PhD from UCLA in anthropology and his MA in counseling psychology from the University of Humanistic Studies. He is a GORF certified holotropic breathworker, Tantra master, certified hypnotist, Vini yoga instructor, Jungian past life therapist, and an avid student of Drs. Hall and Sidra Stone. Dr. Lesson is a certified hypnotherapist specializing in experiencer, contactee, memory expansion. We teach each experiencer to witness and center herself. She learns to embrace the parts of her subselves that consciously or not consent to paranormal, extraterrestrial, and or interdimensional contact. She accesses dialogue with and coordinates needs of her other subpersonalities, her inner child, social persona, critic, professional, subtle, etc., with needs her contactors seek to meet in ET or paranormal contact. Janet Lesson is a radio talk show host, television personality, educator, experiencer, contactee, researcher, conference presenter, conference organizer, workshop leader, hypnotherapist, and counselor. She's been featured in Time and Dr. Spiegel and dozens of other articles in newspapers, magazines, and online. She's been on Time Zone International, Lisa Gibson Show, Extra, Inside Edition, Talk or Walk, John Walsh Show, and she's been interviewed on dozens of radio shows and has interviewed and produced over 600 radio shows and counting. She broadcasts 4 to 7 days a week on the Aquarian Radio Network, which she created with her husband, Dr. Sasha Alex Lesson. Welcome, Dr. Lesson. Welcome, Janet. Thank you very much for being here today to give us this incredible download that you're about to give. I'm going to grab myself a pen and some paper, and I'm going to start taking notes because I read what you guys are about to talk about, and I'm super excited. So thank you very much. I'm going to remove myself from here, and I will give you guys the stage.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Go ahead. You start, Dr. Lesson.
Okay, so what we're going to do today is, well, Janet wanted me to say something about myself first. Okay, so.
About the history of LSD psychotherapy.
Okay, okay. We're ready to plunge into this.
Yes.
Okay. The history of LSD psychotherapy, my involvement in it. I was director of counseling at the Waikiki Drug Clinic back during the days of the Vietnam War. And I used a lot of different kinds of therapies, and it's mainly primal and Gestalt. And then I started hearing about how Stan Grof had developed something that would help us when I had to deal with people that were on bad acid trips in Waikiki. And I just used the techniques I had, and they worked fine. But I heard about somebody who had better techniques, and I went to study ultimately with Stan Grof, and I was in a long training program over 3 years with him and 30 other people, and we developed this incredible school of use, which was based on the use of entheogens. Stan Grof had been a psychiatrist in Czechoslovakia back in the days when it was still an independent country before the Soviet Union had absorbed Czechoslovakia. And what happened is Stan was a graduate psychiatrist. He was a psychoanalyst in the Freudian tradition, and he was running a mental hospital. And it was just a regular civilian government in Czechoslovakia. Then the communists, under a guy named JK, took over, and they started running everything. And Stan's was in his hospital, and he got a note from Hoffmann in Switzerland. I've got this great stuff that you might try. It'll make you feel a little crazy. And then if you take it, maybe you'll learn how to do better with your crazy patients. So Stan and his doctors and nurses started doing LSD themselves. And then they started using it for patients. And what they found is almost everybody that did it went through the same sequence, whether they were a patient or a doctor or a nurse or whatever. And they ultimately came back to their childhood stuff, and they came back to things that they didn't express, but they expressed more. And they would jump in the therapist's lap, and they'd be like little kids, and the therapists are trained not to touch anybody, but they'll hear the doctors are jumping in each other's lap and so forth. So he had some hot stuff. And the thing that was happening is people started getting well. It was amazing. And so the communists who had taken over got really angry at Stan because they were using the patients in the mental hospital as slaves, the women as sex slaves, the men to do labor and stuff. And so Stan was making people well, and that wasn't working at all. And so he was giving lectures at the United States, and he applied for asylum. He took all his notes and he applied for asylum, and they gave him asylum. And he started using LSD with all kinds of people, mentally ill people, alcoholics, criminals, artists, spiritual leaders, everybody. And they had the same sequence, and everybody got better. And they published all this stuff, and people said, wow, this is really groovy. Everybody loved it. But then the CIA was using it as a way to interrogate enemy agents and to destabilize the student anti-Vietnam movement by having everybody out on LSD so they wouldn't care about the killings in Nam. Anyway, so it went on and on. It became illegal and so forth. But we developed this kind of holotropic breath work, which was just like LSD work, except that we got into an altered state by breathing deeply and doing other kinds of things that I'll explain if we ever get to my lecture instead of this history thing. It's got a big history. It got down to I was studying this stuff, and it works. And
also, you're studying with John Mack.
Yeah, John.
John Mack from the work with
sure.
extraterrestrial
Yeah.
experience.
So John Mack was part of this group, and we all did all the stuff ourselves. And after each session, you draw what your experience was. Nobody tells you what your stuff is. Everybody has different ways of symboling things and experiencing things. And then at the end of our 3-year training, you lay out all your stuff and you see your history and the history of all these people that you've come to really know well. It was incredible, wonderful stuff. And so that's the history of this stuff. And then as I started working with this stuff, and I was also totally involved with Levitsky's work, which is anything you've already experienced, you can experience again as an act of consciousness. And also in Stan's work, although we didn't tell Stan because we didn't want to get him in trouble, but half the time the people in the training were doing acid too, because of course Stan knew, but it was illegal those days. But so we knew what it was, and we did it all ourselves. And so this stuff really works. And so then I learned how to do the same thing with hypnosis. That's almost as good. And usually I can hypnotize a group of people or a pair of people that are doing this in this method. But inevitably, there's somebody out in the parking lot who's done some acid before they got to our venue. And then I have to stay with them as long as it takes, which may be quite a long time. But for most of the people, they can do it with hypnosis. And I'm going to teach people, if I ever get to my presentation, how to do it.
Okay, so
Janet's turn.
No. We want to share a screen. So I guess what we do is just click this little button, right? Share screen.
Just wanted to say I've got some acid experience from my teenage days, from my youth. I stopped when I turned 18. I took 2 microdots, and I was so high that it turned into like a bad trip, and then that was the last time I did acid. But since then, I've been a regular consumer of mushrooms.
Well, we don't recommend you do it without being facilitated. That's key. This isn't like you go and take it and go to the rave, because sometimes you might go deep into your stuff, and I don't know how to share this screen.
You just go down to
Omar, if you had done it with that is so if that happens in a therapeutic context, you would just be, the bad trip is like a wonderful key. That means there's something for you to confront. And if you go into it, instead of running away from it and crank it up and really go where you're being watched and interacted with somebody who knows how to tune you in, that is a fantastic growth opportunity. So Janet's point that doing it with somebody that can be there as a guide for you makes it what could be a bummer be instead a enlightening experience.
Right. It's a shamanistic practice. It's not to be abused. So when you have a skilled shaman, someone that can guide you, take you deeper into your process, use it as a therapeutic tool to help you uncover all kinds of things, your past life dramas, your childhood dramas, your extraterrestrial abductions, and you can go in all kinds of directions. So I don't know if you want to explain the hydrotropic and the holotropic.
Why don't we show the slides?
The slides are right here.
Oh, there's
So
my
if you
slides.
want to show it,
I want to show.
I was stalled.
Let me have the first slide,
Here,
please.
you do it. You do. There
Oh,
you go.
right, I
Try.
get to do it.
And you go.
So just hit the share on the bottom, share screen, and go to window, and then whatever window you have open in there that you want to share will pop up.
Okay. Share. I'm on share.
Yeah, when you click share, you'll see 2 options. One is video file, and the other one is share screen.
Okay.
And then when you click share screen, you'll see right in the middle window or the Chrome tab. And I believe you will want to go to window, and that's where your file will be. Or under Chrome tab, depends where you have it open. There we go. I got it right here. Add to stream.
See that. That's not what I want to see. You want to see.
We don't see anything yet.
I don't see anything. I had it up here. I'm going to go here. Is this showing?
Is that the screen you wanted to share?
Yes.
It's a slideshow.
Go to the first slide from
Okay,
beginning.
I can't see because
I'll drive. Let me have this.
I want to see if this is working.
Dímelo.
Are you seeing our slideshow?
I'm not
Right
seeing
now.
the slideshow. What I am seeing is a lot of text here. I'll put it on screen for you.
Oh.
This is what I'm seeing.
Okay. This isn't working. Okay.
Oh, I thought I saw something there. Do that again, Janet.
Now I had to navigate back to see what you're showing on the screen. So that's not what I want to show. I want to show my slideshow, which is this, but you're not seeing it for some reason. From beginning. All right, I've got the slideshow, but you don't. All right. Let me try one more time to get back to your screen. Here's this. It says that I'm sharing. Oh, you're
The screen that I have is oh, now it's gone.
sharing mine. Okay, it's going to share screen. Window, no. Okay. How come I can't get to my?
Do you have it in the Chrome tab, Janet?
No, I have it down at my lower navigation bar.
I'm still getting the text, the earlier window that I'd shared.
Is it in MP form or is it on PowerPoint?
It's just my PowerPoint.
It's in PowerPoint and Microsoft.
So what you're going to do is you're going to hit share screen. You're going to click, and then you're going to go to window. And as you go, when you click the center one, right, the center of the three, the windows, when you go down, you should see that it should be open. So you should have it open in the background behind StreamYard or the internet, whatever you're using to get here. So if it's not opened already, that's why you're not seeing it yet. So if it's open behind it, you should be able to access it through where it says window.
Okay, I'm trying something different.
Oh, still the same thing. Maybe open up your window that you have your presentation in.
Yeah, it's open now. You don't see it though, huh?
No, I'm still seeing the other text.
Let me send it to you, and then you can share from your end.
Oh, that'll work. What a great idea, honey.
You're going to email it to me, Janet?
Yeah, as soon as I get to my email.
Okay.
Let me just get out of your way for this.
Oh, I can't do this sideways. It's hurting my back. Okay. Anyway, talk while we're doing this, sweetheart. So I can't think. Go ahead, honey. Speak about your experiences.
Okay. So what we've been doing is we've been demonstrating how professionals with big credentials can mess up, but we really
at messing up.
You guys are so great.
Okay.
I love the sense of humor.
Okay, let's see. Where's this thing you sent me? And I'll forward it to Omar. Did you send it here?
There
it is. Okay. So forward. Hopefully. Omar. Sending it. There we go. Okay, I'm going to go back to. You should have it. Do you have it?
Not yet. I'm there on the window. I haven't received anything yet. Probably take a couple of seconds. There we go. I have it.
There. It's not that big.
So every once in a while, I'll say next slide.
Here, let's make this big. All right.
Where's the slides? I got to see it too.
Well, he's getting it up.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he can get it to work. I'm used to Zoom.
What platform is this?
This is StreamYard.
StreamYard.
It's a new platform, but it's good. Okay. There it is. Can we make it bigger? Okay.
Okay, so we're going to show you an outline, and you will be able to get the whole thing slowly on my website of how to make LSD, if you're going to use it, really work for you. And if you don't want LSD to work for you, it doesn't have to be the real psychedelic LSD. It can be the hypnosis trip that I'm going to teach you, where you can have an LSD-like trip that'll help you with whatever's next for you on your path, whatever that is.
Can I use other entheogens like?
Oh, okay. So you want me to discuss different kinds of entheogens? Yes, of course. You can use all. There are all different kind of combinations that you can do, and of course, we experimented with all of them. But this is just about using LSD because it's way easier to explain. If you add LSD with ecstasy, for example, it's a heart opening, but that involves speeding up it's an amphetamine. It speeds you up, and it has all kinds of other things. This is clear consciousness, and wherever that goes, and sometimes the consciousness goes into your body and so forth. We'll go into what that is.
What is an entheogen?
An entheogen is something that makes you change your theology, what you believe.
You're too close to the screen.
I'm too close to the screen. Oh yeah, hi, that guy in there. So it's and psychedelics can be used as meditative tools, entheogens, things that change your theology. That is, gives you another worldview. That's the whole idea. Crack your cosmic egg. I'll let you rise above the polarities in the system in which you've been operating so that you can get an overview from a fair witness so that you can see the larger systems, how everything is connected to everything else, that you can embrace both your individuality and your universality without losing any of it, but understanding things from a perspective of the whole system.
And then the Native Americans and the South American natives used ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca is quite wonderful, and we've facilitated with all different kinds of things. And one of the very interesting things about ayahuasca is you'll see with the LSD thing today, the set and setting is critical. So I've done ayahuasca ceremonies in the native fashion and in the jungle fashion with shamans. I've done them with people in the Sufi tradition. I've done with, so they all have a totally, they are all drastically affected by the set and setting in which they occur. LSD, of course, is like that too, but we give such a plethora of things for people to relate to, from powerful evocative music and bioenergetic releases and all kinds of emotional things and partnering up in this intense way. I mean, all this stuff that happens so that there's lots of options. And then the person goes inside, they've said what their preferences are, what they want to have happen, and then they let go because they sometimes get that and sometimes they don't. This stuff is so powerful, and it's all in your mind. Unless you've snuck some stuff in, and I didn't tell you to do that.
So as you can see in this picture, there's the sitter. The sitter is a very important person. So they are facilitating the person that is doing the inward journey. And explain what a sitter does, honey.
We could take it in the sequence in the however what she wants. The sitter is there as a presence. That's it. You keep when you're the sitter, you keep your focus on your breather. You breathe in and out at the same time she does. That's really one of the best ways. And you look at, you can see through the mask whether her eyes are moving. If they're moving in circles, and that means that she's visualizing stuff. You watch her breathing. And you don't interfere at all. If she asks you for assistance, you can give it to her. If she said, assist me in breathing more deeply, because hyperventilation is one of the techniques. If we were going to, let's go through the sequence.
Okay, next slide.
Yes.
Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Whoops.
That's good.
Well, you went 2, right?
Go back one. She thinks you went 2.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. That's correct. I'm corrected.
And so that so that's basic in the kind of partnership ethos that we are trying to live ourselves and teach you, is that we allow each other to correct what we're doing without getting uptight about it. Sometimes. Okay. So the first thing, if you're going to do this trip, it could be you need 2 people, but it can be a small group is really good. And we just want you to know the space is really important. People are going to be screaming and crying and kicking, and you don't want the cops to come in. And if you're black, you don't want them to shoot you. You know how that is. So you got to have a place where it's okay to make noise. And you got to have stuff ready for however many people there. So there's towels, blankets, and you'll see later pastels and crayons, drinking water. And you need a really good sound system. Or sometimes I've even had real musicians, but best thing is a sound system. You're going to be playing all kinds of stuff with in languages no one's ever heard. Everybody that's going to be there has to have a place to lie down where they can hit and kick without hurting themselves and other people. And the sitters need chair backs or something that they can sit comfortably with, as you saw in the picture. And we have other things that we have. You can read the rest of it.
Right. Well, I just wanted to say it's very important to have music that doesn't have the language that the people of the people. So you have to use a foreign language, or no language is even better. But if somebody, say you have something in French and somebody speaks French, then that's going to take their journey into the words of the music, and you want to have it non-specific so they can go in their own direction, in an inward journey or journey into past lives or something else.
Yeah, when you avoid stuff that is too dedicated, like Brahms' Lullaby, and everybody's going to have, it's the thing about that is it will evoke memories of people on this mock acid trip of wherever they heard that lullaby sung to them.
Yeah.
And so that's what we've learned how to deal with. Anyway, we select great music. Okay, and then if these are people that are just getting together, it's very important to negotiate who's going to be with what partner, who's going to breathe for the first 3 hours, and who's going to breathe through the next 3 hours. And before people ever get there, and you got to find this out, there's people that should not do this stuff. Don't do it if you're pregnant, because you're going to be kicking and it'll be so intense. It's not just like running or swimming easily. It's just too intense if you're carrying. So if you're pregnant, you can't do it. If you just had an operation or something, if you're the kind of thing that goes through your body to just rip your stitches, you don't come. So those are things. If you have a heart condition, don't do this. But for healthy people, this is cool. Next slide, please. Now, this is very important. Before we get into any of this deep emotional stuff, I've got to make friends with your intellects. I need you to know how to understand that you have different parts, and that these parts all have something to contribute, and you can, they're all okay, and you can witness them, and you can even find out, you can see which ones are there. You can let the ones that don't usually get to talk say something to you that you can notice. You can notice how they feel in your body when they want to talk to you. You have all these inner voices or parts or sub-personalities, alter egos, whatever you want to call them, that are in you and that evoke other sub-personalities and other people with whom you interact. And so I give you some lessons on how to do that. All you got to do is go to enkispeaks.com and you'll see there's lots of lessons on how to do that, but it's really cool. So I make sure everybody, before we ever get into heavy stuff, knows how to center themselves, how to become a fair witness and just see how things are, and to hear the needs of all their personalities, not just the dominant ones like the pusher and the critic and the nice guy, but the other ones like the inner child and the whatever else is the inner artist, whatever is repressed in the person, those get to be heard too when you're centered. That's what we teach you, is how to. I lost the camera. Anyway. So let's see the next slide. You got that point. I think we teach you how to do that.
Right. Yeah, most people are familiar with parent, adult, child, but we have a lot of subpersonalities. Everybody does. It's a universal.
Okay, then the next thing that we do, can you scroll it up a little, because somehow that's well, there's a picture that goes with that one, and I can see your foot.
There's a foot. Let's see. Can we get that image up?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that we want. The one with the foot. The next one.
Keep going. There we go. There. Anyway.
Oh well, whatever. There's a picture there. You can imagine there's the rest. There's the rest of a person's.
Very quickly here, Dr. Lesson. I just loaded it up on my other presentation, so I'll bring that up, and it'll be much easier to
cool.
share and visuals instead of just doing it from
sure
window. And here we are.
This is a practical set of things that you can do to learn more about yourself, to move yourself along the path, and to do it with your friends.
There it is.
And okay, there we go. So let's see the next one.
Slide.
Oh, that's very nice.
All right.
Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. This is before we.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. So now I've engaged your intellect. The next thing I do is we teach some things to your body and your voice. And we do a set of exercises from the science called bioenergetics. And you hit and kick and turn your head from side to side, and you yell, no, no, no. And you kick, not like you. So your heels hit after you kick. So it's like you're riding a bicycle.
Good to have a mat under you.
And there's a mat under you. And, you've got a sitter next to you to make sure you don't fall off your mat. But in any case, you're yelling this. And as you do, I give you a little hypnotic suggestion that when you're yelling, no, 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 as loud as you can, something might just come to you that you're saying no to now or earlier. I'm not looking at the camera again. Okay. Hi, camera. Let's see the next slide.
So realize sometimes in these groups there's 100 people sitting on a mat yelling no, 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 and when you listen to somebody else, it sometimes triggers your own stuff. So we're getting into our stuff. We're getting into our shit. We're gonna uncover why we go unconscious, why we act out, why we get defensive, why our life isn't working, and how we can make it better.
Okay, so now we've had a number of group experiences. And what we want to do is be able to let the people that are going to be partners for this deep journey work with the mock LSD get down with each other and really know each other from the heart. And so we do an emotional trauma release exercise of some kind. There's an example that we do. We do one where the one partner, then the other takes people through a release of what junk shit that happened when you were a kid and how you dealt with it, and or a past life that's affecting you now, or whatever. There's a number of things that we give people the option, but it's something that'll take the partners deeper and let them have the experience of using the other person as a truster there. So that's just, so I just have this example of, and we will see this a lot more. You know, here's this idea of you think your mother had of you, and then there's the reality of who she is. But anyway, whatever it is.
They want a boy and you're a girl, right? Did they want you to go become a judge and you're an Indian chief, right? You know, you're not doing your yoga teacher, right? You're not doing what they wanted you to do. You're trying to lead your own path. You come with all these expectations. And then what happened in the womb? Was your mother drinking? Was she smoking? Was your were they fighting? Was she in a good environment? Were bombs going off? What kind of environment were you in when you were in the womb?
Well, one of the most important findings of Groff work is when you do this stuff enough, you wind up going through the phases, one either directly or in symbolic form, of the birth matrix, of being free and floating in the womb when there's lots of room. That's your archetype of heaven. And then as you get bigger, mom stays the same size. It gets to be like prison or hell. And that's the second part of existence. And then there's this incredible life-death struggle, which is labor, where mom might die or you might die, or you could if cooperate, that if she's pushing and you're pushing, you cooperate. That's your model for cooperating. And then there's delivery. How are you received? And that sets your life. And once you see that everybody gets that, and that's part of the matrix that you've been running at the substrata, it's a mind blow. We've seen people, once you experience this, everything changes. Okay, well, let's go to the next slide.
Next slide.
In other words, we've shown you something that makes people feel something to each other. And then we do our ritual of LSD ingestion. And, that's really important to take the time everybody has their make-believe acid, and they state their intentions. Here's what I would like to do. And it doesn't matter what it is, but we state what it is. It's usually get a lot more than that. But anyway, you state what you want to do, and anything you want to say. This is your time to say what you want from your trip. Sometimes we do a tarot or other Jungian thing to bring it even deeper into focus. Anyways, so there's really nice rituals of ingestion that we have.
This is a sacred journey. It's a shamanic journey. It's spiritual, and you're giving it your intentions and desires, and then you let it go.
So now we're ready. Let's see the next slide. This is after hypnotic induction. Oh, while we're part of the induction is we just give you the idea of everything's possible, and here's some of the things that are possible. And we start going into, you can do rebirth, childhood memories, past lives. Archetypes can be there. Christian people see the Buddha, and it's all. We just give lots of evidence of just what kinds of diversity there is. And then there's the idiosyncrasy that you have, your unique way of symboling that's just perfect for you at this time. And there's a few things to notice, like interruptions usually mean that there's this part of you that wants to show you inside, means that there's part of you that wants to show you something, and you can say not now, or yes, I'd like to see you, and to be at choice no matter where you, and so forth. We have lots and lots of possibilities, and we just swamp it in, and then we start the next slide. And it goes on and on and on and on and on, and people are Janet, describe what a room is like.
Right. So you're doing 3 hours. It's a long time, and you're playing this evocative music, which and you shift it frequently. You don't have the same, all spiritual and nice. You put drums on. You shift the music throughout the 3 hours. So it takes you, like you might be on one trip and you're thinking of a past life, and the next thing the music shifts and you're in the womb and you're reliving your birth. And so during the course of 3 hours, you might go many different places. But after that's over, we usually end up with some uplifting music by people while people are given the induction to slowly come back into their consciousness, and they're handed a piece of paper, uh, a plain white paper with a circle in it. And they draw a mandala, and it's interesting to see. Sometimes people stay within the line, some people go over the paper, and but nobody talks during this time. It's just a quiet time, and they're drawing their experiences. And so this mandala is a composite of everything. Like maybe up in the left corner will be, the first experience they had, and so on and so forth. Now, when they're having experiences, sometimes, like if you have a pain in your back or something, and you can ask your sitter to just press on it, and that will help you go deeper into experience. And for one time, I had a pain, and that's where I got stabbed and killed. So I was going into experience, and the story when you were holding on that, the trauma is held in the body on a cellular level. So when you press on a point, which is your trauma trigger, then the story emerges. And then, so I was reliving how I got murdered, and my husband was down the street, and I left my body. I'm trying to tell my husband to get home, but I was worried because he's going to go home, going to see, me dead, and what was he going to experience? So all these things come back very vivid. It's like you're there, you're time traveling, you're actually there, reliving it. Okay, what else do you want to say about this? Then after that,
there's a very important thing, which is nobody puts their trip on anybody else.
Right.
It could be, you can also do the mandalas with sand trees, and there's other ways of doing the same thing, but it's quite wonderful. And the next day, if possible.
Wait, let me add one part.
Okay.
So you gather together, and you put your picture behind you, and one at a time, you ask who wants to share first. So then somebody, it's just all natural flow, right? So the first person shares, and you allow them to fully express their experience, what they were going through, and you don't interpret them.
Yeah, and you're not necessarily
not broken.
The whatever they draw may only look like whatever they think it looks like. You may not be able to make heads or tails of it. It doesn't matter. It's their trip.
Right.
And that's a pretty good model,
It's about being an artist.
But if you notice the way the rug is, there's a mandala in the middle of all in the drawing on the left there. There's a mandala in the middle, which is modeling this same idea. And the idea that Stan had in doing this is this brings the experience together. As you bring it together in a drawing, you bring it together in your psyche too. You're making a model for your aware ego, for your witness to be able to objectively see how your mind works, and it's quite an interesting process.
So in the intensive training, you draw a mandala every day, or every day you breathe, and then at the end, you keep them all, and then you might go next year, and you can see how you progress through your journey of your soul.
The next day, if possible, or very soon thereafter, I need a session with each person who's had this deep experience, whether they took the real acid or whether they just took the hypnosis acid. And I need to be able to help them integrate the deep spiritual, or sometimes demonic, or sometimes sexy, or whatever it is that they experience that they ordinarily wouldn't experience, how to integrate that in using the voice dialogue technique, where you get to learn how to feel the energy of each of your subpersonalities, see what they have to contribute, have the really tender ones and the really intense ones able to talk to but not overpower you, and to be able to come back to a center. A center can embrace all of its parts, and it can coordinate the movement of those parts and what it shows to other people. And if you ever have me back for how to work with couples, you'll see there's a dance that couples have about which the parent in you evokes the child in the other, and you're both mutually interdependent. There's no such thing as a relationship that isn't interdependent. That's what relationship is. Anyway, so I do a follow-up, and then I have them become me, the inner, and I've been modeling your inner therapist. Now you be me. What's it like? How is Jill doing? Okay, good. Now, how can Jill get in touch with you? Okay, thank you, inner therapist. Go back in time, Jill, and anytime you need therapy, she'll just remember that she's got you too. And so we leave people empowered. And that's, let's see the next slide.
Yeah, we don't want anybody dependent on us. We want people to heal.
Oh, and so now it's Janet's turn. Now I can get back out of it.
No, don't you go anywhere.
No, I mean, I can get out. I don't have this thing all the time. Turn it so it's pointing at you.
You must have skewed your drawing. Work for, I don't know, something. I guess it's because
no, I'm covering up another graphic I had behind there because it was late at night.
That's when we met. We're very cute. Okay, next slide. I didn't do this slideshow. He did. So I'm in for surprise, just like you are.
I didn't know that slipped.
Okay, so I had a very abusive childhood. I had constant contact with extraterrestrials. I saw ghosts. I didn't know how to integrate all that stuff. I would try to talk to my mother, and she'd try to kill me because she thought I was possessed by demons, which maybe it was. I don't know. I was just a kid trying to figure out what's going on in my crazy world where I lived on an interdimensional portal, and all kinds of creatures and beings came through, and I had to deal with it and live with it. So I went through that, and I tended to get into abusive relationships. So by the time I met Dr. Lisson, I was 43 years old, and I said, oh, man, I really need to get this because I had been to talk therapy and all kinds of workshops, and nothing was really working. So right before I met Dr. Lisson, I was in Pittsburgh visiting that was the last time I saw my mother and my father. They both died after that. They were both in homes and dementia and all kinds of stuff. And I was staying with my sister, and we were going to catch a plane. I said, I want to stop at a bookstore. And by the time we got there, we had 10 minutes to look. And I have a practice where when I'm looking for guidance, I close my eyes, I go over to the bookshelf, and when we had bookstores with rows and rows of books, and I would just put my hand out in the metaphysical section, and I'd say, okay, God, what do you want me to focus on now? And I would just grab it, my eyes still closed, grab the book, open it up, open it to a page. And the book I grabbed was LSD Psychotherapy, which is behind us. Don't pull it out. It's just behind us. And anyway, I saw it was by Stan Groff. So then I get on the plane, and I go to California, where I meet Dr. Lisson. Anyway, during the course of us falling in love with each other, I find out that he had studied with Stan Groff, and he had studied LSD psychotherapy. So a lot of things happened. I finally, in the fall of that year, that was summer, I fell in love with him even more, decided to move in with him. And so I got introduced to the world of intensive psychotherapy and shamanic work. And I realized that I wasn't getting what was the core issues that were creating this dysfunction in my life, and the drama and the trauma. There's the law of attraction and action. If you're having a lot of drama and trauma, that means it's within you, and you're pulling it in, and you're trying to relive it. You're trying to resolve it. You're acting out. It can always, the buck stops with you, the person. So if your life isn't working, go back to the source, yourself. So at that point, I had, I guess, done enough work and realized that I was the core of all my difficulties. So I decided to do the inward journey. Anyway, so that's when I went on this incredible retrieval of the lost pieces of my soul, is the best way to put it. So what's in this thing here? Crazy mother, trauma. Anyway, I ended up going to Dr. Howland Sidgerstone, and I wanted to just acknowledge Dr. Housestone. He passed during COVID. I don't think of COVID. He was in his 90s. He died in his sleep. But he had studied with Carl Jung himself. He was a protege of Carl Jung. he mastered Jungian psychology, and he created this voice dialogue, which is a way of creating an aware ego, become conscious. It's a conscious practice. And I highly recommend his website. His Sidra's still alive, and they have trained facilitators that are all over the planet. So get involved and develop your aware ego, become aware of your subpersonalities, and that you're not always conscious and you're acting out things. But if you develop an aware ego, you're not going to solve all your problems, but you'll be better. You'll get better at managing those unconscious, subconscious parts of yourself that wreak havoc on your lives and the people around you. And it might be why you have a major addictive subpersonality that's come and taken over, and you're doing drugs and alcohol and all kinds of yelling at your partners, all kinds of stuff. Okay, so in this thing here, at the voice dialogue training, they do what's called the dance of the souls, and you stand and you're facilitated by somebody, and they, instead of sitting on pillows and shifting into your subpersonality, you're actually standing and doing the dance. And they'll say, okay, the center of this circle that you have, imaginary circle, is who your center is, your conscious aware ego, your higher self type of personality. And I'll move to another position. And so I didn't know what I was doing. So in this first exercise, I went to like 15, 16, 17 subpersonalities, and the facilitator said, "Oh my!" And she had asked, "We have a shapeshifter." Like, oh, is that a good thing? Oh, I'm a shapeshifter. Do I win the prize? No, my life had been so abusive that I had split. Now I had a core enough that I was able to manage it, but it's like civil. If it had been a different person or different conditions, I might have split into all my subpersonalities and not be functioning, but I was pretty high functioning. Okay.
Do the next slide.
Next slide. You have a lot in that slide. One of the things I uncovered during my breathing, and I don't know if it was with or without acid, it didn't matter. The point, once you know the journey, you know how to do it. So I was doing one of the facilitated journeys, and I got into how I had been orally raped by a neighbor, and I had completely suppressed this memory. If you would have told me before that session,
when she was a little girl,
I was 4 years old, at 58, 4 years old. If you would have told me that I could suppress a memory and have no recall of it, I would have told you were crazy. But when I went into this breathing, all of a sudden I was back in time, and I was reliving the total experience, and it was very traumatic, and it set my course. And I I'm not going to go into detail anyway. So that was a critical incident for me, and so from that point my major healing began. So let's go next slide.
you can.
I can't do it because he's got it. So during this experience, I went out of my body and I went to heaven, quote unquote. And back on earth, they were trying to revive me. They had called in the neighbor. They were doing CPR. I wasn't coming back. And I was going through my life review. And let's see, what's the next slide? So in my life review, I was looking at all different lifetimes and timelines. So they showed me that if I stayed dead, I think next slide. You did the slideshow.
Next slide. I don't know.
I don't know. You
your
did
slides.
it. I didn't do it.
I took it out of your slideshow.
Okay, next slide. They showed me some different timelines. My guide was holding, and in one next slide, in one timeline, my So this is all stuff that happened. I went to okay. I'll go through the slides. So when I was on the other side, my primary, what do you call it? Everybody has their own guide.
Go back one. Go back
No,
one.
we don't need to go back. Everybody has their own.
Vacillate
personal
between
guide.
going back
Yeah.
and not.
Okay. Everybody has their own personal guide. My personal guide was there comforting me, and as I'm being held, I'm being comforted. Now I'm going into
Isn't that cute?
deeper into experience. Okay, so the next slide. Then I went before the council. The council, we were discussing, do I stay on that side or do I come back and rejoin my body and continue on this life journey? So next slide. I was shown some, next slide. Yeah, I just felt very like I had returned home, like that was home, and that this is really like crazy. What am I doing on this planet? It's a crazy planet. let me stay here. No, the choice is mine. So I continued my life review. That looks good. Okay, next one. That's not really me. I just found a little girl. I had big blue eyes. Okay. So we start doing the looking at the different timelines. So these are the ones where if I stayed dead, and I wasn't, I was like a key figure in this lifetime for these people that were my family. And if I stayed dead, different things happen. So let's see the next slide. So my mother went to prison. She did not protect me from this man who raped me, and I died because of the rape. So that was one timeline. Let's see what the next slide is. The guy who raped me, his name was Harry, and my father in this timeline came home and killed Harry, so he went to prison. Next slide. And because I had died, my brother couldn't handle it. So somewhere down the line of his life, he killed himself. He took his own life. And next slide. And then my sister, she couldn't handle that. Because they all felt they could have somehow done something differently and protected me, and they didn't. And so they also showed me that I don't know why this would happen if I wasn't alive, but it was like
it ain't happened yet. Anyhow.
It ain't happened yet. But it's like a timeline, and it's like the butterfly effect. So we don't know how important we are in our role. So any one of us with suicide, we might be setting up.
It happened in MGM.
So it happened that the world had this disaster. Next slide. I don't know what he put in here. This is from my slideshow I did at conferences. The whole world would blow up if I was gone. It was just really weird. Me? No, you must mean Jesus. No. Keep going. This is what you do.
What they say, the Cherokees say we walk a spiral path, and we look back at where we've been from ever more wise eyes.
Right. So anyway, I was like the It's a Wonderful Life. That was me. Oh my God. So next slide, please. I didn't see this slideshow. He put it together in the middle of the night. So
it's her slideshow. It's my slideshow.
I don't know what he used. Okay, so somehow if I returned and I did my life work, which involves being on this show today, my family and the whole world is going to end up on a positive timeline.
Right?
Yay.
Don't sell yourself short, baby. Where's this humility stuff? Save us.
Okay, next slide. You didn't know you were getting a comedy show. Next slide. Okay, so they asked me at one point, they showed me all these timelines, and they said, okay, where do you want to put it? You want to stay here? You want to go home? And it was so nice there. Like, I want to stay here. Please don't send me back. But they don't send you back. You make the decision. So next slide. Let's see what I did. What did I do? Oh, okay. So I as hard as this life is, I had to come back and do it. Because the only answer is love. If in every junction of your life, every decision, you just go to love. What is the highest good for everybody? And you don't want to climb across and kill yourself. But there is a point where it's the highest good. It's a win for all. And you keep fine-tuning your journey and stay, I guess the percentage is at least 51% in service to other instead of self-serving. And you look at every choice. Is this self-serving or is this in service to other? And you keep choosing the lighter, higher consciousness road. Eventually, we're all going to get there. If each of us do that individually, then collectively, we take the journey to love and higher consciousness for everybody. So next slide. Excuse me. So that's kind of what I look like. My hair was long and straight with bangs. I still have bangs. Okay, so I put us on a positive timeline. Things happen.
Thank you, Janet.
We didn't stay there because there's people that are screwing with Montauk and all the time. So there's always the hijackers of the timeline. But I think individually, collectively, if we're noticed we're going down a bad timeline, and it sounds like, how do I do this? our thoughts are deeds. So focus on it, think about it, meditate it, get other people to focus on it. We're very powerful individually and collectively. And so keep going. What's the next slide? I don't know where we end up on this. Okay, so I started my book. First one's called Dance of the Souls, Pierce the Veil. I'm working on Dragon at the End of Time, which is a continuation of this story. And is this the last slide, honey?
I don't remember.
Keep going. Let's see if we have any more slides.
There's 30. This is 29. There's one more.
One more. Okay. So we can go through some Q&A. I see that there are questions over here. Do you read them, Omar or Rob? Or do we read them?
Yeah, I will do the questions for you, Janet. Dr. Lesson. I'm just going to remove this, get you guys back onto the screen. I just gotta say one thing. You guys are so cute. Just I can feel, like literally I can feel the love coming off of you guys and the love that you have for one another. It's just so nice to see that, you guys are so giggly and so comfortable with one another. I just really enjoy seeing that. So, it's beautiful. Thank you for that. I really think you guys are totally awesome. I love seeing this type of relationship where it's just very happy and it's very positive for other people to see as well, because it really encourages them. Okay, so
we're going to find it. We had, relationships are, so they're just very complex, but I didn't think I was going to find a divine partnership in my lifetime. I had given up, but then I met this crazy guy. And so, I don't know, we worked at it that way. It was really hard. We did a lot of work on it.
A relationship is a spiritual path.
Mm-hmm.
When you are reflective of your intimate relationships, it doesn't have to be married or anything, but your close, real important relationships, that's everything that you think you ain't, you find out about, because what you can't stand or overly admire in your partner are the parts of yourself that are not developed. And if you open yourself to the other person, make a coherent field with them, you can learn those parts. You can, and that's the gift of relationship. You keep evolving, and when you're destabilized, instead of acting out, you can say, you can say, I don't know what's happening now. I'm confused, or whatever it is. You can stop and, as a couple, work on it instead of reacting in anger or withdrawing. You could just share, and you learn how to do that, because we're all both vulnerable and dependent on the other person, and the other person is vulnerable and dependent on us. It's always two ways. It's never one way. And so once you understand that, however, the way you do anything is the way you do everything. And if you're in a relationship, even if your relationship with your cat, it'll all be there. It's all there because you're part of everything. The whole universe is fractalized in you, and a fractal of you is in every atom and subatomic particle of the universe, in the mind of in everything. And it's like the mantra that I use when I run lots of times is I'm all and I'm every. I'm all and I'm every. You don't have to give up your little sub personalities or your whatever the little parts you are, and you don't have, because you're every, and you can have both. You can have both. It's still dualistic if you don't have every and all. That's what I think.
What was your question?
I was just going to say I'm in my first relationship. I'm 46 years old, and I met my wife 14 years ago. And we've, her and I are pretty much like, you guys. We're very giggly, very close to each other, very touchy. And, we hardly ever have arguments. And when we do disagree on something, we sit down and we discuss it like adults. And then we find a solution for it, and then we move forward. And I find that, it's been a real blessing for me to be involved in a relationship with my wife, because this is my first one. I've had girlfriends and such in the past, but never a like a serious relationship. All right, back to the questions. Okay,
It's so nice. It's so nice to hear that. Yes.
Right.
But we just summarized it as the essence of sanity and growth in a relationship. That's how to do it. You got the
yeah. It's love, right? Love is the only answer, and everything else is just an illusion. I'm a pure believer of that. So from the PTA channel on YouTube, we have a question from Who Am I? Dr. Lesson, how is one able to create a foo LSD trip if they have not had an actual LSD trip to reference? I can understand the hypnotic reality creation and the uselessness or usefulness of your work.
That's a really good
Question.
Yeah, it's a good question. To make this stuff worthwhile, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, when people do acid, it doesn't. What really matters is what you get. Like one guy that we at our group he did this whole 3-hour thing, and he said, I didn't get nothing. This is just like my life. I'm in a relationship where there's no sex. I'm in a job I hate. Hey, that's my message. And he went out and lived his life the way he liked. And so it's true whether you're doing acid or whether you're doing hypnosis. It's you, man. It's your trip. And if you really want to go with a hypno, you do it. You don't know if it's the same as the other acid or not. As a matter of fact, no 2 acid trips are ever the same anyway. So you can go for it and dig it, or you can bemoan what you ain't got. And then it's really interesting to look at if there's a part of you that says, I lack something. I want to try it. It'll find you. You'll find it. It's available. It's available legally in many places. But what I'm saying, just do it with somebody who loves you, who's willing to sit there with you and totally put their attention on you while you're being vulnerable like this.
Janet, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, we need to be witnessed in our lives, because to know me is to love me. So somebody, you need to be witnessed and accepted exactly the way you are, and then you can break through to the other side and become who you want to be. So that's a key. So when you're sitting with somebody and you're just watching them as they go through their journey, and they may scream, holler, cry, curse, have nothing going on, and you're there neutrally as a witness and you don't judge, then that's a form of acceptance. You're accepting them for who they are. But that's key in a witness. I mean, in a relationship, if you want to, some people say, well, you can't talk to me that way. But if you can just witness your partner as they express in their full, authentic, emotional state that when the trauma went in. So you may not like what they're saying. So sometimes what you can do is say, okay, I can't take that energy coming at me, honey, but we're going to put this pillow right here, and you're going to talk to the pillow. And then you tell the pillow off. And who is it? Was it your mother, your father, the rapist, whatever? And you can use every curse word and everything you want to say. I am just going to witness you as you get it out. And sometimes you pound pillows, and sometimes you go out in the woods, you take a stick and you hit it along. There's some way to get it out of your body so you can heal. Because those are the things that go inward, cause cancers, heart attacks.
Yeah, what she's saying is really important. If let's say your mate or your friend is really pissed at you and they want to yell and shout and swear at you, and you don't want that energy going at you, but you want your friend to express themselves. Well, there's that thing on the mattress that I showed you where you hit and kick and go, no, that works too. Or you could put a pile of cushions and say, pretend this is me, and now start hitting it and now let it take off the me skin and see who's under there or whatever. So that
Right. Yeah.
so that all this energy, and then when the person's through with that, they can come back to you. Oh shit, it wasn't you at all. You said the same thing my whatchamajigger did before you did whatever I hated, like that.
Right. So if you pretend you unzip the zipper, like, who are you really mad at? and the projection might be on you. You're like getting all the crap somebody's past.
It's inevitable.
It's inevitable, right? A lot of people hate their mothers. So when you're an authority figure and you're a woman, you get a lot of rage. It's like, Doc, I'm not your type of thing. But if you can hold space, allow them to express, and then they unzip, then it's something that happened. You know, a lot of our wounds we act out the rest of our lives happened in our first 5 years, right? And first 10 years. So if you go back to your core and you uncover when you went unconscious and when you imprinted and when you started to, when the trauma went in. So trauma goes in really hard because it's a hard emotional, it feels like it's hardwired because of the emotions that went in. If you can get to the same emotional state and release that, then you have a chance of reprogramming. So reprogramming, if you have even if you make it up, say, pretend, how would you have liked your mother to treated you? It's like, okay, make it up. Well, I think I would have liked if my mother would have hugged me once in a while or got down on the floor and played with me. So there's things that, and moms always screw up and sit it out. I mean, it's just comes with the job. You can try the best you can, but they do. They just screw up. And so at some point you want to take responsibility for, mom did the best she could. She did, she could. So I'm going to go reprogram it because I didn't get what I wanted. So you go and you do it over. And then you can start being more yourself instead of your programming.
What we do is we deliberately evoke an inner mother and an inner father and the access to those devoted subpersonalities. It's part of the therapy.
Okay. So did we answer the question?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
I feel for you.
I was going to say I just went through like 5 years of a teenage daughter, so but I totally understand about the directed energy. I don't think she hates me, but at the moment, right, she did because she was not getting what she wanted, and I was being the parent and saying, okay, well, enough is enough, and you can't do that because it's dangerous or it's not good for you, and you get that feedback, right? That's very negative. So I totally hear you on that. I went through that 5 years of that, and I'm so glad it's over. Okay,
somebody, so you're it.
Yeah, that's my job.
Yeah.
I suppose that's my job as a parent to take that. I wish I'd known about the pillow thing back then, because I would have just handed her a pillow and said, come on, honey, just let it out on this pillow and then we'll go sit down and we'll talk.
And if you really want to play with it like we do in bioenergetics, we pick up a mattress and hold it in front of it, and I say all the things that she doesn't want to hear, and she pounds on the mattress. Then the next thing that you do is, now you be me and I'll be you, and let's change roles, and then you'll really go deep.
We had one of the guys in our group on Oahu. He said, okay, I'll be in the middle of this big futon, right? So he crawled in the middle, and all the women were pounding on him. We were trying to get out all this stuff of all the men in our lives. What they did. It was a great exercise. Anyway, it's never too late. You can still do the pillow.
Oh, of course.
I'll hit you guys with the next question. It's a bit of on a side topic, but still a very interesting question. We often hear about integration of our negative attributes and trauma as the last step doing shadow work. Could you explain exactly what integration means and how to do it?
Yeah, I think integration, in a way, is a mistake. And let me explain that to you a little bit. At the core of everything that you think is a junk part of you, part of your shadow, is something that a true need that's that's okay for all of your ecology, for you, and so that whenever so that it's really important to you. So let's take somebody comes in and says, my name's Larry and I'm an alcoholic. I said, okay, hey, cool. Larry, would you let the alcoholic part of you step out and be in a different cushion than your seat that you're sitting now, and be that part, and Okay, hey, so you're tell me about yourself and how you helped him. Thank you. Now, would you mind sitting on the side a little bit? We're going to do some stuff with Larry and see how he feels. Okay, go back to being Larry again. Okay, Larry. Now, would you be willing to let a part of you? Oh, my mirror fell down.
Don't worry about it. You're not looking at it anyway.
I'm not looking at it anyway. Would you like to let a part of you that is different from that part of you, the part that Larry doesn't like? And so it goes on. Where did you come from? Where did you first start becoming this alcoholic when we start working deeper? Oh, candy. You used it to alleviate your anxiety. Why? What was causing your anxiety? Once you get there, you get the whole story of what that is. But one of the most interesting things about alcohol is what I was trying to tell you in the beginning about Stan Grof's ideas of what happens to people in the birth canal. And alcoholism is absolutely correlated with Demerol and drugging a mother just before the baby is born, so that the cooperation that the child and the mother had and that was built up in the labor gets interrupted before delivery. And so that a person like that has a tendency to try real hard and cooperate with it and then just give up just before success. And they have a proneness to opiate addictions and alcoholism. It's a huge correlation. And so drugging a mother unnecessarily, and some of the Demerol even gets in the babies. The baby's drugged out too. It's really so there's that, plus whatever the defensive part of the person is that you can't stand, or the ugly part of yourself that you don't like. That part really has got something it needs, and you've got to pay attention to it. It's going to keep throwing you into dichotomization. What you want to be able to do is embrace all your subselves and coordinate their movement, but not integrate them. Don't fuse them. You don't want your inner critic to be part of your inner lover. You don't do it. Just you can keep them separate and just listen to both of them, and then as the center, you get to check them all out. As the inner therapist, you get to consult on how Omar's doing with this job and so forth. And so that's how I would go at it.
Janet, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, it's like the core is look at the unmet need. So what happened initially that need did not get met? So what was the example you used?
Alcoholism.
Alcoholism. Well, that was in the womb, but other things create alcoholism and addictions. But there's usually something that was
Candy.
unmet. Yeah, they went to candy. Okay, so my situation, my mother took my cat and gave it to the Humane Society, my precious kitty. So I came home and I realized that the kitty wasn't coming back, that they were going to kill the kitty, or it was a chance of, I don't know, don't remember the whole conversation. I was like 4 or 5 years old. Bad year. When I was 4, it was a bad year. So I came back and they had me go with them. It was like torture. Here's my cat and a can between my legs in the back seat. And then they I don't know. My parents had weird concepts. I was very cruel looking back at it. So anyway, I came in and I ran for the cookie jar and I grabbed an Oreo. So that's where my chocolate addiction began. So the unmet need, while I was trying to self-medicate for pain. So if you can get to that with somebody, and it takes a lot because it's not on the conscious level. That's why going into your subconscious, into meditation, into some kind of therapeutic practice, like holotropic breath work, like you can do this with hypnosis, and it's not going to be one session. Sometimes it takes a long time. And the deeper you go, and the more you do hypnosis, the more you teach yourself how to do it. Everybody can do hypnosis. We walk through the planet in a hypnotic state. So when you drive, you hypnotize yourself. You're not using all your brain. You're just automatic. So when you go automatic, when you go subconscious, and then you can get to that level of yourself and uncover your wounds. And then once you heal your wounds, you're not walking around like the walking wounded inner child, and you're projecting it out and acting it out and hurting other people around you. So just notice yourself when you go unconscious, and then commit to working on yourself. And if your partner or your kids or somebody says, "Ow," look at their owie. Oh, they're reacting to me in an owl. They're reacting to me in a growl or a snarl or some kind of pain or fear or anger response. So what can I do better? What can I do differently? And is it something that can be reprogrammed? Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
I make sense. Okay. Next
Made
question.
sense to me. The next question is, let us find it up here. Dr. Lesson, and I think this would be really good for Janet as well, because talked about it just earlier. Do you think multiple personality disorder is underdiagnosed? If so, how many orders of magnitude? If yes, why do you think this might be so?
There's such a difference between a person having subpersonalities coordinated by a central, by a center, and a person whose alters have no knowledge of the rest of them, and that's the multiple personality disorder. And in some of the abduction material, people and some of the people that we've interviewed that from Montauk and programs like that where they've been split, they have alters that they don't know about, or some about some, and they don't know about others. And so that's the difference that I see, and what you really need. The more that a person, like one person that I know, the more alters that she had been split from by her, the torture that she went through at Montauk, more and more of those she's able to accept as parts of her, and to and coordinate their needs with the needs of her other aspects. It's like you don't have to be either or. You don't have to be a giver or a taker, for example. You can be both. You can give sometimes and take something. And the same with, we go through, in our system, we go through the chakras. And so at each level, that's a heart level one, giving and getting, love, just there's that kind of balance. But there's leading and following from the power chakra, there's and so forth. There's child and parent from the base chakra, protecting yourself and being vulnerable, etc. And so that every one of your chakras has a polar dichotomy that you can transcend as you, and that's when you are developing your center or your aware ego and become aware of the central channel that runs through you and that connects you with everything and connects you specifically with Gaia, with this earth.
I have a question.
Sure.
So we've worked a lot with the secret space program people and people that were intentionally split by whoever it is, the military, whatever.
Are you talking about like the 20 and back kind of deal where that split is happening?
All those people
way before
have
that,
alters.
Too, yeah. 60 and backs, yeah.
Yeah, there's people. This has been going on forever.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the 50s, they called it the Manchurian Candidate, but there's been this intentional splitting of someone into their subpersonalities, and they compartmentalize them, and they use them as couriers to deliver messages. They become sex slaves. They get killed off at Bohemian Grove. I mean, it's horrific, and we've encountered several. Then we had one guy come to us. He said, we talked before he agreed to come. He said, well, you're going to have to tie me up because I have a keyword. If you accidentally hit it, I'm going to kill everybody in the room. So we tied him up. Anyway, we've had a lot of success with reintegrating people, although because nobody's really talking about this or having this as a major field of reprogramming these people that were intentionally split. I mean, I've talked to Stuart Squaredlow, and those people were all intentionally split. It's like the elephant in the room, and nobody's really talking about it, not even developing the psychotechnologies in order to reintegrate these people. So, but we've had some success, and it's going to take some time, but it does take them going inward and kind of retrieving the lost pieces of their soul. And we have one that we talked to. I'm not going to name her name, but she's identified. She's a 60 and back person. And I think allowing these people to express and be their sounding board, and they have support groups, and they all talk about it. But I don't know if they're really healing or just creating the subculture and getting more and more neurotic. I haven't quite figured it out. What do you think?
I see whatever a person's productions, whatever they show me, when I look at it, is it useful? Is it wise? Is it helpful? And this person that Janet's alluding to is such a wise person that I'm in awe of her, and however she says she got it, I don't care. I know wisdom when I feel it. She's the real thing.
That's another way of looking at it. As a soul, just to say that we choose all this as a soul. So these people that came down here, they volunteered that. So what is the benefit of going through such extreme experiences? So perhaps they accelerate their soul evolution and they become wise figures. So, I see people that have been in these programs, and while they were so horrendous, it's like the worst science fiction movie you want to make, right? But they come out of the other side and they have such, they're kind, they're loving, and it's like they've evolved on an accelerated level that they may not if they had a normal lifetime. So that might be the side benefit. We don't see it as a human, but when they're on the life review on the other side, they're going, yeah, that was a good job done.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you can do on acid therapy or hypno-acid therapy is you can do your own death. We do these whole things. You get to die and write your epitaph and see what happens next and just let it unfold. And if you do that with mock acid or the real thing,
or even
hypnosis, you can get previews of what you're previewing. You don't really know until you get there.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm really glad that you mentioned that, Dr. Lesson, because in our PTA room, Kevin Cummings had made a comment earlier of, whether, we can kill ourselves and to come back. So I think you pretty much just answered that question, where visually we can do that and preview what's to come and, and then make our decisions from there.
Yeah, and ideologically, if you really understand the idea of time, you realize it's just a concept of our of our intellectual brain, and all you really know is right now, and you for all you know, you already died and you haven't been born yet, and you're living in more than one place at the same time, and there's absolutely no reason. It's if you don't have to diss anybody because they have a different model. Dig it out.
Yeah.
Learn from everybody.
So I think we're reaching towards the top of the hour here. We're going to be starting our panel in 5 minutes, but I just want to quickly read a couple of comments here coming in. Some pretty good comments. This one comment is, Janet, when you were talking about different realities and shape shifting and the things that had happened to you and the butterfly effect that came from that. Here, one of the Who Am I says, what fucking butterfly effect this one trauma had on so many people, on so many timelines. Our actions really do matter much more than many of us realize. Wow, me included.
Yeah.
And then the next comment goes on, and this is about your guys' love. I love that. Yes, so refreshing to see two people, too committed and radiating the love you two have. Gives me hope. Thank you. And then we go a little further down, and it says, I really pray that the lesson make it far and wide. Our world really needs leaders with this kind of knowledge, wisdom, and treatment from my perspectives. I hope those who need it find it. I feel this work will give some the chance to ascend, and if they are willing to be able to access this type of therapy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very helpful on the integration answer as well. Very positive comments, Dr. Lesson, Janet. Thank you very much for giving us the time here. Your morning, our afternoon, and in Europe it's the evening, and Australia it's tomorrow morning. So thank you.
I agree with that last comment wholeheartedly. Absolutely incredible.
Thank you so much for
Love
having
doing it,
us.
yeah.
We love doing it. Have us
I really
back here
appreciate it.
anytime. Go ahead.
I was just thinking when you were talking about the 60 back and 20 and back, I was thinking, what if we, did an event on that and try to explore and try to understand that a little bit more, because I know I'm very confused by the 20 back, 40 back, 60 back. and I've tried to wrap my head around it, but I just can't seem to like really wrap myself around that. So maybe we'll work on something here in the near future about a 20 and back and stuff like that, so we can get a deeper understanding. And people who are like myself that are out there who don't fully get it, maybe it will help them to understand, and then we have a deeper perspective into what's really going on around the world.
That sounds great. We'd love to be part of it. And I've been on military bases, so I can share what I've learned. But some of those, I don't think I've been at the Mars base. It doesn't sound like my experience. So yeah, I'd love to help bring it together.
Awesome.
I know people, you know a lot more, and that is something that really needs to be looked at. What is going on with this secret space program, bringing back and so on.
So I hypnotize these guys and
and
help them recover more.
Yeah, some of their clients, but we can ask them. They might be willing to come on and share what they uncovered, because usually you have a surface memory, and then you go, okay, let's look at that, and then you go underneath, and this whole story comes out. Like, oh my God, yeah. So we found people that were on Mars and they didn't know they were on Mars. They just had a fantasy of, oh, I hope I can go, with Bezos and go to Mars, right? And they had this fantasy. But when we went into it under hypnosis, like, oh, that's because I want to go back there. I was there.
All right, wonderful. I will contact you, Dr. Lesson, Janet, and then we'll work out a plan for that. Before I let you go, do you have any final comments or any final advice for our viewers?
Go ahead, Sash.
Dig what you've got. Don't sweat what you've not.
Right.
That's great advice. I like that.
Someday we'll be dead, so just enjoy every moment. Appreciate your now. Appreciate everybody that's in your life. They're very important, each and every one of them. It's a butterfly effect. We all affect each other. It could be the youngest one, whatever you judge them to be, but they might be the most important person for your journey. So just stop and listen to each other and love each other. And that's it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lesson, Janet, and that's beautiful advice. Love one another. Love is the only frequency, and anything else beyond that is just an illusion, because that's what we are. We are love. We are created from love. We are love. So we should ooze that like you two. I love it. Just watching you guys. Even the last time we did a show, just loved watching you guys, and I was really looking forward to this. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I'll be in contact with you guys, and now we are going to jump into our plant medicine panel. This one is going to be good. I'm going to do this a little bit different, guys. I'm not going to ask any questions for this panel. I'm just going to just make an opening statement. Maybe Rob will make an opening statement, and then after that, we'll just go around the table, and we will let this panel go in the direction that it will go. We'll just let the universe do what it needs to do, because we're just trying to push this information out. And I feel that if I quarterback it and ask questions and stuff, then I'm really directing it in my own perception in the direction that I want it to go, and I don't want that. I don't want to corrupt that. So we'll just bring our speakers on, and we'll just let them go.
Okay.
That's right. Thank you again. You guys were incredible.
Thank you, Rob. Nice meeting you. Bye-bye.
Nice meeting you.
Bye.
Wow. Huh?
All right. Yeah. Wow.
Jam-packed full of information. To disseminate all this information between yesterday and today is just, I don't know how I'm going to do it all. It's going to take a while.
Oh, yeah. My brain is like so jam-packed from yesterday and then today, and we're only halfway in. And now we have this panel, and then after that, we have 2 more speakers. So we're like 2/3 done. And today has gone into a very different direction than I had thought. And same with you, Rob, than we had thought, because yesterday it was all about plant medicine, animal communication. It was down and dirty, into the dirt, and we're talking about barks and roots and leaves and herbs and what have you. And then today we're really on that same path, but we're exploring it more from a spiritual side than anything else. So with that being said, I'm going to bring our panelists on. We'll make an opening statement, and then we'll go around the table listening to their thoughts. So I will bring on our sponsor, Paul Anthony Wallace.
Hello again, sir.
Hey guys.
Panelists.
Pleasure to see you again.
Likewise.
Antaria.
Hello,
Hi,
Salita. Hello.
Hi, Salita.
Hi, Paul.
Michael.
Hi, Emma. Hi, Rob.
Michael
then we'll
Feeley. Hello, Michael.
Mara
G'day, Michael.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Mara.
And
Hi,
Jerome
Mara.
Calvar.
Hello again, Jerome.
Jerome.
There we go.
Hello.
What an amazing panel we have here.
Wow. Yeah.
Just the wealth of knowledge that's sitting in front of us is just incredible. It's like looking at a shelf of encyclopedias, and I'm very, very happy about that. We have 5 powerful speakers on here. You guys saw 4 of them yesterday, and Salita will be coming up next with like bushcraft food. So I'm really looking forward to that and learning about it, because I've never heard about that before. So I'm totally down for this. And before we get into that, this panel is all about plant medicine. And yesterday we talked a little bit about this as to how we've become estranged from, ourselves, our earth, and the animals on this earth, and the plant kingdom on this earth. And we've really lost our way. Like Paul was saying yesterday, grandma will have some, remedies, but we blow her off because we now have a pill. And that's something that we really need to get away from. We need to become part of the earth again. And instead of, really addressing the symptoms of our problems like the pharmaceutical mafia does, we really need to go back to our roots, back to the grassroots, and take advice from our elders and apply the shamanistic knowledge that's out there, the Aboriginal knowledge that's out there, the Druid knowledge that's out there that pertains to plant medicine and how we can use that in our day-to-day lives. So that's from me, and I'm sure Rob's going to make a statement here, and then after that's done, we'll jump over to Paul, and we'll just go around the corner, 10 minutes each, guys, and then we'll just hear your thoughts on this subject, and then we'll do our round 2. Then you can make remarks and stuff on what others have said, and then we'll go to round 3, and we'll do that as a closer. Like I was saying earlier, I really don't want to quarterback this panel in the direction that I want it to go, because that's really going to corrupt it. I really just want to get a download from you guys. Like I said, we got some massive encyclopedias here, and I would just rather listen to you guys, listen to your knowledge, and take it from there. Rob?
Okay, so first thing I want to say is that there is this old world versus new world, right? And we're kind of transcending that pivotal gap right now by doing these types of conferences. So old world is the remedies that came from, the esoteric past, and the new world is kind of the, it's sort of the technology side of it. So there is this basically a transhumanistic function even on this side of the field. But to go back to that, what we've done over the last 2 days is, yesterday was kind of like the hardware, and today is the software, to put it to new world terms, right? Or if we're going to put it in old world terms, yesterday was the cauldron, and today is like the soup. You know what I mean? So there's this great like dual side to everything. And one of the other things we explored was the symbiotic nature of all of it, how it all really comes together. And it's been so profound on so many different levels for me that there was a lot I didn't know. This was something that I really had truly no idea on, and the education that all of you have given me, I've been so grateful for it. That's what I have to say at the moment, but it's been incredible, and I want to thank all of you.
Thank you, Rob.
So we'll start with Paul. Rob, if you want to just shut your camera off, and we'll highlight our speakers. And then we will start with Paul, and we'll go clockwise. We'll go Paul, Salita, Mike, Mara, Jerome, and then back to Paul, and then we'll just do that whole circle 3 times. Go ahead, Paul.
Well, good day all. What an absolute feast we've been enjoying. I have just been blown away by how interconnected and flowing all these topics are. I love where we've got to today with Sasha and Janet's contribution, because when we talk about natural health, plant medicine, we are not just talking about the non-patented version of a pill for every ill. You know, when I go into Woolies, into the supermarket down the road here, and I go into the vitamin section, I will see a little jar that can give me, you know, natural foods for anxiety, for calm, to de-stress, and they will put that on the jar. This is what I'm buying calm in this jar. You know, I'm buying a good night's sleep in this jar, etc., etc. And there's still that pill for every ill way of marketing those things. And what I liked about what Sasha and Janet were saying is that real health is absolutely intertwined with emotional health and relational health. And if we are not learning love, we can be ingesting all the right things and practicing all the right modalities, but our lack of love will unravel all that work. And so what they were talking about, soul work and shadow work, is so vital. And it's so interesting to me that there's this interconnection between, say, doing a tea ceremony that's got those vital ingredients in it, that takes me to a place where entities are going to start counseling me about my emotional health and how I live my life. That's how interconnected it is. And if I have that tea, but then I don't do the relational work, then I'm actually not on a journey to health. So I love how they showed how interconnected all that is. I have a friend who I compare notes with every couple of months. We're on the phone or doing a Zoom conversation together. And we find that we're journeying in parallel with the things we're learning about our bodies, our health, our understanding of the cosmos we're living in. But my journey has been through the study of ancestral narratives. My journey started with the study of the Book of Genesis, and his journey started with a tea ceremony. And a lot of his journey and his insights are coming from healing botanicals, to put it that way. And I find it exciting and confirming that the soul work that he is doing parallels the soul work I'm doing, even though we've come from totally different start points. And it's confirmed for me and taught me in a very fresh way that there is actual, real information about ourselves, our bodies, our health, our planet, our cosmos, that comes from engaging with the topics we've looked at, plant medicine, animal communication, and that information is as real and solid as information I might get from historical studies and studying texts. So I love all that. I find it fascinating that it's the folklore, as we were saying yesterday, it's the indigenous knowledge that carries this information, and how aggressively church, empire, corporations work to rubbish and marginalize this information. So I'm really excited to see the appetite that's out there for all the things we've been talking about, putting it all back on the table, seeing how it's all connected, and realizing that this is not just an intellectual interest, that this really is nurturing us as human beings and showing us how to live better on the planet, individually and as a society. So those are the dots I've been joining. I'm going to be going back over everyone's contributions for a long time to come, to ingest it, to drink it all in and begin processing some of the wonderful information we've had. So thank you so much to everyone on the panel, everyone who's contributed, and this has just been an absolute joy to be part of.
Salita?
I just want to say thank you, especially to you, Omar, for having me. And Michael, I'm pretty sure it's early in the morning or the middle of the night over in the UK where you are. So I just want to say thank you to all the speakers that have been part of this beautiful event and all of the hosts. So I guess my background is in natural medicine, and I also work as a psychic. So I started studying natural medicine almost half my life ago now. But my interest with plant medicine really began as an early age. So growing up here in Australia, we had a show called Bush Tucker Man, and it was a man that would go to the Australian outback wearing his akubra, and he would go and eat the little honey ants. He would go and find all the little plants and things. And to me, growing up as a child, all of our holidays were in the outback. So my parents still go away 3 to 4 months of the year out into the middle of the desert. And just, so it's kind of been part of my life. So my interest in plant medicine and how that interacted with us or how it could sustain us was there from a young age. And it wasn't until I really started to get into studying natural medicine that I looked at it with a different relationship. I really looked at it from more, I guess, a psychic intuitional point of view. So the way that I look at things is that we're a soul living in this avatar in the physical body. So the way that I interact when I'm going on a walk through a forest, plants are consciousness as well. And this consciousness can interact with our consciousness. So we pick up through this biofeedback system through the body. So every day we have that opportunity for plant communication. And I did actually pick some cards because it's a thing that I do. Working as a psychic, I love to pick cards when we're doing a talk to find out if there's something that, spirit would like to actually be part of in the conversation. So I actually got this card, and it's the human gift. And this is what I really feel that plant medicine is about, is that we have this beautiful gift on the planet that's been known for thousands of years, if not even longer, by various cultures across the world, and each culture has their own individual way of working with it. My background here in Australia has more been working with the original people and working with our Australian bush medicine. So I do have a little bit to go into on my talk, where I will actually be talking about the ORAC values and the, I guess, health benefits of our Australian bush food. But what they were talking about here and what Spirit really wanted to look into was, it is a gift for us when we can meet Spirit halfway, or when we can meet the plants halfway. That's when that extra little bit drops in. So the plants are there wanting to communicate to us, but if we're kind of switched off to that and we're walking around in an unconscious state, it will be something that bypasses us. So for me, this is about moving into that space of the heart, because this is where plant and animal communication kicks in, and it's where it speaks to us on a soul level. So for me, when I've actually done plant medicine, I've meditated with the plant and the consciousness of the plant and had conversations for 2 weeks leading up to going into ceremony. So I feel that that's quite different to the way that it's traditionally done, where you'll sit in a circle and perhaps you might have thought about it or meditated a little bit leading up to ceremony. Usually you'll follow the diet, and it's very different if you follow, I guess, the tradition and you really follow the diet that they give you beforehand. But what I found was the value of the insights that came to me before sitting ceremony was to eliminate and to kind of filter out that human experience, to filter out that which entangles us in the human side of things, so that when I went into ceremony, I could really get those gifts that were coming down from Spirit and really have that massive shift. So for me in ceremony, mine was predominantly ET based, because that's kind of my background and where I've had a lot of experiences. So I won't go too much into it, but what they were really wanting to talk about was moving us back to this place of the heart and this place of interconnectedness, where it's not just the value of human to human conversation, it is the value in insights. And when we're open to it, plants communicate in a variety of ways. I have them come in and speak to me in dreams and tell me, what plant is good for what medicine. Or if, I'm going through a cold or something, I've had mushrooms come in and speak to me. And I mean the Chinese medicinal mushrooms, not the psychedelic type. So plants are just as open for communication and dialogue, and connected to the stars as well. They have a history of coming from off-world with many species of plants that we have here. And this is all leading towards what it is that we can gain from this. They're here to help us with this ascension process and to reconnect us back to God and to the universe. So just a little quick snippet.
Thank you, Salita. Mike?
Thank you. Well, my background really is a strange one compared to what I'm doing now and sitting here saying what I'm about to say. But I had 17 years in law enforcement. So I've really had an investigative mind. And the beginning of my journey, I sort of dragged into it, which included, should we say, time travel back to Victorian England, which was 159 years previous to where I was. And it was really to witness the last moments of a 14-year-old girl's life. And that traumatized me for 6 months. That really was an introduction. And from that point, as Salita just said, that my experiences from that point initially was lots and lots of ET experiences, seeing dimensional portals opening in the sky and seeing craft coming out of them, coming face to face with a being not from here, seeing in the middle of the day absolutely gigantic cigar-shaped UFOs, but not just one of them, but 3 of them, being telepathically invited to certain locations at certain times. So that really was the start of my journey. And then I began to get a lot of downloads, and I began to get a lot of ancient mystery and the answers to lots of ancient mysteries. And that included, initially I thought all of these ancient civilizations were a separate entity. And I soon realized that they weren't. They were all different instruments from the same orchestra. And you couldn't separate the pyramids from Stonehenge, from Easter Island, from Quetzalcoatl, to all of these different things. And I also found that led me mathematically and by esoteric theme to other planets in the solar system which were communicating. So, for instance, the face on Mars in its longitude and latitude coordinates will tell you exactly how to find Stonehenge, exactly how to find the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid and Stonehenge would tell you exactly how to find the Sidonian city on Mars. And I soon realized that there was a lot of coordination between ancient cultures. And some of the messages that I've come across goes against everything that the mainstream tell us in relation to what these ancient monuments really stand for and what their purpose was, which of course is multifold. Portal creators, they are symbolic of consciousness. The Great Pyramid in Giza is symbolic of the 9 months of gestation, which is the rebirth of self. And when you look at the likes of the entrance of the Great Pyramid, which represents the navel, which represents the sustenance between mother and child. When you look at why do you have the likes of the shafts of the Queen's chamber sealed off, well, that represents the severing of the umbilical cord between mother and child. When you look at the likes of the sarcophagus, which is really the womb experience, and the vibration of the sarcophagus is the vibration of the baby inside the womb, etc. So we have all of these different things which is talking about rebirth, the 64 keys of Enoch, which is what the Giza Plateau is situated upon, the 8x8 grid, which is 64, which is really the keys of Enoch, which talk about, again, the initiation, the introduction of a child to the food of God, etc. So we have all of this ancient cultures which are telling us about enlightenment, consciousness, how to get there. We have the likes of the Easter Island, which only show the heads of the statues because they're telling us to concentrate on the divine mind and not a body of senses. So we have this, and so it started from being an experiencer, purely an experiencer, to cracking many ancient codes, to then start to get lots and lots of quantum equations, which is now forming a series in relation to space travel and physics that we have not yet come across. So this journey has progressed from experience to revealing mysteries to now going into the quantum and binary code of the universe and consciousness itself. So it's been a sort of an advanced progression. So I didn't knowingly ask for this. I didn't knowingly invite myself into this party, but it found me and it sort of dragged me in. And as a result of that, I've now had 12 or 13 years of daily experience, daily codes, daily quantum mechanics, being fortunate enough to be shown advanced technology, which has come into my house in the form of a see-through sphere with advanced technology inside that sphere. and all different kind of things, which is making life quite interesting. So it's been an interesting 12, 13 years, and let's see where it takes me from here.
My turn.
Thank you, Mike. Mara?
Hi. It's been a fantastic experience, and I have so many things that I wanted to say. I probably would have forgotten like 50 of them now. But, throughout the last few days, I've only seen 2, 2, 2, 2s, 1, 1, 1, 1s. It's been unbelievable. Every time that I don't know, if I have to look at my clock here on the computer, I see that. When I just click on the phone, I see that. It's just unbelievable. When I go outside, it's the same. So, okay, this is fantastic. You know what it is. We're bringing in positive energy around the world. We're all around, different places in the world, and there must be something. There is something growing and emerging for this, and it's fantastic to be part of this. Really. On my side, I was going to say, yes, my family was never into, herbal medicines or, grandmother's, tips and tricks. But so my mother used to be the, I want the pill type of person. But I remember one thing that my grandmother used to do quite a while back now. When you're a kid, you have sometimes some kind of acidity, in the stomach, and you can't express it, so you're kind of very restless and you don't want to go to bed, to sleep, etc. My grandmother used to take this bowl full of boiling water. She would put, I think, some vinegar inside, and then cut a few strings, like little ropes, little strings of jug, put them in like that, in a squarey type of thing. And she would ask me to sit next to it, to be next to it, and to breathe into it. These little strings, if I had what she would call at the time worms inside of my stomach, then they would start moving. If I didn't have it, then they were not moving. So that's where she knew, okay, that's fine, you have them, so I'm going to give you, she was giving me some little bits of magnesium at the time. I wouldn't even know what that is now. It probably doesn't exist anymore. And I've always been fascinated by that. What was that? What is it? I don't know. I still don't know what she was doing. But obviously that has been completely dismissed. My mother never used it. My father never used it. And it's only, I got very sick at some point. I was always a very sick, not a very sick child, but I was always very allergic to medicine. I think when I was 2 days old, I was given a tablet by a doctor. My parents were very inexperienced. They called the doctor. They didn't know what to do with me. I was crying all the time. They weren't sure. I didn't want to eat. And I was really pretty much 36 hours. And this doctor gave me a tablet. And this tablet made me sleep for 2 days. So my parents got very scared, of course. She's not waking up. What's going on? So they took me to a hospital. And they woke me up. They gave me an injection. And what I'm thinking here is now, okay, this must have contributed to my, let's say, reticence, my doubt into, okay, what's going on here? You put me to sleep for 2 days. I'm a little baby. I don't know what to do. I cannot express myself. So, and since then, thankfully, I haven't had to take many medicines, but I've always been very allergic to them. So I remember having a very, very big gastritis one day, and I was taking these herbal tablets for something completely different. And I got to see my GP, and I with those tablets that I was taking. Because what I had realized is that when I was taking them, my gastritis was calming down. But it was not for that I was taking. It was completely different. So anyway, so the guy wants to give me something that I'm not entirely sure of. And I'm saying, look, I've got this. What do you think this is? I didn't know anything then. He looks at the back. Obviously, he doesn't understand the ingredients, but he doesn't want to tell me that. And he's like, oh, that's just a placebo effect. And he gives it back to me. Okay, so he gave me his fantastic remedy. I go back home, I'm not taking them, or I just take what I used to do at the time. I used to take, say, a quarter of those to see what kind of reaction I would have, because usually I would end up like the exorcist, you know, that didn't work. And then I started to research what's in these little herbs that I'm taking, and I see that they were, and I started to see that these were all digestive herbs that I didn't know at the time. So that was quite interesting. And another thing that I wanted to say is that was, let's say, my progression into, you know, becoming a naturopathic nutritionist and then a naturopath. And at the beginning, before that, I had a juice bar. I was making raw food, etc. So there was this kind of appeal that I had. Obviously, I didn't know the things that I know now. I probably would have done things differently then, but that's okay. But at the same time as this opening was happening, I go to Egypt, and was not the first time, but this time I went with a different crowd, and we went to places that nobody usually goes. So we are at the bottom of this big mastaba. We're just full of bats and everything. We're just three of us. And we start to tone, or, well, two of my friends start to tone. And that's where I have my first experience. That's where I start to levitate. So I'm not levitating off the ground, but my soul levitates in a way that, oh my God, it was unbelievable. At the time I had but I was feeling really sad. I was probably nearly depressed, you know, I was really carrying a big burden. And when this toning was happening, the frequency was raising, and oh my God, I was feeling so good. I had no problems anymore, nothing. And I was telling my friend, do it again, do it again. If I couldn't do it anymore, skipping toning, okay, that's it, I have enough now. Oh my God, it was unbelievable. So it's just to say that, yes, the body is important, because I was doing things with the herbs, I was trying the nutrition, etc. That was one aspect of it. And then the soul aspect came out from my experience. It was already there, because I probably wouldn't have gone there if I hadn't wanted to start from, you know, like researching. So yes, I think, Paul was mentioning, you know, it's part of the soul, it's a body and the spirit. We are all together in this, and ultimately the body will disappear, but the soul will remain. So.
Thank you, Mara. That was beautiful, and I really resonated with the 222 for the last bunch of years. That's the number that I've been seeing again and again and again. And also with this conference that we're doing is June 20th and 21st, 2021. So I incorporated the 222 right into this this conference. I'm a big believer of numerology and stuff, so I had to have this in here. Thank you very much, Mara. Jerome, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Omar. I'd like to thank Paul, Salita, Mike. Good to see you again. Mara, nice meeting you. And the two hiding behind the screen, yourself, Omar, and is it Rob hiding? Thank you for having us. Yeah, I think it's beautiful meeting today. Yesterday was pretty intense in a way, but so much fun. When I started to understand what I'm about as a person, it happened through self-discovery with the support of a person outside myself. In other words, all the bunch of information I was receiving, I was believing, I was filtering, but at the end of the day, I didn't know what to believe, what to appreciate, what to acknowledge, and what to see, what it was, what we call truth, and where was the lies. Well, working with this man on every level, mainly on energetic level, in other words, the essence of oneself, I was able to identify the what is versus what it's believed to be. So when I started doing some work on myself using this body, this vehicle, I realized there was another part of it which is not being taught, which is the mind. From there, I realized that the mind is part of the body, but the body is not part of the mind, yet both works hand in hand. At the end of the day, the body itself, its essence, is energy. from that piece, from that position, we look at what are the sources of energy in order for the body to be, to grow, to expand. Health means, to my knowledge, to what I have studied, health means making whole. Another word, there's a suggestion there was a separation. That separation may happen due to a lack of. From my end, from my perspective, I realized that on a physical level, unless I was doing what I love, my body was just letting me know that physiologically, that something was not happening as I wish it would, which is driven by my dreams, driven by my spirit, driven by my mind. There was incongruency, misalignment with my intention. It was not integrated in my heart. It was not even embodied, so I couldn't even experience the sensation of energy in such a way that I was really fully embracing life for what I want. Well, the first source of energy, which I've learned from this man, there is 3 sources of energy, basically. Physical level, exercise and rest. Chemical level, nutritional level, food. The essence of food is energy. What we extract of the food we eat is for us to grow, it's for us to be, it's for us to heal. The body is a self-healing mechanism. It never stops to heal. If you shake it a little bit and get rid of a big batch of negative energy, we're talking about the third source here, the body is in a buzz mode. It's in healing mode. It's got enough energy to heal itself. If there is not enough in the battery, physical battery, nutritional battery, and activities, doing what we love, loving what we do, the body goes lower. It doesn't run as well as it could. Instead of having a full tank of fuel, we only have half a tank, or maybe a tenth of a tank. How far can we go? How well can we, in which condition can we go? So here goes the show. For me, I quickly understood that I wanted to give myself as much energy as I deserve it, for what I mean to be, for what I mean to do, for what I want to have out of all of it. So I started doing the physical exercise. I started doing what I freaking love, what I was inspired by, not doing it because I was told to do it. Second source, and rest, to restore. Rest means to restore. In other words, recovering overnight the energy we need in order for us to fulfill our life on the physical level, nutritional level, emotional level, and ultimately spiritual level, being who we mean to be. The third source of energy is activity, doing what we love, loving what we do. This is when the heart, the spirit comes into place. But yet we use the mind, somehow, as the tool to guide us, as the tool to lead us towards what we want. Well, at the end of the day, the 3 working hand in hand, we better be consciously present of what it is that we are at the time it is and what we want to be at the end of the day. What it is that we do and how to do it in order to get what we want at the end of the day. If we had to summarize, there are 3 sources of energy which we need to fulfill, 3 batteries. When we do what we love, when we exercise what we love and rest properly, we refill the battery. When we eat the food we need, which means what the body requires by nature, today, my choice in this lifestyle, in this generation, it's to back up, it's to supplement. And yet there's a huge range of product out there. I'd rather go into my garden, pick up my broccoli, cauliflower, lettuce leaves every single day, the eggs, and make my food. It's way more alive. That my mouth is watering when I eat. I know that I'm getting some energy there. I'm not eating dull food in a way, liveless food. So I tick the box again as soon as I eat properly. And 3 meals a day, I don't know. I eat as much as I need in order for me to have the energy I need when I need it. I don't care of the clock. I go to bed at 8, 9 p.m., get up at 3, 4 a.m., have a bit of a stretch, and amazingly, I go back into meditation for the next following hour and a half to 2 hours, where I'm planning my day. This is all energy. It doesn't require much energy in order to have that, to find oneself the path of what it is for us to be and to do in a day. So Activities, the third source of energy, doing what we love, loving what we do. What does that mean? Inspiration, ideas. Mike, I understand your story, where you come from to what you are at today. I used to be a chef. It turned out today that I do energy work on any level, from spiritual right down to physical, with the soul in mind, with peace, calm, ineffable joy. Those energies, high level of consciousness. When you have that, you have power. It emanates. Everyone's succeeding, whether they have it, whether they're conscious or not, they're succeeding. You're healing them. That just for that principle, I am grateful to live life. Because if I can give it to others, that means I have it for myself. Life is a series of moments which stick together. All those moments we use energy in order to live them, to experience them. We're going through what's most important to us, as opposed to what others want us to be important. We're doing the way we see, we feel, we enjoy it, we sense it. Sensory acuity. The more sensitive we are, the more attuned we are with oneself, the less energy we use, the less food we need, the less healing we need. We are healing by doing it. So the third, what was I? Where was I? That's when I need Rob as my PA. I was on my third source of energy. Was I? I'm gone. Help me. Can someone help? Come on, I challenge you. Were you listening to understand, or were you listening to reply?
I was listening to understand. You were working on your third source of energy. You wake up in the morning at like 3, 4 o'clock. You have something to eat. You go into a meditative state for a couple hours. You plan your day.
That's life. I'm fully present all the time. I can't wait this morning. As soon as I review my agenda, I couldn't wait to just set up this phone and be there with you guys. I'm loving it. I know it emanates. It goes all around the planet. I'm on my mission. It's happening right now. I'm grateful for every single one of you, as well as even the internet, to be present for me to pass the message on. In conclusion, yeah, food is a source of energy for us to grow and evolve. So is exercise and rest. So is doing what we love, loving what we do. When the three blend together from a place of spirit and heart, we're healing without even asking to heal. We eat, we heal. We go and exercise what we love, we heal. We speak from the place of love, from the place of neutrality, neither infatuation, neither depression, neither challenge, no need for support. There's no chaos, there's no order, there just is. These moments, we hardly use any energy. We're just enjoying the moment. We grow and expand. Growth occurs at the border of pain and pleasure. When we neutralize, synthesize the two, we have love. Love doesn't cost energy. It brings energy. Energy, the magic keyword. There we go. What else? What else? We could speak for hours of now. You know that every single one of us, we could give so much more. That one we know.
I was just thinking when you were saying that to what Mike was just saying a couple of hours ago of having that balance, right? You can't have too much of a good thing and you can't have too much of a bad thing. You just got to keep it balanced so that you remain neutral and that you're able to observe the situation as it comes instead of getting emotionally attached to it and then making decisions that you're going to regret later on. So thank you very much, Jerome. I'll jump over.
Just like the last sentence, the last point of information that I have experienced with different people working with energy. When it comes to healing, emotional trauma is responsible for 80% of our ill health. 80%, just the emotions, just the energy, just the missing love component. When we go into too much positive, too much negative, when the spectrum is so wide, there's no more balance, there's no more centeredness. We're losing it all. 80% of our emotions, I didn't say feelings, we feel emotions. To feel It's the word, it's the sense, it's how we experience life. So when we feel emotions, if they are more negative emotion than positive emotion, if they're not synthesized, today in this generation, in this era, the humanity is affected. Their health is affected by 80% of it is responsible through the emotions, outside conditioning. That's it. What else?
Thank you, Jerome.
You.
I'm going to jump over to Paul, and let's hear some thoughts from Paul.
Jerome, I love how you tied all that together, and my goodness, I need to spend some time with you. I would love to sit at your feet, and all you guys as well, and learn from the different journeys that you've made that have allowed you to access such amazing information. I think probably if we were to compare notes as to what our lives have looked like, maybe some of us have led easy lives where it's all been smooth and serene and nothing too painful has ever happened to us, and we sort of sail through life. I would suspect that it would only be a very tiny minority of us who would describe our lives that way. Most of us would be able to say, this thing happened in this year that changed my life, that meant I had to learn some new things, that stopped me in my tracks, that broke me out of an old pattern, and then there was an acceleration of learning, or here was a journey of healing. I could certainly describe my life that way, where there are some percussive moments where I had to take time to recover from what had just happened. And when I look back to those times, they were times where I had the opportunity to say, whoa, that wasn't very nice. How do I recover from that? How do I regain my equilibrium? How do I feel that I can move forward with my life again? How do I get healthy? And from those times, an accelerated period of learning has followed. But what has come before the accelerated period of learning is really having to put back in place really basic fundamental things. I'm just talking about my own journey here, where I've had to say, okay, how do I live my days? What will I eat? What will I drink? How will I exercise? How will I spend my time with people? And just put the basic building block things back. And those have been my gateway times when I've learned far more quickly and far more profoundly, not just because of processing what's gone before, but because of a rapid download of new information. And it's always very exciting when you meet with people who are in that moment of learning, that moment of great appetite, because there's a reset happening in their lives. I keep seeing those numbers as well, 11s and 22s, and they are beautiful reset numbers that indicate positive change and the universe supporting you in positive change. Is wonderful when you meet people who are in that moment and can make that bit of a journey with them. And so I suppose there's a question in my mind, which is, what is the gateway information? What was the gateway information for you guys to get you into these fascinating avenues of discovery? And Michael, you told us a little bit about what yours was, or the first one, this percussive moment that changed your life, accelerated your learning, altered your cognitive abilities and took you on journeys of discovery. What's the gateway experience? What's the gateway information when we realize that someone is in that place? What do we offer at that point that will get them onto the journey of learning the things they need to learn? We probably all answer these questions from day to day, week to week, as we interact with other people. And I suppose what I'm just saying is I would love to have the opportunity to sit with each of you and hear your stories and compare notes with you as to how the journey of our lives have gone, when the information has come, and what insights that's given us for how to connect with others. I really love the treat of an experience like this, where we can sit down together and share some of our more developed information and our more developed reflections in an environment where we know that people can do business with it, even if it's quite new or a little bit different to our own information. And what really excites me, having done that, is how do we then get this out to the next wave of people coming into this information, the next wave of people with an appetite for these same kind of learnings, and what are the gateways we can offer to, so that we can journey with those people into all the wealth of information that we've been sharing. So that's just kind of, I'm just sharing with you what's whirring around my head as I've listened to the panel today and as I've listened to the other speakers over the last couple of days.
Awesome, Paul. I can truly say that I'm one of those people that hasn't had a smooth ride. As you may know, I was part of child services from the time I was about 10 years old, and really went through, a real shitty road for, good 20 years. And it's only now that, ever since I met Amy, that I'm really beginning to heal myself and really begin to treat that PTSD that I'm involved with, that I'm suffering with, because going from foster homes to group homes to institutions to prison to jail to streets, and just really having a just a bad experience at the moment. But now I realize that this was something that developed me into the person that I am. So it's only recently that I began really treating myself and respecting myself for who I am and what I am. And with that type of healing, I noticed that my energy is changing and I'm becoming more robust. I'm able to love a lot more than I did before. So, this type of, the past 6 years of this podcast has really been a healing thing for me as well, where I've been, blessed with all of this information that you guys have been sharing with me over the years. And it's really, really helped me to progress and to fully understand the experience that I went through. I used to hate my parents and my dad, my mom, for what they had done to me and how they treated me. But now I go back and I think about that and I say, okay, well, maybe their lives wasn't so good after all either, because they're only going from their own experiences and their own examples. And so I had to, it was a difficult thing, but I had to forgive, let go of that bad energy and move forward with my life. So thank you very much, Paul. We'll jump over to Salita.
And also, Omar, just to reflect on that quickly, you've done what Jerome was talking about, where you found your energy, you found your passion, and as you set out on that path, and in particular with the podcast, it's actually gathered your team around you, hasn't it? Who have fed into the whole process of reflection and healing and taking you into a new chapter.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been tens of thousands of people who've been involved with Watchers Talk, all the people that watch, everyone that's participated, hundreds and hundreds. I've lost count now on how many people I've had these wonderful discussions with, and all the events and such. So you're absolutely correct. It's created this this butterfly effect, and this I guess it would be a butterfly effect, because when I started something and everybody began to come in, they began healing themselves as well. So it's just been a beautiful experience over the last 6 years, and really looking forward to carrying this on for like another, I don't know, 50 years.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, Paul. Let's jump over to Salita.
Thank you. And I really enjoyed listening to everyone and what they've been talking about, and it just resonates. I do feel that we've probably had similar journeys in some ways. And Omar, even just in the short time that I've known you, I feel that you're shifting. You're just growing at such an exponential rate. It's really beautiful to see. And there's just this almost like a settling or a calming into your own energy that I've seen, even though we've only known each other a short time. It's just really been beautiful to witness. And with what Paul was saying about the gateway, I guess that's a really interesting point, looking into what was it that was that one thing or that instigator. For me, I guess it was being an experiencer from a young age and being a child that was having contact and visitations in my room. And, my parents would come in to see, what it was about, and there'd be nothing there. And so I was going into their room pretty much every night until I was about 17. I think maybe even a couple of times when I was 18, and sometimes even having to say, can I hop in your bed? It's not enough to be, just on the floor in your room, because you would know that you were going to either, be taken or go onto a ship. So for me, it was really that feeling of knowing that this other world exists, knowing that we're so much more than just the physical, and knowing that, I'm part of this other experience that was going on, and that what I was seeing was real. So for me, it was the rebel spirit in me that wanted to bring this to my parents, to be like, what I saw, what I experienced was real. So that also led me to filming UFOs and things. So for anyone that wants to see some, I've got some on my YouTube channel just under my name. But I feel that that desire to, to prove to my parents that this is real. And I guess this is something that that even with science, we used to say that auras weren't real, that acupuncture wasn't real. And we've since come up with Kirlian photography and biofeedback reading technology that can pick up these little electrical bits of information. So I think bit by bit, we're starting to get to a place of where we can prove that there is another world going on that exists, that we're very much intertwined with. So I think for me, I've come to a place now of really not having to prove that anymore, after doing this work for so many years and working as a psychic as well. I feel like with my parents, because I think a lot of us, really wish to do things for our parents or to please them or to have approval. I've been very blessed to have very beautiful parents, very mainstream, but they are open to little bits of natural medicine, but always been loving and supportive. My dad's an engineer, so not always understanding, I guess, where I come from in what I do, but has an appreciation, is very, very proud. But it was funny early days listening to them, talking about siblings and what they're all doing, amongst friends. And then they wouldn't say I was working as a psychic. They'd be like, oh, she works in natural medicine, or I'd hear them sort of tailor it down. So now there's this bigger acceptance, and they're actually quite proud of what I do for work. Which is, it's interesting. I feel that I've achieved what it was that I came here to do, but now it's more about, I guess, that embodiment of it. And I guess you probably all find it as well. We just magnetically attract people into our lives that, there's connections, whether it's like us learning, them learning, there's always this beautiful exchange. And I'm seeing it more as a ride, and I'm getting out the way of myself and really just letting that universal spirit come in and take me on this beautiful flowing journey, and really trying not to control the outcome. I find that so much more opens up, and the world opens up so much more. And it's just been just an incredible experience to hop out the way and to really let spirit take that lead. And it's not always an easy thing to do, because we do have the ego, that comes in, that tries to control and tries to like make things happen, or it's like, you want to go here, and spirit's like, not yet. But, there's still that desire. So yeah, really, really interesting. I can't wait to see, what the next 50 years brings, as you were saying, Omar. But yeah, I feel that it's definitely part of my soul mission to work in the alternative. And if I look into Vedic astrology, there's a sign that you look for. There's a, if you look for K2, which is Ketu, in the 10th house, that usually means having a life or working and teaching in the esoteric, the unusual, the spiritual. And myself and some close friends all have this in common. And it just means that that's that star map or that blueprint of the grid that we came in to hold. And I'm sure that a lot of you would probably have similar, but yeah, interested to hear other people's experiences too.
Thank you, Salita. That really means a lot to me. It really does. Especially coming from you, I really appreciate it. We met, like what, 8-9 months ago, something like that, and since then we've, really developed a really good friendship. And I really consider you as, a soul sister, a sister from another mother. So it really
Aw.
means to me that you can actually see the energy shift happening, and I feel that within myself as well. Especially with doing like these types of events, I find that it really helps to raise my self-awareness, and that when that self-awareness raises, my consciousness is raising with that as well. So, when that ignorance lifts, I guess it would radiate that just a little bit more. And, so I really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael.
No, thank you. It's a very interesting group, and we've all taken different paths to get to the same destination. I think certainly in relation to numerics, that everyone's saying that they're seeing multiple numbers of numerics, 222 especially. Well, 222 is really a code, because if you add 2 + 2 + 2, it's 6, which is the number of man or woman. And in Hebrew ordinal, Christ is 37. So if you times 37 by 6, it's 222, which is really the divine mind on earth. So that is your 222 connection. You are divine mind on earth. When we look at the likes, we've spoken about trees, we've spoken about nature. The very nature of a coded symbolic world came originally from people writing on the barks of trees, writing symbols and writing things between each other. So when you get the likes of the word library, it's from liber, which is book. It all comes from writing code on trees. Now, when you look at the roots of the trees, it represents the unseen secret knowledge, because you can't see it's under the ground. So when you have the likes of the word blasphemer, blaspheme in Hebrew simply means to uproot. So if you are the blasphemer, you are uprooting secret knowledge from the unseen to the manifest. So we have all of these different connotations. You are the divine mind on earth. When you look at the Great Pyramid, and I've put a map over the human head over the Great Pyramid, it marks exactly the location of the endocrine system of consciousness. So not only does the Great Pyramid represent the gestation period of rebirth, but it also represents the divine mind, the Christ on earth. So you are really, really connected to the pyramid, to the divine earth, to the Christ on earth. Talking about different star maps, often when I wake up, sometimes in the early hours of the morning, sometimes not, there can be things that are waiting for me to open my eyes. And such an example is waking up and seeing a star map, an unusual star map, floating in my bedroom, to being told you won't find it because it's not been discovered yet. And literally a couple of nights later, waking up in the early hours and seeing some kind of Hebrew light writing that were used in the blinds of my window. It was almost tablets, and the Hebrew light writing was in columns, vertical columns, along the blinds, which was a sort of a language of light. So we all have a lot of information. The language of this world is not English or Chinese or Japanese. It's the language of symbols and codes. And when you start to realize the language of symbols and codes, what the ancients were telling us, what the Bible, which is really a binary computer, it is a binary choice for man. Do you choose good over evil? Well, that is 0 and 1. That is binary choice. The Bible is a computer. And it is a simplistic binary choice for mankind to make. So you have all the complexity of the binary universe, and you have the word, or the word document of God, which is the Bible, and you can make a binary choice based on the computerized coding within the most famous book of the world. The language of the world is codes. When you decipher those codes, you unveil exactly what the ancients were telling us, exactly what secret societies are hiding from us, and all different things. And it really does open a complete new world once you realize that the language of code and symbols.
Mike, every time you, I don't know what to say, man. We've had many private conversations, you and I, and we've done, I don't know, 100 hours of webinars and stuff together. And I have to say, every single time you say something, it totally blows my mind. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, but you're distorting a little bit, Omar.
Okay, maybe.
That's better. You're sounding smooth now.
There we go. I was just saying that every time Mike speaks, he just totally blows my mind. We've done I don't know, hundreds of hours of webinars and interviews and personal talks. Just him and I over Messenger. Every single time he speaks, he just blows my mind. And just with this number 222, he just brought that off the top of his head, and and just give us just a quick download. And I was like, oh wow, just like over my head, and I had to write it in the comments. Mike, you just blew my mind. As always, you always do that, Mike. And thank you. That's why I love you, and I love having you on. Because every single time you come on, it's just brand new information, and I don't know how you do it, but you just pick right off the top of your head and just give it to us. So it's like, whoa, how does this guy do that? So thank you, Mike. Let's jump over to Amara. Can you guys hear me? Or am I gone? Mara?
She's muted.
Oh, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fantastic, and thank you, Mike. I mean, everybody has so many beautiful things, so much information that I'm going to review all this because it's unbelievable. It's just every time that I hear you talking, someone, oh my God, yes, oh, I can relate to this, I can relate to the other, and just by the time it gets to me, I have forgotten. But that's okay; it's in my experience. So no, I guess what I get from all this, what Jérôme was saying earlier, he was talking about these energies, and obviously we are energy, that's part of us, and I think obviously food gives us the energy that we need, but I think that we should potentially, I would like to try to reach the frequency that the ancients used to have when they didn't have to talk, they didn't need a language, they would be able to telepathically communicate together, like it used to be in like animals would do, or like plants do, and until, and unless we can lift this veil that has been created, in front of our eyes, then, we're not going to achieve it. I think that this is why these events are so important, because they raise the energy of the world. So I'm very grateful for, meeting you guys over the past 2 days. And I really hope that, we'll be able to communicate with you again and again. Can hear something.
Yeah, thank you, Mara. Let's jump over to Jérôme. Jérôme, if you can unmute yourself.
Wait.
I thought you were frozen there. I was like, oh.
No, I mean, Paul, you could entertain a room with hundreds of people. Salita, I'm falling in love with you. Stop talking. I got to turn the speaker off. Mike, as soon as you have a ship in mind, please, I want to come along. A part of me will come with you.
We'll look forward to that.
Is
You'd
real.
be well.
Time travel is real. It's only real to the one who has a level of consciousness that can perceive, see, sense, sensory acuity, sense at this level. Mora, you're right. The very first language, the very, very first language is energy. Words are labeled. So when we communicate, especially for me with my client, I make sure that the language I speak is exactly the same that they do, putting this way, of what it is versus what we believe it to be. Some people are going to talk about infatuation. It's not infatuation. It's just happiness happening to them. The infatuation energy is dangerous, is not really an asset. Yes, it is an asset as long as we bring it back to neutral. But happiness too, actually, in a certain way, we bring it back to neutral for gratitude. Because if we stay in the happiness, sadness is going to come along. If we stay infatuated, depression is going to come along. You're going to need more food. You're going to need more healing. The body goes, hey, give me a break here. I need to rebalance, okay? There's too much positive or too much negative. But yeah, energy is everything. When we speak the language of energy, you climb the ladder of consciousness gradually according to what's most important to you. There is an organic process of growth and expansion. As you grow, as you deal up, okay, for within 1 minute, how it started for me is very simple. A friend of mine in hospitality, a beautiful garçon, s'il vous plaît, perfect profile, comes to my place, and he says, "Ma, I'm limping, I'm switching off with work." I say, "What happened to you?" He couldn't work it out. And for some reason, I said, "Go and see a chiropractor. There's one like 300 meters down the road." He went, came back. He was stunned. I said, "What?" I went to see the dude, healthy, starting talking to him for 11 years. I've invested $110,000 of research practice with him. I wanted to learn from the field. Academic skills versus practical skill. There's two ways to learn to dance. Or you read it in the book, or you practice it. When you practice it, you feel it. You sense it. Your sensory acuity is opening up. The spectrum is bigger. You can sense things you couldn't sense before. To reach that level of language, which is pure energy, not speaking anymore. And there is some people, which I would love to mention very quickly, Kano, Omar, you know what I'm talking about. This man is pure energy. It goes down to this level of frequency where it just is and can disappear and reappear. There's nothing new in a way for me when we understand the depth of energy. And as you climb the ladder, Maura, to get to this point where you just telepathically connect with people, remote viewing, however we want to call it, for me, they are labels. I'm right now connected with Maura, and then we have spectators in the back. Michael, Salita, Paul, Omar, and Rob hiding in the back. All I see is Maura right now. I'm in your field of energy. As you climb the ladder, getting rid of all the conditioning, conditioning from outside, spiritual conditioning, religion, mental conditioning, school, information, big tech, mainstream, vocation. When you speak your voice, and you do it aligned with your heart, not going all over your body, which could be fearing, grieving, resenting, angering. No, love from the heart. When there's alignment, you climb the ladder of consciousness. You get to the point where you don't speak anymore. David Hawkins has a map of consciousness. When you look at the top, where the Buddhas and so on are, call it 1,000. It's ineffable. It's joy. Ineffable is there's no word. You get to the stage, to state of mind, state of being, state of presence, of spirit, where you just go, don't say anything unless your words are more beautiful than silence. By climbing the ladder, by getting rid of this conditioning, this 80% unhealth stuff that we carry about the perception we have about the world and everything else, by following our values, what means really for us to be and to do, we climb the ladder. The more we climb the ladder, the less we speak. The less we speak, the more we understand language. Language, tongue, age, the age of the tongue. It's a French word. I love playing with that. Communication is the way for us to understand one another, common into action. Acting in action, in motion. When we speak the same language, we grow all together. Now, there's a beauty in, I have to tell Paul, there's something which seems to me, it's powerful. Since I started working with this man, and gradually on the physical level, chemical level, food, emotional level, it was not touching spiritual, that was my own journey. When all those levels were rebalanced over time, we become, it's too easy to be, but I have to say, the downside, the drawback, I don't even freaking know who I am. All I know is about you guys, I'm able to evaluate where I stand in terms of consciousness, in terms of the language I speak. And it keeps climbing. Over time, I realized that I was dealing, Paul, you know that, I've been dealing with past lives. I'm right up to 350 years and beyond. I had a soulmate. She was there to teach me a lesson. I became priest because I lost her. She was a spiritual powerhouse. I was a physical powerhouse. The money was there. The health was there. Spirit connection was there. We blended together, not by accident we met. Became soulmate. Well, at the end of the day, however it came out, is the person I am today. By releasing all this conditioning, you climb the ladder, you time travel, you go in the past, you get into some area, you don't question it. It just is what it is. The less you question it, the more truth comes to you. By getting rid of all those layers, conditioning, spiritual, mental, vocational, love, financial, social, and physical, you free yourself up. You don't speak anymore. You are it. Justice. Love is. Energy. Justice. Oh God, don't get me there, guys. Please. Justice. Justice.
Jerome, you're a beautiful soul, brother, and I love you. You know that. We've known each other for about as long as Salita and I have, as well as Paul. We pretty much met all at the same time, and I just have this great respect and love for you because you're very genuine, and I love your energy, and you're very straightforward. And you speak your mind, which I truly appreciate. You don't beat around the bush, and you just give the information as it's given. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, well, go meditate on it, and maybe it'll fit in. Otherwise, it is what it is, brother. I love you very much, and thank you. Let me jump over to Paul, and let's do some closing remarks here, and then after that, we'll get into a presentation with Salita.
Another reason to fall in love.
I love listening to you and your flow of thought and the energy with which you speak. And you talked about our need to shake off old programming, to shake off conditioning. And the way you put that reminds me that we should have fun doing that, because it's so easy to get heavy, serious, exasperated when we realize what we're doing is dealing with old programming that we don't like, we don't welcome, we reject it. It came through being brought up in a way that was painful, diminishing. It came from institutions that we're now angry with because they abused us or lied to us. It's very easy to get into a place of exasperation and anger when we think about this vital information being suppressed and hidden. You can feel disempowered, depressed. We've got to get beyond all that and say, no, I'm going to enjoy reprogramming. I'm going to enjoy getting out of that old conditioning. I'm going to enjoy getting healthy in my mind, in my spirit, in my emotions. I'm going to enjoy journeying down this avenue and learning this new stuff about how to be a human being. From time to time, I find myself thinking, why is it only now that I'm learning this stuff? Couldn't I have had this knowledge 30 years ago? I'd have lived a different life. I wouldn't have made some mistakes. I'd have enjoyed myself more. And I can get into that exasperation. And I need to snap myself out of it quite consciously and say, no. I'm enjoying learning this. I'm enjoying reprogramming. I'm enjoying shaking off these old shackles. And again, to bring it back to conversations like this one, I think we can encourage one another when we touch base with each other and can have conversations where we go, yeah, that's right. Oh my goodness, I hadn't seen it that way before. We give each other the energy and the enthusiasm to stay on the journey of reprogramming. And I think if we can go at our reprogramming with that kind of joy and excitement and sense of fun, it works a little better. I just don't think you can get yourself into a place of ease and flow and happiness by sheer hard work and gritted teeth. You have to tap your joy. You have to tap your what's in you that's alive to make this journey. And I feel that all the more having talked with you guys today, because we are bouncing off each other. And Omar, this is why I love what you do, and Rob, what you do, because you bring us together for conversations like this continually. From month to month, you're doing things like this. And this gives me fuel for the journey. This gives me food for the journey. And I think if we can look after each other in that way, that we keep an eye on each other, I would want to affirm, Omar, what Salita was saying about working with you and journeying with you and feeling the change in your energy over the months, which then feeds back to us. We help each other. And much as the individual journey of reprogramming is fun and exciting, it's far more so when we do it together, when we look out for one another, when we think of one another, when we connect. You were on my mind, I'm going to give you a call, and we'll both feel better after our conversation. And we may have had a little bit of a download in the process of the conversation. I want to say that bouncing off each other is a really important way of keeping our energy up, looking after emotional health, and being able to bring the creativity to the process of new learning to see that we make the journey and that learning beds in. So it's, again, thank you, Omar, and thank you, Rob, thank you, Neil, for platforms like this. And just to say, let's have fun doing it.
Thank you, Paul. Some great words there, and you're absolutely correct. And I would have to say that one thing that all of us have in common, not only on this screen, but in all our chat rooms where we're streaming at, is that we are in service to the whole. None of us are in service to ourselves, and I think that is the most important thing, where we work together and we're in service to one another. Because if we're in service to other people, then we really are in service to ourselves as well, because the others are really an expression of our own selves. Their pain is our pain, their joy is our joy. So it's very nice to see that this paradigm shift, this energetic shift that's happening, it's going in a positive direction. And I just want to, thank you for, really putting together the Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden, and, that whole wealth of knowledge that you have there. And then with Michael Feeley, with, upings of books that I have. I don't know, my camera's not on. I'll turn it on. I'll show you guys. I've become a book collector, and I read every single one of them. Like right here, I have Michael Feeley's books, and I've read every single one of those. And and I've gone into previous webinars with him, and watched those. Went back, read those books so that I can get a better understanding of it, and went back and watched some more of his webinars. Messaged him, asking him questions on it. So it's really helped me elevate, and through my elevation it's helped everybody else as well, and then everybody else's elevation has helped me. So it's almost a binary relationship that we're in, where we need one another, especially in a time like this, where there's so much censorship and so much hate out there, and just dislikeness for another human being. And we're getting away from that. And this is a very positive shift in my opinion. So thank you, Paul. After this is over, don't run away. I need you for just a couple more minutes afterwards. Salita, okay. Go ahead, my sister.
That was really beautiful, the way that you tied that all together, Paul. I think that it really is about having fun. I think, when we look back to being children as well, that is such an important part of being a child, is the play and having fun. That's kind of, what gets you up in the morning. And I think that's what continues to get me up in the morning is, this play, just like how we're playing now, and the energies that are moving throughout all of us. And I think that it's so beautiful that we're forming this grid that's all over the world and holding these little points of light that are then, springing out to other little points of light. And the way I'm looking at things right now, sort of, I guess, going on from today, because it's, Mercury retrograde is actually finished today, thank God. So we have about a 2-week shadow period, but we're currently still in Saturn retrograde, which is amazing because Saturn is kind of that controlling planet, the planet that, you know, we set the rules, corporations run by. It's very rigid and it holds us very tight. So because that's kind of backwards at the moment, until I think it's the 11th of October, it means that we actually get a chance to jump in. Excuse me, we get a chance to, almost like that skipping rope. The way Spirit's showing to me is, you know, when you're a kid and you're seeing that skipping rope come in and you have to time it exactly right in order to jump and to not be flicked by the rope. This is the analogy Spirit's giving me right now, that we have that opportunity to take that jump, to take that leap of faith, to let go of all of the baggage and actually jump in with that childlike energy and wonderment and actually create our own rules, because that's what this is about, is looking at the rules and the way that we've been governed, throwing it out the window, perhaps leaving what's worked, leaving things that perhaps they're for our actual true safety, and really writing our own rules. And I'm seeing that more and more. It's been quite heavy here in Melbourne with a lot of the dark dream spell that's been cast. But we're starting to see bit by bit people taking away different things and freeing themselves. And I think that that's what we actually get to do now with this Saturn retrograde, is look at where we're going up until October, look at how much we can get, how many people we can get into this skipping rope and having fun. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for all of your beautiful messages that you've contributed. And thank you to Omar and Rob as well.
You know, Solarita, I really resonate with that too. And the fact that we're creating this community, and just like Paul said, we're looking after each other within this community, and it stabilizes the whole, which in turn helps the others who aren't a part of the community to bring them into the community. When they see the love, the care, the information, they tend to gravitate towards it. And I think we're doing that with these grand scales of events. And, you know, some of the ones we have coming up as well. We're bringing more and more people, and we'll fight for those people until they actually wake up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well said. Thank you.
Thank you, Salita. Thank you, Rob. Let's jump over to.
Sorry, Emma, you broke. Would you say jump over to me?
Yeah, he might be breaking up a little bit. Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Mike,
well,
you're up.
Thank you. I'd just conclude by saying, you know, in this world of many possible worlds where 15 times every second there's a flash of light from matter that creates antimatter, which creates parallel universes. There are multiple versions of ourself across the universe, and that is professors of quantum physics that are confirming that. We are not separate from anybody else. We are all reflections and mirror symmetry for each and every one of us. We are all on our own individual journeys back to whatever we should go back to. My opinion is it is a singularity. It is a one mind. It is a one consciousness that fragmented in order to communicate and transmit back to itself. We all get there in our own way, in our own journey. And we should be supporting each other because none of us are separate from anybody else. So on that basis, let's forget about separation. There is no separation. There is no empty space. Everything is connected. Everything is a fragment of singularity. And at some point, we will all defrag and get back there. So it's an absolute pleasure to be part of this room. We have so many people who are on the same journey at different places. Some catch taxis, some will catch a bus, some will take the car, but we'll all get back to the same destination at some point.
Thank you very much, Mike. That was beautiful. I really like that. Take planes, trains, and automobiles, and we'll all end up in the same spot. That was a great movie too. You guys should check that out one day. Love that movie, actually. Thank you, Mike. Tons of respect for you, brother. And I will be in contact with you soon. Tamara, please go ahead with your final thoughts.
Hi. So yeah, I was going to say this morning, but actually it was yesterday. Yesterday morning, it started really bad. Like today, well, it's the UK now, so it's 1:30 in the morning. And yesterday, the day started really badly. I had this terrible news, and yeah, all my emotions went crazy. And it was not the only one, because I started to have not very good news a few days ago. So I don't know, Salita, if that makes sense to you. That's probably, yeah, what you just said. That, but you know, today I started the day with you guys, and it's fantastic. So thank you so much for your love. That's just what I want to say.
Beautiful, Mara. Thank you. And we just met, but I consider you as like a sister from another mother. I love your energy, and I just love your Taurus, your energy that you have around you, that beautiful smile, and I just really appreciate you, and I'm looking forward to developing our friendship over the years, and working closely together so that we can spread the seeds of consciousness around the world, so that we can help wake everybody up. So thank you. You've been a great help, and a huge inspiration in this event as well. You were like one of the first people I reached out to for this event. So thank you to you and Sona. Sona was supposed to be here in the panel, but she just recently moved and is having internet issues at home. So we can all understand. I think Paul can understand that very clearly. And so thank you, Mara. And yeah, that's terrible. I think Paul went through the same thing. Terrible. Okay, thank you. Let's jump over to Jerome for final thoughts. You're muted, Jerome. You're muted, brother.
So you didn't have enough, huh? You want me to speak even more now? I don't know what to say. I think the silence.
Just your final thoughts, my brother. Silence is always good. We can do an om in the silence.
Love you guys.
Love you too, Jerome. And I'm not hiding anymore. See?
Thank you, Jerome. That was needed, actually. After all this information we got, a moment of silence was actually very nice, just to absorb everything that we just took in. Thank you very much, guys. Huge respect for each and every single one of you. Love for every single one of you, and I just admire all of you guys. For the researchers that you are, for the authors that you are, but most importantly for the human beings that you are, full of love and wanting to share that love with the world. And I truly do appreciate that. So thank you very much, especially to us, Mara and Mike in the UK. It's like 1:30 in the morning. You guys are like total troopers to have even agreed to be on this panel such late at night. So you guys are true warriors when it comes to this. So thank you. I really do appreciate it. Poor Mike, he always ends up like late shows like this every time we do an event. Just because he's right in the middle, right in Europe, and we're in North America and Australia, and and he's always a warrior. Says, yeah, no problem, I'll do it at 3 o'clock in the morning, or at 9 o'clock in the morning. So thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mara. Really appreciate it. And we're going to go into our second last speaker for this event here. We've got Salita coming up next with her presentation, and then we're going to close out with Chris Blackmore from Herbal Hindsight, and he's going to give us a download on cannabis and other plant medicine that is out there that we can use for ourselves. So with that being said, thank you very much. I'm going to remove everyone off of the screen except for Paul Wallace. We're going to get our sponsors, I guess, a message. And So I'll leave that to Paul and Salita. I'll keep you in the back room. Please don't go anywhere. And right after Paul is done, I will bring you on. So again, thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, Omar. Well, I just want to take a moment just to say thank you to you, Omar and Rob, for pulling this together. I think we are in a really exciting time. There are different seasons in history, and in some seasons, this kind of vital information is buried for its protection. And even with all the toings and froings and the push and pull of what's happening in our world right now, this is actually a time for disclosure. This is actually a time for bringing out this kind of information and sharing it. There is a tremendous appetite out there right now for the kind of information we've been sharing over the last couple of days. I am encountering people of every background, of every age, who are in a place of transition where they're saying, well, I don't think I buy into what I bought into in the past. I don't think I believe what I believed in the past. I don't think I can carry on living in the same way I have been. I'm thinking about my life and how I live, how my family lives, how we should all be living. There is a huge shift happening right now. And though we see a lot of darkness and grimness is broadcast to us on a daily basis, the potential is there for us to shift our consciousness as a species in a positive direction, whereby we really can have a better human experience together. And Omar, I feel that what you're doing, and Rob, is a part of this change in what people are consuming intellectually as well as physically and emotionally, as we've been talking about. We are really in the flow of information at, one might say, an interdimensional level. The other day, I was talking in terms of thin places. The Celts had this belief that you could go to certain places that they would call thin places, where the connection between the realm in which we all live and move and are familiar with, connection between that and the heavenly realm, or the dimension of our ancestors, or the dimension of higher beings, where the veil between them was thinner. And I actually think our planet is in that kind of space right now. And that's why this shift is happening. That's why there is this openness and appetite. And so we really are, when we do things like this conference, this summit, making ourselves a part of a rapid learning and a rapid flow of information. And it's one of the reasons why we feel such a great energy when we come together and do these things. So I want to thank you guys who hosted this event, and to Neil as well, for allowing this to happen, these kinds of conversations, for keeping the flow of information open, for bringing people together who, you guys have an instinct for who needs to come together, who will fire off whom, what the energy will be. And the result has been wonderful today over the last couple of days. Really looking forward to the next two sessions as well. So I'm really just saying a huge thank you. Thank you to everyone who's attended, played a part in this, been part of the conversation in the comments, who's presented, who's hosted. And it's a great privilege for me to be sponsoring this event as Escaping from Eden and the Scars of Eden. These things are all of a piece as we do what we were talking about just now, shaking off old programming and choosing the program we're going to run by. Thank you very much. Shaking off false learning, misleadings, and getting onto a new and healthier track. So thank you again for the invitation to sponsor the event. It's my privilege, it's my honor to do so. And thank you to everyone who's been involved.
Thank you very much, Paul. Really appreciate it, brother. And, I have huge respect for you, and I really appreciate you, really believing in me to put your name on the line, even though we haven't known each other, excuse me, all that long, but to really put your name and your books that you've written, your research, years and years of effort and hard work has gone into these books, and I really appreciate you putting that on the line on me and believing in me, that fact that we're going to do this with a positive vitality and not bring any negative energy into any of these events. And I really, really, truly do appreciate that. That shows me that somebody's got my back, and I truly, truly appreciate that. As loyalty is the name of the game, my friend.
Well, I think, sometimes you meet people, I'd say this of you, Alma, and of you, Rob, you meet people and you just know straight away, we're on the same team. Instantly, I know I'm talking to members of my family. And that's the feeling I have with you guys. So it's not a mathematical calculation of how much do I trust this guy to keep it together, to get it right. It's a much more instinctive thing than that we meet and we think, hey, I think I know you. I think we're on the same team, aren't we? And the feeling is really profound. And it really just gives me such a great joy, the collaborations that I do with you guys and that you invite me into. I'm just very happy to be part of what you're doing. I'm so impressed with the work you guys do. The people you pull together, it's just outstanding. I mean, it's just world class. And for that reason as well, I'm very happy to be part of the conversation. But you two and I, we've got much more collaboration to do, haven't we? And I'm looking forward to the next time.
Yeah, there's a lot coming up in July. Rob, actually, go ahead. You do that, and then the other event we're just gonna keep close to our chest until next week. We're gonna disclose that on Portal to Ascension's disclosure show, which is happening on Tuesday at 3:00. So next week Tuesday, next week Tuesday. No, tomorrow actually at 3:00. We're gonna be on with Alan Steinfeld and Neil Gore. We'll be streaming this to Facebook and YouTube, and we're going to be making a huge announcement tomorrow. But that being said, Rob, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, before we get into that, I just want to say, Paul, you're right. You do get that sense of team and family, and I truly appreciate the bond that we've been able to create to this point. And Omar, too, of course, he knows that. We talk about it all the time. And, it does feel like family, and I can't see myself working with other people besides you guys. I mean, it's really that awesome. It's really that profound for me, and I enjoy every minute of it. And of course, I'm going to work with other people, but you understand what I'm saying? Like the fact that we do have this close knit bond that really is going to propel us to do a lot of different types of things, and they're going to be amazing when we do them. And I truly am thankful for that and grateful. The gratitude is deep in me. But so we get on to July 11th. We have Paul is going to be the keynote speaker of our 1-year anniversary. It's sponsored by Forgotten Origins and Our Alien Ancestry. And we have Neil Gower, we have Omar, we have Melinda, we have Philip Kinsella. I mean, we have Aggie Nost. It is going to be just a great day for information, guys. There's the theme is just a party. We're going to have conversations. We're going to talk. We're going to have fun. We're going to bring it back to having fun. And I can't think of better people to spend that 1-year anniversary with than the people that we've assembled together for it. So stay tuned for tomorrow, because people are going to be blown away with the announcement. I promise you that. It'll be well worth the wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm very proud of you, Rob. I saw you coming on as a guest on Closer Encounters with Clarence Mitchell. You would call in on the phone and you would, tell him your thoughts. And then one day you just said, okay, fuck it. I'm just going to create my own podcast and I'm going to go out there and I'm just going to do it. And, I find that very admiring and very strong too, because, you put yourself out there where you're prone to being attacked. And we have come under attack many countless times. But, it takes a spine and it takes balls to do what you've done. And I'm so happy for you that you're reach your 1 year anniversary, and then now we're just going to progress into the beautiful future and just spread seeds of consciousness everywhere so that we can help wake people up. And when it comes to family, I see Paul as like my older brother, and I couldn't be much happier with that, and just have huge respect for this man. So with that being said, guys, Scars of Eden, Escaping from Eden is available. The address is rolling at the bottom of the screen here, paulanthonywallace.com, or you can go to Barnes & Noble, Amazon, any other bookstore that's really out there. You can get your books from there. But I would personally go to paulanthonywallace.com and order the books directly from Paul Wallace himself. Just X out the Amazon guy. He doesn't need any more money.
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul. I really appreciate it, and I will shoot you a message tomorrow at the conclusion of this event, and then we'll just take it from there, brother. Going to bring Salita on. We're running a little bit behind, so I really appreciate Salita's patience. So thank you, and I'm going to bring Salita on screen now.
Thank you all.
Hi, Omar.
Hi, Salita. Apologies for the delay. I should have, extended the panel, but it was just going so well. I was like, okay, I don't want to kill the momentum here. Let's just keep it going. So running a little bit behind, but no worries. You're the second last speaker, and Chris is going to get all the time that he needs. So, just take it easy and go through your presentation. No big rush, and then we'll just deal with everything as it comes along. So before you get going, I'm just going to quickly read your bio. It's a short bio, Rob. Internationally renowned psychic clairvoyant from a young age, Salita has long been aware of other dimensional realities and is also an ET UFO experience, best known as an ET communicator, having helped hundreds of people around the world connect with their ETs and interdimensional guides. Her assist them on their mission on Earth. This shines light, clarity, and brings a sense of comfort, confirmation, and renowned enthusiasm on their soul paths. Having studied kinesiology, hypnotherapy, shamanic studies, Salita holds an ADV DIP in health sciences. Salita currently lives in Melbourne, Australia, working as an author, spiritual mentor, teacher, and a YouTube channel host, and also a teacher on Watchers Talk, because truly you are a teacher, and your information is so valuable, especially in times like these where we just talked about it, and I'm just really looking forward to your information. And I think your information is something that people can use on the day-to-day basis, the very intention of this event. So Salita, I'm going to toss the stage over to you, and it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Omar. I was really excited by the opportunity to speak here, so thank you so much for having me. What I really feel to impart and to really use this time for is to give tips and tools. I love giving tips and tools and ways to work with this kind of side of things. So I really wanted to give some tips and tools on how to work with plant medicine. And unfortunately, our internet did go down for about a week here in Melbourne. So I've got a very old printout of some information that I've put together. So I will hold up pics to go through some of our Australian native bush foods that we have here. But what I want to start with is just talking about, the anatomy of our spirit and really looking into the spiritual anatomy. So we touched on it very quickly at the start of the panel, but I really see us as we have that God, source, universal connection. And then we have that part of us that is connected to all of that. Now, this comes in and connects in with the pineal gland that we have in the center of our brain, which is essentially like a giant tuning fork, or a small tuning fork that has a giant output and input receiver. This connects to the brainstem, followed by the vagus nerve, which runs down the spinal column. So this is our biofeedback. If we look at the physical biocomputer, as an avatar. Our soul is driving this avatar. Now, walking around in this third dimensional reality, different ways that we can pick up and feel and sense with this biofeedback system. For the basic example of hot and cold, we touch something and that sends a message into our nervous system, into our brain. But we can also use this as a two-way communication with spirit and with source and with nature and with animals. So I will probably touch a little bit on animal communication as well. But what I would love to talk about first is how to drop into the space of the heart, because this is truly what connects us to all things, to animals and to nature and to medicine and to each other, coming back to this place of connected consciousness through the heart. And this is also an organ of perception. So if we look into the heart and we look into, it's an electromagnetic energy field that is around the heart and also the brain. So if we can drop into the space of the heart and bypass this third dimensional conscious reality and tap more into that subconscious, more into this theta brainwave state, because we currently operate on more of a beta state. We're kept in this, waking state, whether we're in traffic, whether we're at work, but we have the ability to go much deeper. And I think the more that we practice this, the more that we become receptive, not just on an emotional awareness level, but we also become more psychically receptive. So I just want to start by everyone taking a couple of deep breaths, and what we'll actually do is drop into that space of the heart. So I'm going to close my eyes and do it with you. So if we breathe into the count of 4, and this is just designed to get us into theta state, to become more aware, more perceptive, more feeling, more psychically visual. So just breathing in to the count of 4 and holding for 4. And breathing out for the count of 4. And hold for 4. And breathing in for 4. And we'll do one more cycle. So breathing in for 4. And hold for 4. And then breathing out for 4. And hold for 4. And then breathing normally. So even just doing that simple exercise, you can feel the energy of all of us connected. You can feel that subtle calming of the energetic grid that is connecting us all. So we're doing little exercise breaths like this, and usually you would go on to do a cycle of 4 and gradually increasing to breaths of 8. So there's different people that do the breath work, from Wim Hof, Makoto Shishida, that beautiful Japanese teacher of the Shishida method. He also taught this and really wanted this wisdom imparted for humanity. So he teaches left and right brain integration. So not only when we work on the breathing are we coming back to this place of oneness and of the heart, but we're also coming into a better congruency within our brain too. So when we get into this receptive state, we're able to go out into places of nature and walk almost in a form of meditation. So we're picking up on vital information. So much of the time our brain will filter out and eliminate things that it thinks that it's not important. So the first thing with stepping into this space of the heart is to also put or drop that intention in. So if we have an intention to walk through a forest or to walk through a place in nature and to communicate, so one example I will share, which is actually an animal-based one, is when my kids were a lot younger, because they're really growing fast now. They're 20, 14, and 12. But when they were a lot younger, I would take them to the zoo and I would teach them how to drop into this heart space and say, it's almost like being in your mind, because you need to put it in kids' terms. It's like being in your mind, but filling your mind in your heart. And what I would teach them was just to take a couple of deep breaths to feel into that space of the heart. And we would stand in front of the elephants. And, you know, it's quite sad that they're in such a confined space. So we don't actually go to zoos anymore. But what would happen was almost instantaneously, as soon as we would drop into this space of the heart, the elephants would come up to the fence and they would stand side by side with us and they would rock. So we would have this beautiful rocking back and forth. You could see them really flowing with this energy, and they would look at you eye to eye. Now, what would happen was we would become in a receptive heart space for telepathy to take place. So one of the last times that we actually did this years ago, one of the beautiful mother elephants was actually said that she was going to give birth a month later. And she communicated to us not only just a myriad of different emotions, but she also, with that heart space energy, spoke and said that she was going to give birth that night. So by the time we finished communicating, we'd usually spend about 20 minutes there, and the elephants would just come right up to us. And this was quite a large enclosure here in Melbourne, so there was a lot of different places where they could come up to the fence, but usually the elephants would stay and do their own thing. So we had to actually say goodbye to these elephants and disconnect and say we need to go on. But yeah, she did say, this mother elephant, that she was going to give birth that night. So much later on, when we got home on the very, very late news, it said that she'd actually given birth that same day. So I've also worked in animal communications, working as a kinesiologist, I'm working as a psychic as well. So one of my other favorite examples of animal communication and stepping into this heart space was working with a little ferret. That was one of my clients, and this little ferret was telling me different things that he was eating that was forming candida in the body. So he knew that he was eating things that were perhaps not so good. He was eating a lot of dried fruit. And there was, like we just spoke about in that panel, there was a lot of emotions that he was holding for his owner that were actually, I guess, a lot of animals will take things on for their owners, will hold emotions and different things. So they're very much almost like a familiar or almost like a little helper in that way. So this little ferret, when connected in this heart space, because animals don't have that wall that humans have, and this is why I'm speaking about animals as well as plants, because plants don't have that psychic wall, that psychic barrier either. And the more that we can, as humanity, step into this place of heart, we actually will start to break down this psychic wall. So with this ferret, at the end of the session, after talking to him, and he was telling me different things, he was also telling me that he was drinking from a little water dish that had a poisonous plant that was near there. And sure enough, there actually was when we talked to his owner. But what he was sharing was that he actually didn't want the beautiful felt blanket that his owner had put in his little nest. He actually wanted toilet paper. And so at the end of it, we're like, okay, we'll humor this and see what happens. So we put toilet paper in his little nest. He ran round and round and round and spiraled and actually got into this little comfy nest. And his owner said that he'd never, ever done that in the whole time that she'd had him. So from then on forth, he got toilet paper, and he was also on homeopathics and different things that we popped him onto. But why I'm sharing this is because animals are much easier to interact with if we look at a feedback compared to plants. With plants, it really takes us into this space of interacting on a deeper state of consciousness and on a deeper receptive level. We really need to learn to read into the energy and feel what a response feels like, or feel what that communication feels like in our body. So it's about becoming highly attuned and highly sensitive. We can also talk about working and meditating with the divas of plants, just like they did and still do over in Finhorn Garden in the UK. They will actually meditate and communicate with the diva of a plant, which is said to be like a nature spirit or an angel that governs each and every plant, each and every blade of grass. And when we meditate and connect with these, we're able to ask, I think it was at Finhorn Garden, they even meditated with the diva of manure, and a square foot of manure literally manifested at the retreat place or at Finhorn Garden. So we're actually able to meditate and connect with the divas of apple trees and ask them to produce more fruit. They're able to interact with us as well. There's even, when we're looking at working with divas and working with plants and working with seeds, it was written in the Bringing Cedar books, the Anastasia stories, the Russian stories, where they would put a seed in their mouth and it would sit under their tongue, and the seed would receive our genetic makeup, our genetic material, and it would measure and check what it was that we were lacking on a vitamin mineral level, and then it was able to produce that in the plant to literally specially tailor what it was that the people were lacking. And I find that so fascinating, and I think that's a skill that we've moved away from. We've moved away from a lot of the heirloom varieties of plant medicine, because food is medicine. If we look into what Hippocrates said, let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food. And this is really, really important. I think it's something that we've moved away from in terms of shopping in grocery stores, not so much with organic stores, but we've moved away from a lot of the high nutritional value and mineral content of a lot of the heirloom varieties. So for carrots, if you go into an organic store, you're more likely to see heirloom varieties of carrots, and they come out in purple, yellow, white, as well as the traditional Dutch orange carrots. So really important to look into, are we eating that rainbow? So when we eat and consume from a rainbow or a plant-based diet, so myself, I'm plant-based or vegan, some might call it too, what you find is that you're consuming larger amounts of plant food, which contains the biophoton energy, which is captured from the sun. So with this biophoton energy, we're actually holding more light in our aura, in our light body, and this is a form of electricity. It's almost like we're becoming solar charged. Now, this light body energy is also fed by fruit. So fruit is one of the highest electrical conductivity foods that we can actually contain, as well as the bush fruits. So we are so blessed living here in Australia because our climate is so arid, so dry, that what happens is the nutrient content of the food is actually ramped up because we need to conserve our energy. We need to have certain nutritional requirements. So nature is highly intelligent, so full of wisdom. It's only that man's tried to, genetically modify and Frankenstein our food. So we really need to get back to this wild crafting and growing our own food and really looking to the beautiful traditional custodians, the original people of Australia, of America, and throughout South America, and many different continents and countries and places and islands across the earth. We have so much knowledge that can be imparted from these traditional owners of the land. So I'll start to talk a little bit about, I'm going to hold up my old talk that I've got here. So I was working with product development. This is actually based on a product that I came up with years and years ago, which was an Australian native bushfruit blend plus a multi-strand probiotic superfood. So if anyone has any questions around superfoods and things, I'm a little bit obsessed with neuroplasticity and superfoods and anti-aging and all of these cool things. So this is actually a photo that my dad took based out in the outback. So it was an eagle's nest that was in the middle of a desert. They're actually going back out adventuring there soon. So what I've written here is the harsh Australian outback provides the perfect conditions for our bush fruits to contain nature's most enriched sources of antioxidants, vitamins, and minerals. So it really helps to bring the secrets of nature and nourish our and support our mind, body, and spirit. So my interest going back into bushfruit really starts when I was a little kid growing up watching Bush Tucker Man and actually going out into the Australian outback, as well as having many conversations with some Aboriginal elders here in Australia. I've been quite blessed in that way. And also working as a spa therapist we have a place down here in Melbourne, or just outside of Melbourne, called Peninsula Hot Springs. And I was lucky enough to do some training with a brand and a beautiful elder. The brand was called Lydia, and the elder's name was Gail. And she really talked about bush food from not just like a consuming medicine point of view, but from a traditional healing sense, like what they would use the different muds for, whether it was like bone knitting, if someone had broken a bone, and how they would use, the different mud, or some might call it peat, which was like a grey mud mixed with pepperberry, and they'd crush it up and put it to help knit bones back together. And you could feel like a deep heat warming and cooling effect that would happen within this mud. So I also got to learn a little bit more about different bush foods as well. And we would actually use it in the spa that I worked in a foot bath. But because of my interest in this, I would quite often be dipping into the little herbal tea jar and pulling out different bush foods and eating it. And one experience was I was working with a gorgeous therapist one day, and she had a bladder infection that just wouldn't clear no matter how much antibiotics she had. And myself, having studied the doctrine of signatures, which is foods in nature that we find that look like different body parts, will often help to heal, remedy, or bring that body part back into a homeostasis. So we really are holographic beings living in a holographic reality and universe. So there was this one particular plant called wild rosella, and it's this fluted rosella flower. It's a form of native hibiscus, and it kind of looks a little bit like the cervix. And I said to her, because we could eat all of these herbs, I'm like, it's not going to hurt, if you try eating this. It's very high in vitamin C. And traditionally, we would treat bladder infections with cranberry, which is high in vitamin C, as well as all of the antioxidants that help to bring that infection down. So the high vitamin C will help fight infection in the body. So within 10 minutes of her eating a couple of these little wild hibiscus, wild rosella flowers, she actually said for the first time in weeks that the bladder infection the pain had just dropped. She was actually blown away by it. So these medicines, these foods really have such an amazing impact on our physical body. So highly encourage everyone to research and have a look into these wildcraft foods. And then now, after, I think it was Coles here, funded a study with Ridoc. Actually, I've got it written in my notes. This is from a long time ago. I was putting these notes back in 2009. So I'll just read you a little bit. So what it says here is, so I've got some comments that are from a recent study funded by Ridoc, which is now called Agri-Futures Australia. So this was a core. It was funded by our Australian government here, from an industry of Australian native food industry. So you'll find that you can actually order these wildcrafted ingredients, that they do grow a lot more of them here in Australia. Back when I was researching it, it was still kind of new on how to grow some of them for commercial produce, but that has definitely increased. So it says, so there was a report that represents the first systematic evaluation of antioxidant capacity to identify its sources, the presence, potential bioactive phytochemicals, so phenolic compounds and carotenoids, and selected vitamins. So this study also included an evaluation of minerals focused especially on that to protect human DNA against mutations that can lead to the development of chronic diseases. So this is why it's so important. It's why I'm obsessed with Australian native foods, because we really can look to how to protect ourselves, not only from the climate, but also I really feel that with this antioxidant, and with this study in particular, this one from Ridoc, it actually measured the ORAC scale, which was like the antioxidant level. So it's things that they measure against, like I think blueberries was the traditional food that we most widely know about in the European and Western world, was what they measured all of these bush fruits against. So I highly encourage anyone to look up that Australian native bush food study. So going back to this, so native species evaluated in this study exhibited superior antioxidant capacity as compared to the blueberry standard, renowned worldwide for the health promoting fruit. So in comparison to commonly consumed fruits, these foods that comprise predominantly hydrophilic antioxidants, native foods contain antioxidant activity in both hydrophilic and lipophilic fractions. So this is more like in the fat and the water way in which the antioxidant was held. So this suggests that more comprehensive protection from oxidative stress and possibly from having pronounced health benefits. So all of the evaluated plant species were found to contain vitamin E and folate, rich sources of lutein, a compound essential for eye health. Also present were manganese, zinc, calcium. All of these are important for synthesis of self-repair of human DNA. So what I surmise is that with looking into our bush foods, with looking into our traditional foods, is this helping us to get back to more of a protected, pure state in terms of DNA, helping with fighting off this oxidative stress, which causes us to age and our cellular systems to break down a lot faster. So I'm just have a look into what I've got here. So I went into the fermentation to do with benefits of probiotics and how it's being used throughout worldwide. So looking into the bush food as well, it helps to increase energy, immune boosting, looking into also some of the herbs too. So not only do we have bush fruit, for me, the fruit was where it was really at, because I was looking into electrical conductivity, looking into feeding the light body, and looking into anti-aging properties too. So this also helps to increase enzyme activity, assists with weight loss, eases digestive system, irritable bowels, can be shown to help different ways of, like, if we've got an upset stomach or food poisoning, stomach bugs also can help assist with wellness around like cancer management, helps with allergies, eczema, dermatitis, asthma, arthritis, painful urinary tract infections, also is very anti-inflammatory. So we'll move on to some of the actual foods in a second. Okay, so here we go. So my first one that I have to talk about is desert lime. So a desert lime is a small pea-size, here is a picture, just this top one up here, the desert lime. So this little picture here is about the size of a pea, and they're kind of like a little bit bitter or sour, I guess you would say. It's 300 times higher in vitamin C in comparison to oranges. So it says here, what I've written is, desert lime contains rich concentration of highly absorbable vitamin C, making it a powerful antioxidant, helping to rejuvenate and revitalize the tissue. This assists in strengthening and protecting the immune system. So it may also be useful in fighting colds and flus. So this is kind of like a bit of I guess if we were to use it in skincare and were to use it in products and things, you might find it in something for invigorating or to help balance and work with more of an oily skin. The next one that I'm going to talk about is Kakadu plum. So it's also sometimes referred to as looking like a little goat or like a goat's head. That's this one just here. So Kakadu plum has the highest concentration of natural vitamin C of any known plant. So we're very blessed here in Australia, containing more than 50 times more ascorbic acid than citrus fruits. Vitamin C is not only produced in the body, therefore must be included in our diet. So we get that from plants. So Kakadu plum is high in antioxidants, targeting free radical damage, helping to prevent damage to the skin's cellular structure, helping to treat ulcers, certain cancers, depression, for strengthening the immune system, fighting against cold and flu, healing wounds, damaged tissues. Kakadu plum is biocompatible with the human body, readily absorbed and utilized. So some animal species can actually produce their own vitamin C. We as humans do not. So it's really, really important. So you can actually get some Kakadu plum as a vitamin C product that's available in some markets. And next one I will be talking about is lily pilly. So lily pilly is also known as riberry. So some of these you'll find have a couple of different names. So we can see up here, it's a little berry and it's a tiny bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger than a blueberry, perhaps about the size of a grape or a little bit smaller. When you actually eat them, because I do encourage, if you can get them in raw form, it is so good to actually eat, because then your body's taking in that genetic information in its pure structure in that whole food form. So with a lily pilly, when you put it on your tongue, it actually will suck the moisture out of your tongue. So it's really astringent. So looking into skincare, it's often used in cleansers because it's quite astringent, helpful for oil balancing. So it says that it's a sweet, astringent tasting fruit. High in magnesium, calcium, and vitamin C, has twice the oxygen radical absorbency capacity of a blueberry. So that's the ORAC scale. So high in antioxidants, which mop up free radicals. So it goes around as a little scavenger, helping to collect all of these little free radicals that are damaging our cells. So it helps to prevent damage of skin cell structure, assisting in regeneration and protection of the skin cells. So the lily pilly tree will actually output a massive volume of fruit. So you can actually freeze it and throw a handful into smoothies. It's really good to get a massive dose of vitamin C, especially if you're fighting off colds and flus and different things that we see in this modern day world that's being thrown our way. Another one that I will talk about here is mountain pepperberry. Now, this isn't a fruit. This is our Australian native form of pepper. So it's just this little black, where are we? Over here, this little black pepper berries. So it's being hailed as the world's strongest antioxidant. So it has an active compound called I might not pronounce this right, polygodilla, which is a anti-asthmatic, anti-allergic, allergic, and anti-inflammatory. So this reduces sensitivity to pain. Mountain pepperberry is a peppery tasting fruit. With kind of like a chili spice. So when we look into things like turmeric or curriculum, which is the little yellow powder that we usually see, or we have the turmeric lattes, quite often they'll have cracked pepper because this activates it into a more absorbable form. So it increases the immunity. So this is something that you could put in your turmeric latte to help activate it even more. The other fruit that we have is muntries, which is this little one just here. So these are kind of like a little raisin type food. With this, I've written here, so they smell and taste like tiny apples. The muntry berry is a native superfood. So Aboriginals or originals would often only eat a handful whilst on their walkabout. So because they contain such nutrient-dense vitamins and a nutrition profile, you don't need to have vast amounts like what we consume in this modern-day world. They were able to, just take a little handful, and they never would take more than what the tree would output. They would always leave some for others and some for the tree. So they would often walk through on their walkabout with just a little small handful. So sometimes muntries were dried, pounded, and formed into little cakes. This fruit, in fact, has up to 4 times the antioxidants of blueberries. So the antioxidants of muntries help to protect cells against the damaging effect of free radicals. Antioxidant-rich foods are reported to improve the immune function and lower the risk for infection, heart disease, and cancer. So remembering these were all backed up from that redox study that Coles here in Australia, which is our supermarket, formed. So another one that I've got here is the quandong, which is also referred to as native peach. It smells amazing too. So often referred to as native peach, it's very high in vitamin C content, which is a rich source of minerals, including zinc, magnesium, iron, calcium, potassium, folate, vitamin E, and this is a hard one, molybdenum, which is a requirement element for life. So high in phenolic-based antioxidants with a high oxygen radical absorption capacity. So it really helps for anti-aging as well. Another one that we have, which we spoke about at the start, is wild rosella. So you can see here, this is a wild rosella in the closed format. So wild rosella is a member of the hibiscus family. It's rich in antioxidant food with an incredibly high level of the 2 most active anthocyanins, which is commonly recognized as an anti-hypertensive. So wild rosella has shown to help maintain healthy blood pressure and maintain healthy cholesterol and blood lipid levels. And it also contains protein. So we are so blessed living here in Australia with such amazing superfoods. I know that other continents and places on the planet, such as Africa, also have, and South America, also have amazing mineral content within the soil, and incredible environments that are so unique. So we can be lucky to pick and choose different superfoods from around the planet. And I think that when we start to consume these superfoods, we really start to fuel our body with something that really transforms us and takes us into more of like a superhuman level. So I just want to talk a little bit about the bush food side of things. Omar, I'll even get you to let me know, because I've lost track of what time we're running at. So let me know when we come close to question time. But yeah, I've just have a look at my notes here. So also working as a kinesiologist in the past, I would not only work with the herbal side of things and with the food side of things, I would also work with flower essences. So flower essence is that vibrational remedy of the plant. So if we look to roses for a really easy example, when we impart that energy of the rose, we have a crystal vessel that the sun will infuse that rose vibrational essence into the water, we're able to take away that essence. And that works on an emotional body level. So not only are we taking in nutrients when we take the foods in, when we look into flower essences, we're taking on the emotional quality or the spiritual qualities of the plant. And then when we look into plant medicine, we're literally taking that shamanic medicine and we're connecting our consciousness to the consciousness of the plant. So having worked with ayahuasca and worked with DMT and Syrian brew and wattle and a couple of other little things like kava and mugwort, each plant has its own form of consciousness. So for me, it's very important that I connect with the consciousness of the plant before consuming or before working with that particular medicine. And some of them will actually call to you and will guide you. Some of them will show up in dream form. Some of them will appear in your environment. So you might have all of a sudden these plant medicines starting to come up from the ground. So there was it might have been Culpeper, Nicholas Culpeper, or someone from that generation that spoke about that what we need is actually provided for us in nature. So Nicholas Culpeper worked a lot to do with planetary medicine too. So that's another aspect of connecting with plant medicines. We can pick and choose what if we want to consume Venus medicine, which helps us to go into that space of the heart and into that open heart chakra, or if we need a little bit of fire in our bellies and work with Mars medicine, which might be like things like cilantro and coriander to help, fuel that furnace. So there's many different angles to look at plant medicine from, but when you're connected and you're in that heart space and you're connecting with it in a conscious to conscious meeting of the minds and meeting of the soul and meeting of the hearts, there's so much that can be imparted to us from this plant wisdom. And there is beings that are connected, or divas, and interdimensional and multidimensional beings that are working within these realms. So for me, when I connect with plant medicine, I more connect to beings that are more ET-like or multidimensional-like. So when you work with plant medicine, not only are you feeling and experiencing the emotional downloads and emotional shifts and purging from different energy centers. So sometimes it's not unusual to get a vibrational awakening feeling. So I've had where my root chakra has been vibrating for 4 or 5 hours straight on particular plant medicines, or where I'm purging, but I'm actually vomiting out emotions that are coming out of my heart chakra and shifting that energy. It's so interesting. One of the last times that I actually did plant medicine ceremony, I felt my full body almost disintegrate. And now this wasn't scary. It was more that I was being broken down into electron form and vibrating. And I felt myself not as this physical biocomputer or meat suit, whatever you want to refer to it as. I felt myself as all of these electrons vibrating, and I felt the energy of my soul and spirit mixed with that. So I really like to look at this and how we can live life as this form of vibration, and what does it mean to live life from this angle. And it means that we have this sense of wonderment that comes in when we look at it as energies that are interacting, and we look at things that resonate with us and vibrate with us, and we look at where we would like to go in terms of resonance and vibration, and we're able to energetically, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually start to make steps forward in coming into these frequencies. So there's so much that can be imparted. One of the biggest clearings that I had in terms of emotional breakthroughs and psychological breakthroughs, because there is plant medicine studies that are done over in America, and of course it's been run as sacred medicine in South America for so many years. But what I found that it broke through as a barrier for fear for me, and I spoke about it a little bit on panel as well, was for me having seen things and being or felt alone with different spirit and different things that would come into my life or come into my room, and having abduction type experiences from a young age, and not having anyone to explain to me what was happening, only having my own reference. And, you know, with predictive programming and media and things, we're taught that anything that's not like what we've seen on TV, or if it's, you know, something that's non-human, that it's a monster. So for me, there was so much fear growing up, seeing things in my room each night, which then feeds into fear. So one thing that happened with one of my plant medicine journeys was I had these two ETs that appeared in the room that I was in, and what they actually showed to me was such a beautiful energy admitting of unconditional love. And they said to me in a mind-to-mind, heart-to-heart telepathy form was, we know that you've always been scared, that you've always felt that you were, you know, put here alone on earth and didn't really have those to connect with or to understand what it was that you were going through, and that you'd always felt alone in this, but we've been here all along. And all of a sudden, I realized that which I'd been fearful of, that which I'd been around and experienced with, was actually like this beautiful, solid team of these beings that had these unconditional love, They felt like teachers for me. And so it was just a lifetime of fear just dropped. And I think I was around possibly 33, 35 when I did this particular ceremony. So it was literally, you know, 33, 35 years of holding these fears for what I see, and holding these fears of, you know, being in a dark room by myself, not knowing energetically what I was going to see, even though, you know, in my, I would still experience a lot of positive contact and things. There would still be that little bit of fear for the dark side. And I would always have to, you know, put myself into state. And I still do clearings and things now, but now there's a sense of surety since that plant medicine journey that I have within myself, and that strength in knowing that, you know, it's seeing into a world that we are spiritually supported from this unseen world. And the way that I look at where we are down here on earth is, I guess, more what I would describe as a realm. And these ETs, these multidimensional beings, exist just behind that veil, just behind that curtain. We're almost meeting nose to nose, is the way that they show me. And I will see them pop through from time to time. We're getting cockatoos in the background. They usually come in to sort of echo what it is that we're talking about, or come in for confirmation from time to time. I'll just
Salita?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to check in with you.
I read your mind. I'm a psychic too. 5 minutes, then we can do questions. You're talking about the birds behind you. I was just saying yesterday that last week I had like a whole family of crows like living right in the tree right behind me, and they were just like, you know, talking and, you know, cackling and doing like all kinds of stuff. And almost like looking in my window, because they were like right there. And I love birds, and I really resonate with crows and ravens and such. So I thought it was like the universe that was speaking to me by having like this family of crows that are just, you know, caw, caw, caw.
Messages.
Yeah. So 5 minutes, and then we'll do
Thank
questions.
You. Yeah. So I just feel, really excited to be able to share this side of it. And for me, one other experience that I'd love to share too, and it is good, like if you are receiving information or being guided, because a lot of these plants will reach out to us as teachers or shamanic guides. So it's really important to understand and know about poisons, to know about toxins, and to work with someone that is able to hold space if you are going through these shamanic journeys. So that's really important. The environment is essential. So to feel safe is one of the most important things. But to work and to meditate with these plants before you use them, to ask them to show you the hard things, so that when you are in that plant medicine higher state of consciousness, receiving this wisdom, that you can really tune into this higher form of wisdom and not have to sort of go through the dark night of the soul that we hear a lot of plant medicine experiences. You're able to get that wisdom. You're able to be held in that love and gratitude. And in that energy, many plants either have a mother energy, grandfather energy, father energy. There's so much that we can learn from plants. So I hope that this really I guess inspires or opens that interest. But one more medicine story I wish to share is that of the wattle. So here we have this beautiful sunshine fluffy flower of wattle. So the spirit of wattle medicine, it's kind of similar to this color of the citrine that I have here. And there's about 400 different varieties of wattle. But there was this one particular sacred place where we have, it's a women's place where women would go take children to be blessed. And I'm pretty sure that they would also use it as a birthing place. It's a bend in the Yarra River that we have here in Melbourne called Whitton's Reserve, also known as Mount Lofty. So one day, on my walk, I actually saw this beautiful original woman spirit appear to me wearing this crown of nettle. And I saw her with kangaroo skin, and I saw her with a sash appear over the other side of the river. And she kept showing me wattle, and she was wearing this crown of wattle. And this had gone on for probably about 4 or 5 months, being told I need to work with wattle medicine. So after she showed up, I spoke with a friend who was probably more knowing in terms of poisons and toxins and things. And he said, yeah, you're fine to do 3 to 4 flowers of this particular wattle. For me, I had a tree actually psychically reach out and speak to me. And what was unusual about this tree is wattle usually grows separate, and this was grown with another tree, almost like a companion. So there was a certain magic that this particular wattle had, not even just the variety, this particular plant altogether really spoke. So when I actually had the wattle, I was going through a really hard time in terms of heart chakra and a relationship that was ending. So when I took this wattle in form of tea, I felt my heart just like split open with sunshine. It's funny because we've got the sunshine energy coming in the background. And I felt that it just helped to shift and purge and move through things that were held in my energy body in this space of the heart chakra. It was just such a spiritual experience and such a shifting of heart frequencies. And I just felt this being held in this space of love, joy, and bliss. And I remember I was working with a crystal mandala at the time and took a photo. I've actually got the photo on my Instagram, and you can see that state is a little bit different. So that's what I wanted to share about my plant medicine experiences, and really just, opening your heart, drop into this space of heart awareness to connect in nature and see what she has to say to you. Thank you, Omar, for letting me speak, and happy to take some questions.
You are very welcome, Salita. That was a really good presentation. I really enjoyed it. And when a presentation is good, when the chat comes to a halt, that's that the people are just absorbing it and they're taking it in. But I picked up on a number of things that you were saying earlier on. You had mentioned that you're obsessed with superfoods, and I was wondering, what are some examples of superfoods that we can go to the grocery store, or that we can grow in our gardens, or even in our living rooms for that matter?
Yeah, so it's definitely important to make sure that we have seeds, especially with the current situation happening in the world. But things that you'll more commonly find in, I guess, an organic store or health food store would be acai berries, probably more. Over here, we're starting to get a couple of the bush foods after the funding took place. It's taken probably a good 15 years or so to really start to find it available. I'm finding a couple of things like wattle seed, which makes an Australian version of coffee. but it's definitely more nutrient dense and very protective to us rather than the opposite effect. Goji berries. David Wolf has amazing lot of information on superfoods. So I highly encourage people to go check out his work. So there's a lot of people that speak about superfoods that are found throughout the planet. So I've just talked a little bit on some of our Australian ones because they're not really talked about and shared so much, especially in terms of the spiritual connection with these as well. So, but yeah, just start to try them. Medicinal mushrooms. There's some amazing medicinal mushroom latte mixes that you can get now, and some of them are with coffee. I see you with the thumbs up, Omar. How amazing are they?
Mushrooms. I love mushrooms. Edible mushrooms, happy mushrooms. Just whatever type of mushrooms they are. I just absolutely love them. I had a sushi bar, and I used to, give out as appetizers when people came in portobello mushrooms, and serve them with like a ponzu sauce and just slightly grill them and send them out, because I always felt that mushrooms always had this energy that needs to be shared with everyone. And and as we understand, mushrooms are extraterrestrials to the earth, and they say that it survived, its spore can survive in the depths of space, and ended up coming here to earth, and it spread. So the more that we eat that cosmic food, the more connection that we get with our cosmic environment, this cosmic sphere that we're engaging with. So that's why I was giving the thumbs up. Just mushrooms are just amazing.
That is so cool. And I encourage people to look into lion's mane mushrooms. So Paul Stamets has the most incredible information on medicinal mushrooms and working with them. And we know about the mycelium network of communication that goes on with this. So they're definitely ET, similar to communication network that we see within trees. One thing that's really amazing to play with and experiment with is lion's mane mushroom. Taking that as a supplement or taking it in the day, in the morning, it puts you at a different state mentally. It crosses the blood-brain barrier. So it can also be a catalyst, I feel personally, having worked with combining it with other things, to transport things into that blood-brain barrier to give you altered states of consciousness, when we mix it with different herbal compounds. But I notice that when I take it, if you build up your supply and it sort of sits there in your system, you'll find it generally lasts for about 48 hours. So it helps with peak mental acuity. I see it as a limitless pill, like in that Bradley Cooper movie, Limitless.
Right.
It's sort of one of those things that's close to that. I see you nodding your way too, Rob.
Well, absolutely. It's that I like those types of the things that they help you to expand, and really they make your synapses fire at like a different level, and you can the mental acuity goes up. And one of the things I also heard too was that beets were superfood. There's something about beets that's just it's so good for your body, and it really your physical and your mental have a complete symbiosis as well. We keep saying symbiosis, but they work off of one another. So everything you've said, I've been taking notes because I have no knowledge in this stuff. So I'm like, yes, that sounds great.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. And with beets, so my grandfather actually had prostate cancer when I was 3. So he went and did beet juicing. He went and did meditation. And my family's, quite mainstream. So it was really cool that he went and did that, because he didn't pass till I was 13. So I wouldn't have actually known him if it wasn't for him getting into beets and things. So with beets, when we look at it from a doctor and a signatures point of view, they kind of look like little cells. They're a great blood cleanser. They contain natural sugars. So we hear of beet sugar, which is xylitol, which helps prevent against cavities and fight bacteria and things that are in the mouth. So really amazing with beets. Good to do as a juice cleanse too.
Wow. I read an article that was saying that all the foods that are red, tomatoes, strawberries, things like that, they have cancer-fighting agents within them. I'd like to learn more about that. Can you tell us a bit about that and the properties that it has to help fight cancer?
Yeah, so I guess some of our foods here in Australia are a little bit different. Some red berries and things you don't want to eat. So sometimes red can be seen as a sign of danger in nature. But if we look to things from the Doctrine of Signatures, which I think is a really great natural way to look at it. So I think in our last conference, or the last conference I did with you, Omar, I also spoke about the Doctrine of Signatures.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if that's available online, if people want to check out more on that side of things. But what it was in a simplified version is with the Doctrine of Signatures, its food is holographic. So if we look at different things, and I always give the example of a kiwi fruit because it will stick in your brain, then you'll apply that knowledge to the rest of our food. So if we look at a kiwi fruit and it's a sort of similar to a testicle size hairy ball, when we cut it in half, we see there's the little seeds that are lined up in the vessels there. Now, these are high in vitamin C and high in zinc, which is, what we need for sperm production, healthy sperm production. So nature is so clever that it shows us holographically what we need to take into the body. So, kidney beans, great for kidneys. Carrots, you slice it open, it looks like the iris of the eye, high in vitamin A. Blueberries, amazing for not only antioxidants and anti-aging, but great for eyesight as well. There's so many different things. And if we want to look at stepping it up, not just from food, we look into the herbal side of things. You guys call it herbs. We look into that. We're getting more into the alchemy that nature provides for us. We're getting into higher detoxification, higher mineral and vitamin and nutrient content. And then if we look into the flowers, that's the spiritual aspect. That's where the information's at. And that's why, bees are so important on on this planet, is they go and take the nectar and they help to, be guardians of the planet or caretakers of the planet. And I think, we're meant to work in a symbiosis with animals and with nature, and really have nature as a teacher once again. But going back to the colors, you can definitely find out more looking up the ORAC scale. So the ORAC scale is to do with the antioxidant level. It also is connected. So like you'll find goji berries have a high ORAC scale. They also contain different cancer-fighting properties. The same with acai, the same with some of our Australian bush fruits here as well. So if you look into superfoods, like if you looking into Google, type in superfoods ORAC scale, and that will help to give you some of those incredible superfoods.
I just want to say one thing is, how they say the universe gives you signs. As you're speaking, the sun has come up over your head and it's created this aura that's coming out of you, and it's literally shining on you. So if that's not a sign that she knows what she's doing and she's telling you to, really work on your consciousness and get your aura up to that speed with some of the stuff that she's saying, it's a sign. I could see it. It's incredible. It looks awesome.
And we're talking about plant food and plant medicine and chlorophyll, which goes in the biophoton energy from the sun, imparts that little packet of light into the chlorophyll. Now, chlorophyll only has one, it's so similar to hemoglobin. So plant blood, so our blood has hema and plant blood has magnesium. So there's only one component difference. So we are, when we consume and do this, and even myself, when I was a meat eater all those years ago, I wasn't able to absorb and get the iron out of meat and break down those amino acids. As soon as I switched plant-based and started doing like high chlorophyll, all of a sudden my iron went back up. There's something when we start to shift vibrationally that sometimes we'll get food allergies. So I was getting like this weird food allergy to meat and things. Our body has this innate wisdom, and so does plants. So we really need to start paying attention to that inner voice and really adjust our diet to what feels right for us. And I know, Omar, you've had like a massive shift and change in really listening to your intuition and what feels right for you, what doesn't feel right for you. And you can see it in your skin. You can see it, in your consciousness as something really taking place and shifting within you. And it's just amazing to see.
I've almost have given up meat. I eat it like maybe twice a week, if that. And when I do get like a piece of flesh on my plate, I just eat just like a very little bit, and then I just gave it to my wife Amy, and she's like, "Well, why are you giving it to me?" You know, it's like, "Well, I don't want it." Right? And she's like, "Well, I don't want it either." It's like, "Well, then why did we cook it?" Right? Let's just stop buying it. And it was like I believe Angie was saying this last night, and tomorrow actually I'm going to go and do this. She was saying that you can tell the taste between the meat when you have farm raised with love, and the animal has sacrificed itself for you to get that food, compared to the factory food like we were talking about before, where there's that very bad energy that goes into the slaughterhouse, and then when we bring that food home we consume it, and we're consuming that energy. So I'm really taking that advice from her from yesterday. So tomorrow I'm actually going to go and try that. I'm going to go to our local farm here, and I'm going to buy a chicken from them, and then go to the store and buy a chicken there. I'm going to cook them both, and then I'm going to serve that to my wife and to my son, and then ask them, which one is which, right? Without showing them. And then Angie wanted me to let her know how it turned out, right? And then I'm going to get Amy to do the same thing the following day, and cook 2 different pieces of chicken, and then get me to try them out, and then see if I can tell the difference between them, and really applying science to this. And I believe Angie, and I just want to, I just want to see it for myself and taste it for myself, because if that is what it is, then, then we're on the wrong track, like altogether. Even with, commercial farming, we're off track with that anyways, with this butchering and all that stuff that's going on. I don't resonate with that. But yeah, I took a, page from your book, and I was listening to you, and I was like, damn, I'm not doing well here. So I have to do something. I got to make a change. And the only way to make a change is through discipline, and and then awareness too. More self-awareness, higher awareness of the topic and the subject, and suffering of the animal. So I've been absorbing all of that, learning and listening to you, and learning, and really applying that into my life on a day-to-day basis. That just looks badass.
It does, right? Everybody's saying take a screenshot. Take a screenshot. I don't have my phone. Omar, get a picture of that.
Yeah,
I've actually given up beef completely, and I'm trying to do the same with chicken now too, but it's difficult because I love chicken. I love it, but I've definitely given up like red meat, and it's a step, for me, a process.
It is definitely. Oh.
There you go. Just smile. There you go for the picture.
I feel like there should be some ETs or angels around in the background.
It's really incredible. It's like a giant halo, but it's also got this.
And look at this. It's very similar to the card that we picked right at the start to do with the human head. How amazing. I just realized that sitting in front of me.
When you spoke about that card, I'm actually I have a tarot deck coming now from one of my other friends who's a medium, and she's going to teach me how to use it properly, because I'm starting to get into that stuff. And when you pulled that card, it was absolutely perfect for the moment. It just my whole body rang like a bell. I was like, wow, that's profound right there. And it's wild the way that these cards and the decks, they're able to actuate what's happening around you. And it's an inanimate thing being able to talk about animated things. It's so weird to me, but it's so great at the same time. Like, I can't wait to get into it. I was told from a lot of people that I could do it, so I'm trying. I'm going to try.
That's really cool. I'm sure that you'll love them. And if you need any extra help or tips, don't be afraid to reach out.
I definitely will. I would appreciate that more than you know. That's going to be incredible. Incredible. I already took a screenshot 5 minutes ago. It's really cool. It's really cool. I saw it. I was like, wait a minute. Does anybody else see that, or is that just me? So I had to.
No, there was a comment made in the PTA YouTube room, and it was from John Carrez, and it says the sun is shining and mixing through Salita's crown chakra. Just beautiful, amazing presentation. Thank you for sharing, Salita. And
thank you, John. That's really sweet.
That just looks amazing. That's not the first time that's happened to you either, eh? Salita, we were talking before, and you sent me a screenshot when you were doing your what was that show that you were doing? Quantum realities or something
that's
like
right.
That.
Yeah.
And then you sent me a pic, and then your hands, they were like translucent, and light was just going right through them. Yeah, that was amazing.
Say that to me yesterday in a meeting. There's definitely something different when we interact with spirit and we interact with the plants and with the planet. And with the gifts that we have down here, and we really start to expand and work with, what it means to be human on a psychic level, emotional level, physical, spiritual level, it starts to interact and play with us. I was holding up, I was doing a reading for a client yesterday, and we're talking about holding this golden orb. And she's like, oh my God, your hand's glowing. She's like, I can see the golden orb that you're talking about.
It's above your head right now.
That, I can see it too.
Yeah, but you can
Cool.
feel the energies come through. So like right now with what John said, I'm totally getting blasted with this biophoton energy in my crown chakra. Like it does feel what it looks like. It's incredible.
That's amazing. That's amazing. One of the things that I kept hearing throughout this entire event was grounding, going outside with your bare feet. And Omar actually told me about it. Like, I think it was 2-3 weeks ago. You're like, bro, you got to get out there with your bare feet, get back to the earth. And I'm like, yeah. And I started doing it. And now it's like everybody has said that. So which means I have to do it even more now because it was so resounding throughout the entire conference, the entire event.
I learned that from Paul Wallace. First time Paul and we had a conversation, Paul was saying that he was, going through insomnia and he couldn't sleep, and he just looked for, a lot of, just looking for remedies to see how he can go to sleep. And I guess somebody had told him to try using an earth mat and try earthing. And then he did that, and then he got himself an earthing mat and began sleeping on there, and his insomnia just like totally disappeared. And I was like, oh wow, that's cool, I'm gonna go try that. And then I began trying it, and I could really feel the energy coming through me, and it was just it was cool. I was like, oh, I got to tell everybody this. Everyone has to know about this. So I just been out there, just preaching.
You see how that worked though? That like it went from him to you to me, and then I'm gonna pass it to somebody else, and that's how we get this community together. That's how we get this resounding message to everybody. Word of mouth.
Wallace, Yeah, Paul is in the private chat, and he said it was an awesome presentation, wonderful, inspiring presentation, Salita. Awesome, thank you. And it fixed my sleep apnea. Right, earthing, that's what it did. Paul, if you want to jump on, if you're free, because we're closing out here. Unfortunately, I haven't heard from our final guest, Chris Blackmore. He was supposed to be on like right now, and he is from Australia, so I'm hoping that he's okay and that nothing's gone array with him. But if we don't connect with him tonight, then I'm sure in the next couple of days we're going to connect, and then Rob and I will go live with him and finish off our seed event, and and bring him in and listen to him, because he's got about a 3-hour presentation. I would have loved to have heard that tonight, but he's not hasn't responded to my messages, but that's okay, because it's just the way the universe wants it, and I'm not going to argue with it. I'm not going to fight it. I'm not going to resist it. I'm just going to flow with it, because we've just we've gotten a lot of downloads this last couple of days, and another one would have been wonderful, but it is what it is, and and that's pretty much it. So if Paul is listening, you want to jump on, Paul, that would be awesome. If not, then no worries, my brother. It's I know it's early there, and you got young kids and you're busy. So Salita, another thing I wanted to come across you, because I was talking yesterday, and I forgot who I had asked. Just so many questions I've asked. Instead of like animal communication, I was asking, is it possible to communicate with trees and plants and such? And earlier on in your presentation, you were saying that, that you had asked the tree to produce more fruit. How did that work out? Did the tree respond to that and, bear more fruit? Or like, I'm really interested in that, because I wouldn't mind doing that myself.
Yeah, so I was talking about, so there's a garden over in England called Finhorn Garden. And so it was set up by, I guess you would call them people that were more like spiritual or more mediums. And what they discovered, or what they talked about, was that they would actually meditate and connect with the spirit consciousness of the plant. So they would connect their consciousness to, say, an apple tree, and ask the tree, what is it that you need to to grow in this healthy way? Or they would connect and say, please produce more fruit. So another thing that I do want to share about the gardening side of things is I was lucky enough to go to a place that was in America, and it was a private house, and they were using cash technology, and they were using plasma and plasma water. And what I noticed as soon as I got there, it was like being in Jurassic Park. I turned up at the front gate, was met by these mammoth-sized kale plants and flowers. The heads were much bigger. So when we work with energy, whether it's on a conscious level or we actually start to shift into working with plasma technology and things, there's something very different that happens with the plant. But one thing that I did have as a child, I think I was probably like around maybe 5-7 years old. So really early on, I picked a stick up off the ground and I hung some tea bags on it, and I gave it to my mum as a present. I think it was for Mother's Day. I'm like, I made you a tea tree. And, like being a little kid, your mum's like being nice, like, can I throw this out now? It's been on the bench for, probably like 4 months. I'm like, no, it's going to grow. And I just had such belief because I like had water in it and it was just a stick. And I think it was probably like about maybe 5-6 months of having this thing on the table, a stick with tea bags, these little leaves started to sprout. Now, there's stories in China with kids and Japan with kids holding seeds, meditating, communicating with that seed, and it literally sprouting in their hands. So I think that we're still at this very, very early stage of magic. So some of these kids are known as the China super psychic kids, and their consciousness, their energy affects the environment around them. If we look into this being a simulated reality and we look into quantum field, there's something within them that's unfolding and opening this seed. And I think if we can go back to this state and we can work with nature as, quantum connected buddies or quantum connected family, I think we can have some very, very different gardens, and we could have very different interactions with our environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really taken back by the fact that, through meditation, I'm not surprised. I'm just really taken back by it of, seeds just sprouting in hands. That's pure magic. That's conscious magic. And wow, I'm gonna have to look into that, because that is just amazing. So many amazing things have really come out in this event here in the last couple of days. I'm gonna be busy all week just researching and looking up things and rewatching this, and just taking notes and going back over my notes and looking at them. And that's a really amazing piece of information. Salita, you're fucking glowing, man. Like, look at you. Like, holy, like, look at that color coming in, and it's almost like it's going right through you. It's wow, amazing. Very, very amazing.
Pretty wild.
Earlier I asked you the question of the cancer foods, the red foods, and then now earlier on in your presentation you were mentioning about foods that have anti-aging properties. Can you give us some examples of some foods that we can consume that will help us to anti-aging and not look so old?
Yeah, so I guess I love to start that with talking about what ages us faster. So if we look into, because I also have a background in beauty as well. So if we look into skin and we look into breakdown of collagen, it's sugars and the sticky proteins and things that when we consume sugar, it starts to break these down. And we get in skin what we call glycation, which is where we see that wrinkling and we see the cracks and crevices start to form in the skin. So we want to take sugar out of the diet. Even if we can just do that, and then we can start to add things in, it really starts to strengthen things. And I believe that, it really is about how we feel is the biggest thing in terms of anti-aging. Researching things like telomere extension as well. We want to give the body gentle stresses that help to kind of like tip it into a healing response. So for example, so I'm 40, turning 41 this year. And what I will do like with skin as part of like a routine. Thank you.
I don't believe it.
So one thing that I like to look into, and I've done a little bit of facial acupuncture and worked with myself and my sister doing that. So what you actually do is you want to stimulate a collagen elastin response. So by using a little acupuncture needle, or you can use a dermal roller, which has little acupuncture needles on it. What you're doing is sending a signal down to the skin. You're creating a little bit of trauma, which what it does, it starts to send signals for the body to produce collagen and elastin and fill up those areas, fill up those gaps. When you pop a hyaluronic acid on top, which is, it holds 1,000 times its weight in water. So it really hydrates, because I think essentially we're so dehydrated. We've denatured our water. We've lost the mineral content out of it when we filter. So we really need to look at not just filtering, but trying to get our water from a pure source. So we all do as best as we can, but remembering that water holds frequency. So we can still meditate or set intention around this frequency, and we are water essentially. So we hold this good feeling within us, and we hold this feeling of love and joy in our heart, and this childlike, joyful way of seeing the world. I think this goes so far to really provide that anti-aging state. But we do notice a difference when we consume a diet that's anti-inflammatory. So things like meats and dairy and other acidic foods are quite high in terms of acidosis, which when we have acidosis within the body, we tend to age a lot more rapidly. So if we can go into an alkaline-based diet, really high in greens and superfoods and plants and vegetables, we start to get more antioxidants, which help to fight this free radical damage. So it really starts to become an inside job out. So I've talked a little bit, I guess, about on the external, the internal, and the spiritual side of anti-aging. But I love podcasters that talk about neuroplasticity, that talk about telomere extension. Dr. David Sinclair is one of our Australian scientist that talks about it. Who else have we got? Aubrey Dubray is another one. There's another one. There's a guy that invented, I'm trying to think of his name, might be Dan or someone Mitchell perhaps, but he invented a product called Truth 181. And he actually discovered a telomere extension skincare product that we can use. So some of these guys are all kind of racing each other to find that longevity, to find that thing that keeps us young longer. So we're at a really, really exciting time. Before the GFC hit, we actually had scientific studies that were funded that were extending the life of mice. So essentially they were extending the life in equivalent to human terms as much as 10 years. They were able to rewind the clock. So took a mouse that was elderly, rewind it about 10 years in human terms. But when the GFC hit, a lot of the funding was lost. So we've already done it. We've already done that rejuvenation thing. We know that it's possible. And I think we just all need to do our best, because not only do we want to have that longevity, we want to actually be healthy, and we want to be of sound mind. So heavy metal detox is where it's at. And when we look at our agriculture system, we look at our water system, we look at the chemtrails, everything, we all need to be heavy metal detoxing in this modern day planet.
That's really interesting you mentioned that, because earlier on, Agi Nost had slightly alluded to the telomeres, and in the previous event that we did at Forgery Unmasked, he did a full presentation on telomeres, and he was telling us that back in 2009, these 3 American doctors had won the Nobel Peace Prize for discovering the telomeres and then reverse aging. So
Yeah.
we've already discovered. So it's really cool that you mentioned that. So it kind of really ties into the whole thing that we've been talking about today, yesterday, a few months ago. See, everything is connected. And guys, and for that, what we've done is our gift to you for celebration of the summer solstice. We've given you access to our event Ishwara, as well as Forgery Unmasked day 1, day 2, and day 3. Forgery Unmasked had, I think, like 30 or 33 speakers. It's jam-packed with a lot of great information. And at Ishwara as well, we had, I believe, 8 or 9 speakers at that event. So we've given you guys full access, and enjoy, share the stream, share it with friends and family who you think may benefit from that. Salita has presented, I believe it was on day 1. Salita, I think it was day 1 or day 2. I think it was day 1. I can't remember. I think day 1 or day 2.
I
It's one of,
forget too.
it's one of those days. But go and guys check that out. There's altogether I think 40 speakers in those two conferences. So enjoy and spread the word and enjoy the material that we've provided you for this weekend. And thank you very much, Salita. I really, really appreciate you. Love you very much, like a sister, and I have huge respect for you. And thank you for taking the time today. I know it was early for you, a panel, and then right after a panel, a presentation. So I really appreciate it, sister. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. I just feel really honored and blessed, and lovely to be, chatting with some brothers that, it's the energy. If we strip back to conversation and things, there's just such good energy flow and energy dynamic. So thank you so much for having me as part of the panel and also the presentation. I've just enjoyed it. I really have.
Thank you, Salita. And I guess I haven't heard from Chris. I was just giving him an extra few minutes, but I haven't heard from him. So I think what we'll do is we'll just close out, and I will reach out to Chris, and maybe he'll reach out to me. Hopefully he's okay. I'm actually a little bit worried about him now because he was really looking forward to this. We had about an hour and a half chat a few days ago, and he was really excited. He was like, I'm going to need more than an hour and a half. I was like, okay, well, you're the last speaker, so take as long as you need, and just give us that total download of of what you have to tell us. So unfortunately he's not answering, and so I'm a little bit concerned now for his well-being and safety. So I'm going to go to his website and see if I can spot his phone number and jump on Skype and give him a call to make sure that he's okay. But don't worry, guys. We will, complete our seed event. Not going to leave it incomplete. Hopefully I can, get a hold of Chris in the next day or so. And then Rob and I will come back, and we will tag team Chris and try to get a download out of him. And with that being said, Salita, we're just going to do our closing, and then that's it. This has been a very successful event, and I appreciate every single speaker that has spoken here. So thank you, Salita. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Salita.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Well, Rob?
All I got to say is Ishwara and Forgery Unmasked seemed like a lifetime ago.
It does, doesn't it? Forgery Unmasked was just a month and a half ago, something like that. And Forgery or Ishwara was back in October of 2020. And then Forgery Unmasked, I believe, was in March. Was it in March? March or April, something like that. I can't remember.
Close. I think it was March. The end of March.
It feels like just a long, long time ago. But you know what, man? We are here. It's you and I again. We started like this yesterday morning at 7 o'clock, and here we are at 7 p.m. the following day. And we've had, just amazing speakers on here, lots of downloads, lots of great information. My head is packed, and I'm going to need a few days to regress from this and go back and check all the information. But all that said, done, brother, it was an honor and a privilege to, do this event with you. We went from point A to point B, and we pulled it off. I was very happy with this. The transition of guests was just very smooth, just one after the other. It was just a total honor doing this with you. I'm looking forward to doing the July 11th. And then, of course, tomorrow we have that huge announcement to make.
Yes.
Speaking of the first anniversary event coming up on July the 11th, I'm going to be doing a root race presentation, about an hour and a half. I'm going to really dig deep into that and really go way back in time and really rediscover ourselves and our origin. So, Rob, any final words, brother?
First, it's been an absolute honor, as always, my friend, my brother. You're my brother from another mother. We do these things, and it's just this collaboration effort. We've done a little bit more collaborating this time, and it's been such a great. It was so easy in the sense of there wasn't stressful. It wasn't not easy to get everybody together and all that stuff. But that stuff takes time. But when we work together, it's like we're not even working. It's like we're just we're having fun and we're enjoying it.
Just like Paul said.
It's been incredible. It's been incredible. This whole 2 days, I have learned so much about myself and about everything else around me. It's absolutely incredible. And yeah, I couldn't see myself being, putting all these together with anybody else but you. And it has absolutely been an honor and a privilege. And everybody that came through and did their presentation, I will forever remember this one as the first place that I gave my first presentation on anything. I'm always, like I said, the talking head. And this time I really got to get into the information myself. And it was a little nervous, coming through, even though I talk like that all the time, all over the place. But being the center of attention just by yourself for that moment, it takes some guts. So, I have a newfound respect for everybody who does that, and I can't wait to hear about the root races. I'm all in on that one, July 11th is going to be basically a continuation of this. Is just going to be immense, amazing. We have incredible speakers, people I respect so much, and people I truly love and have great relationships with. I tried to bring some of the people that were on the show, but just about everybody was on the show at one point or another. But this is different because it's not that interview, that interaction of the one-on-one where I'm asking questions. Everybody's coming in and they're giving their information, unadulterated download. That's what that's going to be. And this has been an unadulterated download as well. And there's so many of them, I could touch on so many points that where my hair stood up on end. I was taken back, like, whoa, wait a minute. I had a moment. There was a moment where I had to smoke a cigarette on camera because I couldn't handle it at that moment. I'm like, this is just, it's totally blown my mind right now. Like, if there was that emoji with the mind blown, it would have been it. I would have shoved it right in front of the camera like that and been done,
That's what happened to me earlier when Mike was speaking at the panel, and he talked about the 222, and it was just like, pow. I was like, oh my God, every time this guy opens his mouth, there's something coming out of there that's just going to blow my mind. Yeah, incredible, man. The cats this morning, not only did I enjoy that, but everybody enjoyed that, and they were talking about it long after you were done. So you left an impression there. So it was fantastic. I really enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to the next one. And guys, thank you very much. My name is Omar. I'm a host here at Watchers Talk with my buddy Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe in collaboration with
Go buy Paul Wallace's books now because it's that good. You need those.
This was in collaboration with Portal to Ascension. We were streaming to PortalToAscension.org, and we will be streaming more events there as well. And thank you very much to Neil. And also this conference was brought to you by Paul Anthony Wallace for the Eden series, Escaping from Eden and the Scars of Eden, available right now at Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Chapters, and any other bookstore that is around you. So, put your copy or put your order in for a copy. I've got my books here.
A profound author and a great friend.
Yeah, the great author, excellent friend, but more than that, he's a brother, and I really appreciate him. And like I said, Rob, I really appreciate you as well, and I'm looking forward to our next collaboration and many, many, many more to come. So with that being said, guys, happy solstice to everyone out there. We love you, and we really appreciate you. Thank you for spending all this time with us, and really engaging with us in the comments and sharing your downloads in the comments, because a lot of things that you have said is also relevant and brand new information. So that's part of the download that we received here this weekend. It wouldn't have been possible without you guys. So that being said, from me, the conclusion of Seed. My name is Omar, host at Watchers Talk, and in collaboration with Portal to Ascension. Rob, any final words for our audience?
Thank you. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be with all of you. And like I said, this community is growing, and I hope to get to speak to every one of you eventually. I mean, this is really what it's going to come down to, is we need to help each other and push each other to our limits, and make sure that we're like sharpening each other and doing the right things and getting people information. And I can't stress enough how appreciative I am of everybody. You, Paul, the audience, everybody, Neil as well for Portals to Ascension, and it's fantastic. It's such an amazing thing to do.
Right on, guys. Thank you, Rob. After this is done, guys, head on over to our YouTube channels and give a subscribe and hit that bell for notifications for next time we are holding conscious space events like this. You can find Rob at Full Spectrum Universe, and you can find me at Watchers Talk, and then you can find Paul Wallace on the Paul Wallace channel or the Fifth Kind TV. With that being said, I love you guys very much. Lots of respect for you, and we will see you next time. My name is Omar, coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada, with Watchers Talk. Peace out.